A very good morning and welcome to the, yeah, you're that one, at the Incora County Ground. Can you hear me? You can't hear me.
I can now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
That's Nick Webb from BBC Wales. How are you, Nick?
Borada, good morning. Yes, all good.
Good.
And Glamorgan have been put into bat by the home county.
On a pitch that, if it didn't have bits of wood at either end, would be entirely indistinguishable from the rest of the square. It is that green. It could be the first case of a skipper misreading the pitch at home. Although these pitches tend not to play very green at Derby at the moment, so we shall see. We shall see. We have any number of Derbyshire captains out there in the middle at the moment. David Lloyd.
Past, present and possibly future.
Potentially future. Yeah. So Derbyshire made two changes from the side that drew in that rain-affected game. With Durham, Tom Wood comes in for Wayne Madsons, who, as everyone will know by now, is playing for Italy. Of course, he is on the what's it called, the ICC World T20 qualifiers. And George Scrimshaw is back, despite the rumours, and he will be playing instead of Nick Potts, who had a difficult time.
As for Glamorgan, Jamie McElroy plays instead of James Harris. A little seamer rotation, given that we finished the last game at Cheltenham barely a day and a half ago on Sunday evening.
I do think that Glamorgan have been shafted by the fixture planner there. Did you go home?
I did go home, actually. Went home on Saturday as well because play was called off at 1:30 on Saturday, so I nipped home on Saturday night as well. So I've been driving to and from Cheltenham quite a lot.
Excellent. Zach Chappell from the city end, balls to Ul Hassan. Zain Ul Hassan pushes that one up to mid-on where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And there's no run. 3 slips, point, cover. It's a very standard field. Cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on. Lewis Rees is warming up as though he's going to open the bowling. And George Scrimshaw is at mid-wicket, where George Scrimshaw should never be. There is a long leg. Sam Connors just down below us to our right-hand side. We'll be doing all the usual updates and stuff like that, so bear with me, certainly, as Chappell is in again. Bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends this one. No early signs of anything untoward in the pitch.
Zain Ul Hassan, for those Derbyshire listeners who may not have come across him before, is, well, we thought he was a middle-order bat and seam bowling all-rounder, but Glamorgan have converted him into an opening bat, which so far he's been doing quite well.
Excellent.
In the absence of Eddie Byram through injury.
Just do this ball before I do my first update of the day, as Chappell bowls to him and he defends it out into the offside where it's fielded by Alex Thompson, Derbyshire's off spinner. I'll just leave you momentarily.
So it's Chappell running towards us as David Lloyd has a word with Ul Hassan, pointing some little hint out. Left-hander Ul Hassan faces up to Chappell, who's beaten by that one, pushing forward. It looked as though there might have been a little bit of movement away from the bat, and an encouraging moment for the shaven-headed Zach Chappell. Ul Hassan has been steady. Hasn't scored very fast. He's averaging 35, but he has a highest score of 48. So lots of scores in the 20s and 30s, and a couple of 40s for Zain Ul Hassan. He's also taken 3 wickets. As Chappell is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who's forward defending.
They almost caught me out there. I never have cricket inside the first 2 minutes of a news bulletin. But of course today,
this vital championship match for Derbyshire's hopes of finishing mid-table.
Well, they'll finish above Yorkshire if they ever get those points deducted. which it doesn't look like they're going to, in all honesty.
As Chappell is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who leaves this one outside off stump. A maiden to start with for Zach Chappell. Derbyshire having won the toss and put Glamorgan into bat. And David Lloyd, future Derbyshire player, and who knows, potential leader,
Who knows?
is on strike. Lloyd has not played a huge amount this season because he was out injured for a fair chunk of the hamstring injury, so this is only his third game back after that. He missed 3 championship games and all the T20 blasts. So this season, 313 runs at an average of 31. He did score 81 last game against Gloucester and 38 not out. So hopefully from a Glamorgan point of view, he's regaining the touch for which he struggled slightly early season.
He's playing himself into some form ahead of next season. That's what we like to see. Sam Connors from the racecourse end. Past umpire Baldwin and bowling to David Lloyd, who turns that one into the leg side. So David Lloyd getting a first-hand look at the players he is going to potentially lead next season. We can't see any other obvious candidates at this stage to replace Leas Deploy. If I'm entirely honest, there isn't one. I don't think. Lewis Rees has just signed a new 2-year contract. Does he want to be the skipper? I haven't asked him, but it was a bit awkward asking people before it was formally announced that Leas Deploy was leaving, which we knew about 6 weeks in advance. New rumours already started. As Connors is in again, and Lloyd is, well, he's trying to pull that one. I'm not sure whether he was beaten for pace. He tried to pull it away down towards the square leg boundary, and it went past him at a rate of knots. Sam Connors not happy with the foot marks already. I'm not surprised. They'll be quite slippery, I would have thought.
Possibly a slight lack of bounce as well. It didn't really get up as far as it might have done.
Could be a thriller, couldn't it? Could be a thriller. People in the permanent temporary stand are all forced to go up to the left-hand end as they look, the right-hand end as it is at the far end of the ground. It's a bigger crowd than there was for the Durham game, which surprised me how poor that crowd was. Connors in again. Lloyd this time is off the mark, clipping it away down to the square leg, backward square leg boundary, fielded by Zach Chappell. The batsman come back for a couple. And Glamorgan are up and running. David Lloyd off the mark. Glamorgan 2 without loss. Always nice for an opening batsman to get his first runs.
Absolutely. It's an interesting position for Lloyd. Glamorgan's promotion hopes resting on these last 4 games, 2 of which are against Derbyshire.
Yes. Those fixture planners, eh? Connors bowls, and this time he pushes it up towards, off the back foot, up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. And there is no run. Rees with the long-sleeved sweater on. George Scrimshaw often wears one. I say often, he doesn't often play red ball cricket. Career best figures down at Sussex, I want to say 45 off the top of my head.
49?
Was it 49?
Possibly.
Yeah, you could be right. I was there, but I wasn't taking a lot of notice. Connors is in, balls to Lloyd. That one comes off the outside half of the bat down in front of square on the offside. Anuj Dal does the fielding. It was a pretty good effort from George, but he didn't come on to bowl in the first innings on the first morning until 1:45.
Right.
That was the first morning in which Sussex managed to get to 150 without loss at lunch.
Right.
So I wasn't entirely sure what they were doing with George really that day. He was out in the outfield letting his moustache grow. Connors is in again, bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this out too. Alex Thompson in the covers. Oh, it's the end of the over. 2 without loss. Glamorgan after 2. Lloyd has both of them. Zain Ul Hassan Yates to get off the mark. A little pat on the back from Brooke Guest for Sam Connors. He'll regard that as a decent enough start.
A little bit of suspicious prodding of the surface going on from Glamorgan captain David Lloyd.
He's wondering, if they're all like this next year, I'm not going to get many runs at home. So I'm going to get them all away. It is remarkably green. and there isn't any sun to burn. In fact, above us at the moment are some darkish clouds.
As Chappell, having started with a maiden, is in again, and Ul Hassan plays defensively out on the offside, and there's no run.
Sorry, Nick,
Ul Hassan, 22 years old, born in Pakistan, but grew up in the Midlands, had a spell on the Worcestershire Academy before playing for half a dozen county second 11s in the space of 2 years, and finally hitting a groove at Glamorgan, also helped out by the South Asian Cricket Academy in his endeavours as well. Faces up to Chappell and plays that one defensively on the onside. You'll probably realise by now that his defensive shots are fairly dead bat.
Yes, he's hitting it very far, is he? Well, there's no need to.
In contrast to Lloyd, who likes to go hard at the ball.
Excellent.
Ul Hassan can sometimes edge and see it falls short of the slips, which is quite a good technique to have for an opening bat.
Absolutely.
If you're playing defensively. Yet to get off the mark as he pushes forward and the ball trickles out on the onside, and again there is no run. Glamorgan, among the draw specialists of the championship this season, having won 1 and drawn 9.
Well, everybody's the same, aren't they? In the second division.
Sussex have got exactly that record as well, albeit with a few more bonus points to their credit. There are lots of draws, but Glamorgan and Sussex are equal in that department. Over the wicket now comes Chappell, and Ul Hassan drives at that one. There's half an appeal. It looked as though there was some deviation from our angle, but it was just movement off the pitch, as umpire Bainton says no.
It flew through, though, didn't it? That's the first one that has flown through, and Harry Kane's just... Brooke Guest has just saved Harry Kane's life, I think, taking it in front of the first slip's face. So there is someone, you'd expect there to be some movement out there. Blimey, look at the pitch, but it's the first real sign of it.
An important first hour, as they say.
Oh, yes.
As Chappell in, bowls, Ul Hassan leaves outside off stump. Although no one has ever said it's not a very important first hour.
No. In fact, I hear myself asking that on the end of days play interviews. What to be in, but oh, no, you've asked it again. You've asked it again. Stop it.
Well, it's especially true when we had those 2 rounds with the Kookaburra ball, when there was only life in it, really, for the first 20, 30 overs, and after that went soft. Chappell bowls, Ul Hassan leaves. Through it goes to Guest. End of a second maiden over for Zach Chappell, and Glamorgan remain on 2 without loss, having been inserted. Glamorgan played both their matches with the Kookaburra ball at Cardiff, and they weren't very fast pitches anyway. And it was not a fascinating combination in terms of entertaining cricket, although Glamorgan did nearly win one of the games. But very few batters managed to go at any sort of rate during the course of the 4 innings.
Well, Derbyshire played both of theirs away from home. One at New Road, which ended in a draw when they were trying to force a victory and failed. Sam Connors from the racecourse sent bowls to Lloyd, who drives this out into the offside. Nicely fielded by Thompson. I'm going to have to get used to saying his name. Hopefully. And the second game, so Derbyshire were on top in that one. In the second game, they were set. I use the word advisedly because Sussex's declaration, well, they did declare in the end, but they were set 380 in 58 overs.
Right.
And fell 19 runs short. It was a terrific final day. Connors is in, and that one is pulled around the corner for 4 runs by Lloyd. I don't think, it's gone for 6. It's gone all the way for 6. Wow. I didn't think he'd got hold of that quite as well as he had.
I think it was something of a top edge, to be honest. It didn't sound like a full meat of the bat shot, did it?
And it didn't look as though Zach Chappell, who's down there at long leg, had picked it up, actually, and then he signalled 6. Oh, what a player this Lloyd is. Somebody ought to sign him for next season. Yeah, and in that game, the fight, that was the game. I think there were 550 runs on the last day, and Lewis Deploy batted sensationally. The pitch was quite across towards the Spenkarma Pavilion, so there was a short boundary, but he hit one that was. Well, I'd be surprised if it had actually come down even by now. It was a fortnight ago. I've never seen a cricket ball hit quite as hard. Unfortunately, he got out, and Hyder Ali got out in reasonably quick succession, and the run chase was over. Connors is into Lloyd again, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
Of course, last year's game here between these two sides early in the season, so it's quite a while ago, did end in excitement, with Glamorgan making a late dash for a victory target of 331.
So, yes.
And they finished on 310 for 8, thanks to Marnus Labuschagne, who made 85 to add to his first innings 130.
It's wonderful recall from you, though, because I can't remember it. In goes Connors, bowls to Lloyd, who pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Thompson.
I didn't remember it until I looked last night at the Glamorgan yearbook to see what happened last year.
There's been some exciting games. We were just reminiscing about our first game together back in 2016, away to our right in the above the gents' toilets in the old groundsman's hut. Beautiful. It was very chilly. It was in April, obviously, and that building's now been demolished. Connors in. That one is pulled into the leg side again. I've lost the flight of the ball, but it's going to bounce. No, it isn't going to bounce. Blimey. He's hit 2 sixes in the first, in the second. Is it the second? Yeah, the second Sam Connors over. Wow. That's a fair old hit. Again, the ball's retrieved by Zach Chappell, and Lloyd has raced on to 14 off just 11 deliveries.
Well, as I said, he goes hard at it. He was promoted to Glamorgan Championship opener in 21, I think it was, with that aim in mind, and that Matt Maynard felt that Glamorgan's starts had been slightly too genteel, and Lloyd was sent up the order and with orders to get on with it.
He's getting on with it here as Connors bowls two, and that one is pushed out to the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single and swap ends for the first time. In fact, Lloyd has counted to 6 successfully. He's pinched the strike. He's moved on to 15, and they're all of Glamorgan's runs. 15 without loss. And he will face Zach Chappell for the first time in the match. Exciting news this morning. Mohammed Amir is on his way to Derbyshire for the first half of next season. That was announced around about 8 o'clock this morning. Less exciting news, or it's not news yet, but rumours of George Scrimshaw's imminent departure, which would be a real shame. A very popular figure, George Scrimshaw, 20 T20 wickets this season. He was only the 3rd highest wicket taker for Derbyshire in that competition, as they failed to reach the quarterfinals, of course.
Here comes Chappell, right arm over to David Lloyd for the first time, and Lloyd drives through the offside for 4 runs, finding a fairly large gap between point and wide mid-off, as you tend to find at this stage of a championship game, and Lloyd took the invitation and hit through it nicely.
Is it now the time to mention his triple century against Derbyshire in was it the final game of last season? It was certainly towards the end of last season,
possibly.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Derbyshire bowling attack that at the time included Adam Sylvester, of course.
Was that his one appearance?
Oh, yes. Yes. He did come back briefly in pre-season. The last I heard of him, he was with Worcestershire Seconds.
Young man from the South Wales Leagues. As Chappell is in to bowl to Lloyd, who edges and is caught behind. Well, David Lloyd's attacking innings is a brief one. He has gone for 19, and Glamorgan are 19 for 1. Just a little tentative there, Lloyd. Didn't have the same conviction as the previous drive through the covers, and he has caught guest bowled Chappell, 19 off 14 balls.
It wasn't your archetypal opener's innings necessarily. 1 4 and 2 6s in his 19. I like the cut of his jib right until that moment. When he went hard at another one, as Nick suggested he likes to do. He certainly went hard at that. It was a fairly straightforward catch in the end for Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Derbyshire, well, they'll be looking for 3 minimum wickets by lunch, having inserted Glamorgan. So there's the first of them, and it's always nice when one comes in the first 20 minutes, I think.
And I suppose the Derbyshire bowlers will have been particularly keen to dismiss Mr. Lloyd, given that he might have a say in their destiny for next season. So that's a tick in the book for Zach Chappell.
He's been head and shoulders the best bowler for Derbyshire this season, Zach Chappell. Hasn't played every game, has been trouble with a bit of an Achilles issue. Has had a couple of matches off, but he's a useful operator. And Mickey Arthur, he mentioned himself, Zach Chappell, when I spoke to him after he signed, about how his injuries had sort of hampered his career. Mickey Arthur had basically said to him, don't you worry about the injuries, we'll keep you fit, you just bowl. And it seems to have worked. So we're hoping the same will happen with Pat Brown when he comes next year.
Colin Ingram is the new man for Glamorgan, as Chappell comes round the wicket, and Ingram is squared up and gets a thick edge, and it'll run down towards third man, and it will reach the ropes there, as Ingram was looking, I think, to play that on the leg side, but caught the edge. Thankfully for him, it wasn't an aerial edge, so it wasn't a chance in any way, but Ingram is off the mark in fortunate fashion, and Glamorgan are 23 for 1. So Colin Ingram has been in and out of the side this season. Played the first game because Marnus Labuschagne hadn't rocked up at that point. Then played the game against Durham, where he didn't really trouble the scorers for too long. As Chappell round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, is beaten by that one through to Guest. Then Ingram was left out for the Sussex game when Nisa was available. So they played Nisa and Swapson, the two bowlers, as they're overseas, and came back in at Cheltenham, where he looked all right on the first morning, but first day rather, but that was truncated by rain, and he didn't get going on the second. So Chappell is round the wicket to Ingram with 4 slips now, and Ingram nudges one on the leg side. There is no run. Plenty of chirp in the Derbyshire fielding side, as you might imagine, having claimed an early wicket.
Another one here, Zacco, I'm sure I heard them.
One does, it's alleged, bring 2.
I've heard that. And of course, there is always bang, a bang.
Yes, bang is never singular, is it?
No.
Round the wicket comes Chappell to Ingram, who plays defensively on the leg side. End of Chappell's successful over, during which he got rid of Glamorgan captain David Lloyd for 19, and Glamorgan 23 for 1 after 5 overs here on BBC Sport Online. Should you care to contact us via the medium of Twitter while it's still going? And has it got an X? No, it's still got a bird on my
yes,
device.
No, I did check this morning. It's still a little bird.
Nick Webb 2017 for me.
Fletch Sport. Fletch Sport. No, fletchcricket@gmail.com as well, if you want to send us an email if you fancy that. Have you got one?
No.
Excellent.
But I'm sure you'll read out emails from Welsh people
Oh, yeah,
as well.
as long as they're in English. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Once we get into a different language, I'm struggling enough with English. Here's Sam Connors continuing from the racecourse, bowling to Ul Hassan. And he pushes that one back to the bowler. He gets a little hand on it. There's no run.
Steve West, a regular listener, has tweeted, if the weather's on side, a win vital here. Just imagine our heroes promoted to Division 1. It's a real possibility. Well, it is according to the table. Glamorgan are only 7 points behind second place, but they do need to win games, which has proved awkward.
I know, a couple of wins, though, and you're laughing, aren't you? Connors is in and bowls. That was a full delivery, and Ul Hassan digs it out, pushes it up to mid-on, And there is no run. David McCardle says he's just recalling that classic of Welsh literature, How Green Is My Wicket.
Very good.
Very good, David. Thank you for that.
Diolch yn fawr.
Indeed. It is very green, not very Welsh, very green.
If you want to email in Welsh, then I'll pass it over and I'll have a go at understanding it. But keep the words very simple.
Oh, do it. Connors is in, and that one's left alone by Hassan to go through to the keeper.
Though we've got Edward Bevan here who can speak the language properly.
I'm on after Don't You Want Me Baby, which is currently playing in my ears now. So
what an excellent tune.
Absolutely. But I might have to vacate temporarily. Although Edward Bevan's going to come in and join you for a stint, as we call them.
Marvellous.
He'll be able to tell us how green the pitch is. Well, he may not mention it, who knows. Connors in again, bowls. That one is clipped very nicely, over-pitched on the legs and clipped by Hassan. For his first runs, a boundary out towards mid-wicket. Nice shot. Not a particularly good ball from Sam Connors, I think it's fair to say.
So he's finally off the mark with his 16th ball.
That was nicely played, that, wasn't it? Really nice.
Well, with Lloyd departing, there's obviously a vacancy for next season. Glamorgan supporters will be hopeful that Ed Byram is retained at the end of his contract this season.
2 balls of Connors over left. He's in and bowled to Hassan, who goes back before coming forward and playing into Dahl at backward point. Still the 3 slips, which is good to see. There were 4 for Zach Chappell at one point, with Lester Ploy joining the cordon from his more regular mid-on, mid-off kind of area where he's fielded for most of this season as the skipper.
Understand that Ed Byram may make a reappearance after injury on Sunday's match away to Herefordshire.
Excellent. Here is Connors to complete his over. The ball is defended by Hassan. End of the over, 6 gone. 27 for 1, Glamorgan, Hassan and Ingram each have 4, and I'm going to make way for Ed Bevan. So an edged boundary from Ingram, a rather more convincing boundary from Hassan to get off the mark. Lloyd with a couple of 6s and a cover-driven 4, and that was the lot. As far as he was concerned, 19 off 14 deliveries before delivering a reasonably routine edge through to Brooke Guest behind the wicket as Zach Chappell starts a new over, and that one is played down into slips by Ingram deliberately, but stopped by skipper Duploy in a 4th slip position. Is quite far forward. The slip's at a steep stagger, starting from Kame, who is set back at first slip. 27 for 1. As Chappell bowls to Ingram, who drives down the ground. Nice shots. That'll be 4 runs straight through mid-off. Mid-off is trying to cover as well. Alex Thompson. So there's no chance of him cutting it off. 31 for 1. Edward Bevan is alongside me. And Edward, it's been an entertaining start one way or the other.
Yeah, Nick, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. And when we first went out there for the toss, and I think that pitch looked greener and nicer than my lawn. But
question was spot the pitch, wasn't it?
More of that in just a moment.
Chappell is in, right arm round, coming down towards us, and Ingram dabs it into the gully, and there's no run.
Yeah, this pitch, because I think, and we have seen, and I've seen many pitches like this before, and you think, oh, this could be 30 for 6 at lunch. If you bowl very well, we saw that one ball that dismissed Lloyd's an absolute beauty. Okay, you will be rewarded. But also the batsmen, as we've seen, from 2 short balls and went for 6, 2 4s for Ingram, that if you don't particularly bowl well, you'll get punished. I think it's a good pitch.
Chappell is in then to bowl to Ingram, who flicks it off his legs down to fine leg for a single. The fielding is by Sam Connors. And Glamorgan tick on, 2:32 for 1. Ingram on to 9. Hassan back on strike. Just checking his guard and scratching round on this very green, verdant surface. Chappell into Hassan. As the 4 slips crouch and Hassan leans forward and defends. As mentioning, Edward, good news for Glamorgan that Ed Byram is likely to be back fit again on Sunday for the One Day Cup warm-up.
Yeah, it is good news. He's been out since time Al Mills struck him at home in that first T20 game and took a piece of bone out of his hip. Nasty. It'll be good to have him back.
32 for 1. In comes the next delivery, which is allowed to go through by Hassan. Yes, likewise, Dan Douthwaite, who, albeit he's playing in the 100 for Welsh Fire, there's a bit of common sense being applied this season, and if players don't have any immediate engagement in the 100, they will be released to play in the One Day Cup. How that affects Glamorgan, I'm not sure, because 5 of the 8 games, bizarrely, coincide, having had none on the same day last season. The fixture list this year doesn't seem as well organised as last in general.
What, in that competition, you mean?
In the 100, yeah, the 5 games coincide with Glamorgan One Day Cup games, which is not ideal for the relatively small minority, I suspect, who like both competitions.
Yeah. Connors to bowl. He's been punished by not bowling a length, but he's now bowling to Colin Ingram. In he comes over the wicket and bowls, and Ingram tucks that away to square leg. He'll pick up a single and fielded there by the tall figure of George Scrimshaw, who we will see bowling, I suspect, before long. Glamorgan 33 for 1. Batsman out David Lloyd, caught by wicketkeeper guest of Chappell. He had to play it, and it moved and went through quite easily. He made an enterprising 19, 10 to Ingram, and Hassan, as he was in Cheltenham, very workmanlike, picking out the balls. He's still there. He is not out 4. Here's the next ball, and Hassan gets right behind it, plays it again out to Scrimshaw. He's a little straighter now, and there is no run. Well, over the last weekend, I looked at the forecast, Nick, and I thought, well, I'll be spending rather a lot of time in the cinema next week at Derby. But thankfully, and in defence of the Met Office, it showed a much better one from last weekend. And now, the BBC have adapted and said we're not going to get the rain perhaps we thought we might have for tomorrow and Thursday. We had enough of that, or you had enough of that at Cheltenham. Thankfully, I only had 1 day of it, and that was just watching. In comes Connors. He's round the wicket, and that's a nice-looking shot there. It's driven through the covers, and or perhaps I thought it hit it hard. He obviously didn't time it
like
well.
That,
He
didn't
did,
it?
didn't he?
Sounded like that was well timed. In the background, you may have heard Dave Fletcher chatting to BBC Radio Derby, since he was able to do that particular update away from the commentary line.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is the best commentary position in the country. I'll give you the position of it in just a moment. As in comes Connors, and the defensive response there comes from Ingram, who pushes it down to mid-on. You're not too high, you're not too low, you're absolutely spot on, more or less looking. Pitch is a little bit to the left, but you can identify the players. Not at some grounds when you've got to have the binoculars up. And say, I think that was fielded by Ingram. No, it wasn't.
It's the right elevation, isn't it?
Perfect. Spacious, everything about it. It's Connors. He's over the wicket and bowls. Ingram plays a lovely looking shot on the onside. It's a long chase for Scrimshaw towards the square leg boundary. They cross for 2. Not the greatest bit of running there. They could easily have made 3 out of that, but decided to stop at 2. So Ingram looking. This will probably be the kiss of death. quite positive and quite at home here. He moves to 12. In Glamorgan are up to 36 for 1. Chapel 1 for 18 off his 4. 1 ball of Connors' 4th over to go. Expensive, 0 for 23. And he's running away from us from the commentary on the racecourse end. It bowls, and this is defended by Ingram. And at the end of the over, as the sun away to our right tries to peek through some blue skies. All very pleasant on this lovely ground here at Derby.
Indeed, so...
you have a good journey.
yes.
Best journey I've ever had last night.
Last night, indeed, the motorways were reasonably free of traffic.
Whether it'll be like this next Friday when we go home and leave at 5 o'clock or whatever time it will be. With the holiday makers.
Is it the end of school this week?
Last week.
Last week, was it?
So we may be spared that.
I've lost track of the school holidays in the last 10 years or so. As Chapel bowls, and Hassan runs it down carefully through the gully area. It might just reach the ropes. There's a dive.
4 runs.
It's gone, is it? Round the corner from my commentary seat. Down to third man. And Hassan, who just opened the face there and ran it down deliberately. He moves to 9, Glamorgan to 40 for 1, having lost David Lloyd, court guest bowled Chapel for 19.
That's a run rate I can work out at 5.
So it's been a bright start. Glamorgan have done well on the batting front in the last couple of games. As Hassan leaves the last ball, the next ball, through outside off stump. In fact, they also passed 400 against Leicestershire in the game before that, thanks to a remarkable revival from Michael Nisa and the lower order. Then,
I tell you what will be interesting, Nick, as Glamorgan, even though they've only won 1 game, remain very much in contention near the top of the table.
Chapel bowls, and Hassan leaves that one. It was parried by a diving guest to save it drilling through the chest of Harry Kame at slip, because there was quite a bit of movement. The ball ran away behind him slightly, but they didn't risk the bye.
Going back to that, is who Glamorgan will sign for those 3 games, because Swepson is due to go back to Queensland after this game.
Yep.
Seamer, spinner, batsman, I don't know.
In comes the next delivery, and Hassan plays gently forward into the covers, and there's no run. It's got to be a bowler or a bowling all-rounder anyway.
They did it last year. They signed Shubman Gill, and we saw what he went on to achieve.
Yeah, but Gill was instead of Ingram, wasn't he, for the last few games, because Ingram was playing in the CPL, so Ingram will be available for this September. So you would have assumed they'll go for
with Byron back as well.
Bowler, yeah. Chapel in down leg side. Hassan plays no serious shot at it. I would prefer them to go for as quick a bowler as they can get, to be honest. I think Glamorgan's attack is lacking pace at the moment.
Traditionally, of course, you expect September to be turning pitches, but now this dreadful weather we've had for the last 3 weeks or so, I don't see much point in signing any spin bowler.
As Hassan plays forward, back to Chapel, who fields in his follow-through. Umpire Bainton hands Chapel back his hat. Chapel scratches away at the crease. And it's 40 for 1 at the end of 9 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
2 good men out there officiating, Neil Bainton and Paul Baldwin. I've known them for years, and they're very friendly. What was your remark at the start?
Oh, I was just assuring Mr. Baldwin that I hadn't brought the rain because he was taking the mickey out of me in Cardiff. The first 2 attempts to stage the toss, it started
That's right.
raining just as the skippers arrived in the middle, and I was arriving in the middle at the same time, so he blamed me for it.
And their stature. They're two small men. Connors is going to continue to the left-handers to bowl around the wicket from this racecourse end. And it's not Connors, I shall apologise. And this is a very poor delivery. First ball there, bowled. And it's Lewis Rees. Deceived us when he looked very much like Connors. Anyway, the first ball was a half-tracker, which Ingram said thank you very much and pulled him to mid-wicket for 4. Yes, Rees should have noticed it because we've seen enough of him in the past. He is, of course, also the opening batsman.
It's been going well in both disciplines, really, averaging nearly 37 with the bat and under 30 with the ball, 16 wickets. So very useful contribution from Rees this season.
And that was unusual to see that, although he's put some more sawdust. Connors needed some sawdust, and that's his excuse. That he's left arm, he's quite brisk, he's got 2 slips, and a sort of 5th slip, or gully if you like, as he bowls again, and that's short, and that's 4 more. Lovely shots by Ingram, but really, Nick, you would expect a county bowler to bowl a little bit better than those 2. One a half-tracker, then the other a half-tracker outside the off-stump, to which Ingram said, thank you very much. Morgan galloping along now at 48 for 1. And Ingram has moved 20 off 14 balls.
Yes, well, he's been assisted on his way by a couple of friendly deliveries from Rees first up, but I say bowling average at 29 this season. I'm sure he's got better in his locker.
I'm sure he has. Here he is, left arm over the wicket, bowls again. It's a better delivery, and Ingram stands tall and pushes it away onto the offside. Just the one win for Glamorgan in this championship season. No wins for Derbyshire, who lay rooted down to the bottom of the table. And Glamorgan, although just the one win, none of the other counties apart from Durham have had many wins. Have you seen fun and games at Edgbaston today, Nick?
I haven't looked at the other
I won't tell
games
you,
at all.
but have a look.
Let's have a look then. Let's inform the nation of what's going on, as there's a brief hold-up as Deploy doesn't appear entirely happy with the ball. Rees isn't happy with the ball.
I suppose they are. Anyway, Rees walks back to his mark, runs away from us now, and comes up and bowls the left-handed, and a false shot there from Ingram. Perhaps a little bit of confidence that will work it through the covers, gets an inside edge.
The game to which Edward refers is Warwickshire being 26 for 6 against Middlesex at Edgbaston. Middlesex, of course, have been having a fairly dire time of it, but they have 3 opening wickets from Toby Rowland Jones and 3 from Ethan Bamba.
Who won the toss, Eric, before you move
on? Middlesex did. So good call to bowl first.
In comes Lewis Rees, bowls and a lovely shot straight to cover. And fielded there by Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, Cardiff University product, who started off with Warwickshire. No doubt we'll see a bit of him, but again, Rees is just not quite too happy about where he's landing.
Derbyshire's Mark Watt is in the Scotland side, facing the might of Austria today. Scotland are 196 for 2 in the 18th of their 20 overs in Edinburgh.
In comes Rees, bowls again. I see Wayne Madsen was out for no score today for Italy.
All right.
End of the over. Glamorgan 48 for 1, Ingram and Hassan 9. Ingram is on 20. We've had 10 overs. And a good start after Glamorgan had lost Lloyd for 19 in the 5th over.
Strangely, there's only one other match in Division 2 today because the Gloucesters start tomorrow, and that must mean there are 2 sides not playing. Yorkshire against Durham at Scarborough.
Ah, lovely Scarborough.
Yeah, only done one game there, unfortunately. Yorkshire 42 without loss against Durham. Yeah, that was a one-day game when the umpires ordered
I
the players
remember.
to come off a bad light. Chappell is in to bowl. Ul Hassan is forward defending, even though Glamorgan didn't want to come off because they were behind on DLS, but the regulations had just changed so that the
Jeff
batters-
Evans, wasn't he?
Jeff Evans was
Right, I
umpiring.
remember that.
The regulations had just changed so that the batters had no say in it, even though they wanted to play on.
It's a long way to go for a Sunday league match, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very long way.
Chappell then running towards us, bowling to Ul Hassan, who is
Bowled.
beaten by that one, pushing forward. Again, it looks from this angle at least as though there's a little bit of movement off the pitch.
Yeah, if you put it there, because as we know, when you think of back of the great Derbyshire bowlers, Michael Holding, Dominic Cork, Ollie Mortensen and many others, they would taken advantage of this pitch because it's quick, it's doing a bit, but you've got to pitch it up on a length.
Chappell in. Ul Hassan drives, Chappell fields in his follow-through, palms the ball towards
Nick,
one of his fellow fielders.
We mentioned Eddie Byram earlier on in the conversation. Now,
Yep.
you know how much I think about this young man because he's come in, he's made the most of it, he's got three or four 40s and stuck at it. He plays exactly as you'd expect from an opening batsman, finding his way, nothing extravagant. I think he'll be just a little bit unfortunate when he gets left, if he gets left out, of course.
As Ul Hassan is up on his toes, playing it out on the offside. And there is
You see,
no run.
if you want somebody to develop, and this is all, and I'm just talking about Glamorgan, I remember Alan Jones and Hugh Morris, two wonderful opening batsmen, starting their career at number 6 and making their, Steve James is another one, 5 he started, making their way up to that opening position. And this is exactly, of course, he was a middle order batsman for the second team, wasn't he? And worked himself up. And even if he gets out now, I think he's done a very good job.
He's only got 9 to his name as he allows that one to go through. Certainly a player who soaks up a lot of balls at the top of the innings, but
It's 4-day cricket, isn't
could
it?
do
That's what
with
they want.
yeah, absolutely. But he really could do with a half century in this match to put that case a little bit more firmly for remaining in the team when Byram is fit again.
Certainly play him in the one-day team because, he's an option as a change bowler, or opening bowler perhaps, as he did at Cheltenham, and also as a batsman because he's lived most of his life in the middle order.
Chappell is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who plays that one to mid-off, no run. 48 for 1, it remains. Ul Hassan has 9, Ingram has 20, the man out. Lloyd caught gas bowled Chappell for 19. Derbyshire having won the toss. And Lewis Duploy, the departing Derbyshire captain, instructing the incoming Derbyshire player and potential leader, David Lloyd, that Glamorgan was about first.
Yes, wish you hadn't mentioned that last bit because I feel quite distressed at David Lloyd leaving Glamorgan. It sounds so odd, doesn't it? Anyway, less of that. Ingram is waiting now for Rees, who comes up and bowls. Oh, that's an absolute beauty that pitched and left Ingram after he was expensive in his first over. He's found exactly that line, that length, and again, that ball shot off this green pitch. 48 for 1 then. Glamorgan, we have had 47 minutes play and 11 overs and 1 ball. Sky quite bright, especially away to our right where it's coming from. Blue sky. Threat of the odd shower, but nothing torrential like we've had for the past couple of weeks. Rees in bowls. Yell from the slips and the keeper as we tell you every game we commentate on, to a ball that was a foot outside the off stump. But encouragement for the bowler and also telling that did move off the seam. 11 overs and bowled with this new ball, and I thought Derbyshire must try and keep the shine on it, because once it goes, shine goes, then it loses its threat. Here's the next delivery, which forces Ingram on the back foot, plays it out into the cover region where it's fielded. Somebody is warming up at cover point. It looks like Aaron Dowell to me, with his white floppy hat on. Scrimshaw, tall figure. He'll also have a bowl, and he's got a. And we've got another look at the follow through. Paul Baldwin. Just look at the follow through there, and it's probably where he's landing, but we saw that happening. Well, I saw it on the final day, and you were there, Nick. The follow through of one of the Glamorgan bowlers, Andy Gorvin. And,
yes, he
the umpire
warned, we think.
Gave him a warning. No runs of this over as yet. Here is Rees from this end, comes in, bowls, and appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Paul Baldwin. And that was a very, very confident appeal by the bowler, wicketkeeper in slips. And Baldwin was unmoved. I haven't got a replay. We got a replay there, Nick.
Not at the moment. I was just looking up that Italy game that Wayne Madsen, unfortunately for him, got a first baller.
Yeah. He did get 50 in one of the games. I didn't know he was playing, and I was mentioned in the press box.
Anyone who's had a pizza qualified for Italy? I'm sure, yes. Grandmother.
Rees is in and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drive pleasantly, and it's straight at mid-on. And fielded there by Connors. There is no run.
Italy captained by Gareth Berg, experienced figure on the UK county circuit, and also including Grant Stewart of Kent.
Grant Stewart?
Yes, he's Australian origin.
It's like Welsh rugby players, isn't it? That's amazing, isn't it? In comes Rees as the sun comes out. This is cut off the back foot, and it's well fielded there by Dahl in that deep gully position. And he retains the ball because he is going to have a bowl at that far end. Takes his hat off. This after Chappell has finished his stint. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. And Glamorgan are 48 for 1, having put into bat by Derbyshire on this very green pitch. And apart from Lloyd going in the 5th over, it was 19 for 1. These have motored on. Well, I say motored on. It's Ingram that's motored on. And Zain ul Hussain has just played the opening batsman's role.
Yes, he's dropped anchor.
He is going to face that next over, which will be propelled by Anul Dal.
So Anuj Dal has had 7 wickets this season in the 5 matches that he's played. Dave will no doubt be able to explain why the more specialist bowler George Scrimshaw is not among the first 2 changes of bowling, whether he likes bowling with an older, slightly older ball. We shall find out in due course. 48 for 1 as Dahl, who hit 92 in the match in Cardiff last season. And he will be running towards us once he's finished scratching away at the surface. He's coming around the wicket. Italy finished on 150 for 8 against Denmark, who have one player with the magnificent name of Lucky Ali. Here comes Dahl, and Ul Hassan shoulders arms as it goes through to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, that hit Guest's gloves quite hard, which probably tells us that There's plenty of pace in this pitch, which is good to see after Cheltenham. I don't know, there was, what, 450 played 405.
Yeah, batting friendly track in Cheltenham and in Cardiff the week before. As that's driven nicely by Ul Hassan, back where it came from, down the grounds, just past the stumps at the non-strikers end for 4 runs, and that is the Glamorgan half-century up in the 13th over, so fairly rapid progress, largely thanks to David Lloyd, who made 19 off 14 balls. Ingram has 20 off 24. Ul Hassan the more cautious role of 13 off 36 so far. There's a little bit of discussion as to where the field should be. The slips are a little closer for Dahl, as you would expect, as Ul Hassan plays this one back to him. Bowler gets a finger to it in the follow-through, and it just dribbles up to mid-on. So down to the 3 slips there, who are not really 1, 2, 3. It's more 1, 2, and 4. Came at first. Hyder Ali at second, and then a little gap before Tom Wood at a 4th slip-ish position. Ul Hassan forward, playing on the leg side, thinks about a single, but mid-wicket is quickly in. Rather disconcertingly, there are drops of water coming from the balcony above us, even though, to my knowledge, it's not raining, so there's something leaking above us anyway. Hope it's not near anything too electrical. 52 for 1, and this will give way to Dave Fletcher at the end of this over. We had a rather alarming situation at Cheltenham as Dahl bowls, and forward comes Ul Hassan.
You better not tell Dave, because he's going there next Tuesday.
Take a brolly, that's what I'd say, Dave.
Yeah.
In fact, take 2 brollies. Dave will perform his 12 o'clock bulletin on the other line before joining us. No problem. Take several brollies and plastic bags as well. As Dahl bowls and beats Ul Hassan's forward prod through to Guest. End of the over, 52 for 1. As the large parasols set up to protect us from sun did not do quite as good job in protecting things from rain as it blew in on a couple of the days, and therefore there was need to protect the broadcast equipment. So bring your very best supermarket plastic bag, Dave, to in approved BBC fashion.
I should get through this over before Dave comes. If not, he can knock me on the head and say, get out of the way. He's far too much of a gentleman to say that. As Rees starts another over from the racecourse end, and he's bowling to the left-handed Ingram. He's in and bowls to him, and Ingram drives through the offside, that running away towards the boundary, and it's going to be stopped just inside the boundary ropes by Alex Thompson. He returns the cross for 2, and Glamorgan go on to 54 for 1. Apart from the odd delivery, very odd delivery, Lewis Rees hasn't quite found his line. He's hit for 2 fours for the first 2 balls. Having trouble with his follow through, or the photos, and maybe still a bit damp after the recent rain. He bowls again, and that's wide of the off stump, and he goes through to Guest. 6-3 field, 2 slips, and this sort of 5th slip, cover, extra cover in the mid-off, and on the onside there's a fine leg in front of the pavilion. Well, not the players' pavilion, but the members' pavilion, where it used to be. The players used to change and come out of there. The man at square leg, just to the right of Neil Maynton, the umpire, and a mid-on. Here is Rees. He's in and bowls and forces Ingram on the back foot, but he tucks it away wide of Scrimshaw there at square leg, and they go through for a single.
Glammy Podcast on Twitter asks, any idea of the number of Glamorgan players out of contract at the end of this season? Well, it is a fairly substantial number, I think. Maybe as many as 10, and we await contract news on those re-signings.
With interest?
With indeed interest. Because the contract extensions aren't always announced if they're triggered automatically by numbers of appearances or runs or wickets or whatever.
Well, Hussain waits as Rees comes in and bowls to him, and he drives nicely. And it's going to be intercepted and successfully there by Sam Connors, who moves quickly to his right. Lovely looking shot by Hussain. And the two left-handers going to have a little word. And he's listening intently to what the senior batsman, Colin Ingram, is saying to him. I don't think he needed to say anything, actually, because that was a lovely looking shot. And just do this one delivery. Stay there for a moment, says my boss, as Rees bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
I think Mr. Fletcher is delivering his bulletin update to the radio listeners via an alternative line, Edward, so you don't have to vacate before.
I'm very confused with all these things, aren't you?
No, you're plugged into the stream. He's plugged into the radio line.
Oh,
which
right.
is different.
He's
a master of technology, Mr. Fletcher.
Well, you're not so bad yourself, but you know how good I am. Be kind.
I wouldn't say either of us was quite the best.
Okay. Yeah. As Rees bowls. And that's played nicely again. And this time again, it's fielded by Connors, but the ball coming rather slowly to him than the previous one. 57 for 1. We have a ball left over from this over.
Paul Swan suggests there could be quite a clear out at Glamorgan. I'm not sure if they'd want to lose many, but
not a sign of you.
The squad isn't as big as it was.
Rees to complete the over. And it's played gently this time by Hussain. Out into the offside. That's the end of another over. The 14th over, Glamorgan, 57 for 1. Well, Hassan is on 13. Ingram is on 23.
And, you know, the improved performances of Eddie Byram, who really didn't make the breakthrough in his spell at Somerset, may make him a target for a move. In terms of those pace bowlers, David Battersby suggests that the quick bowler Harris Rauf, who made his debut for Pakistan against England last December, might be a target since he's over here with Welsh Fire. As Anuj Dal bowls and Ingram drives, doesn't really time it. Dal gets a fingertip to it, but doesn't manage to deflect it onto the stumps. And it rolls to Rees at mid-on.
We just don't know who's involved in all these franchise tournaments. USA, Caribbean. You just don't know who's going where. So it's probably...
there would be an overlap between September and the Caribbean franchise, certainly. As
they
that's
might,
allowed to go through by Ingram.
They might, of course, go for a loan.
Yeah, that's a possibility if they think they need it.
People like Craig Miles, who played for Durham against Glamorgan earlier on in the season. I don't know who others are available, but...
Harry, well, the thing is, if you've got someone here playing in the 100, that's probably a lot easier to keep them here. As Ingram leaves at the last minute, through it goes.
He's skiddy, isn't he? Arundel. Not a long run, but he skids the ball through. Probably quite effective on this pitch. Yes, going back to that, Nick, and Glamorgan's signing, the couple of signings haven't proved to be any good this season, as we well know. We've got to be honest about it.
His next delivery is dead batted by Ingram on the offside. Yeah, Hatzoglu made a reasonable impression in the 100. He had a few games where he's expensive, but took a few wickets. It's a mixed bag from him.
But he never played for a red ball cricket, has he?
No.
You wouldn't sign him.
No.
But as you say, it's a medium pace or an all-rounder, something like that they need.
As that is driven by Ingram, firmly up to mid-off, but well stopped on the second bounce, and there's no run. The trouble is that you can't get Australian players for September because they're required by their states to report back for training.
Well, they have training playing county cricket.
Won't see any Queenslanders, which is Glamorgan's favourite source, here in September, as Ingram plays and misses at that one.
I'm just going to bring Dave back into his seat before he kicks me out of it. It is his seat after all.
And Edward can shuffle sideways and take up my place, if he's not garroted by Mr. Fletch. I mean, I know it's been a contentious and argumentative start, but there's no need to strangle my dear colleague.
That wasn't my intention.
Here we are, Dave Fletcher and Edward Bevan to continue.
Thank you, Nick. Nick will be back later, contractual obligation and all that. And Edward will join us. He will stay with us as Lewis Rees begins a new over from the racecourse end. And the first delivery is driven towards Sam Connors. And there is no run.
Yeah, good afternoon. By a minute or two to you, Fletch. It's great to be back up here. You know how much I love coming up here and to be working with you again.
Don't lose your glasses.
Yeah. Thank you.
Send them in the post.
Yeah, that's happened before, don't worry. You suffer from that? Oh.
No, I can't take mine off. I'm
right.
blind as a bat without them, really. Rees bowls to Hassan, and it's pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. Nick was asking about, it may have been you, about George Scrimshaw and why he hasn't been introduced yet. You know, he played his first game of red ball cricket for 12 months down at Sussex 2 games ago. Didn't come on till 1:45. And it was
quite rapid, isn't he? I haven't
seen it.
It was
quick and sharp. But that was the first session that Sussex made 150 without loss. As Rees bowls, and that is driven by Hassan again to Thompson. It made no sense, and his continued absence makes no sense. I'm not sure he prefers bowling with an older ball because we don't really know, because he doesn't play red ball cricket an awful lot. This is, as I said, only his second game of red ball cricket.
Well, he would have
season.
thought with that height and the speed he has in this pitch, if you bowl well, you helped, would have opened the attack with a new one.
Well, yes, it would make sense to me. 57 for 1 Glamorgan as Rees bowls a full toss to Hassan, who clips it away to square leg for 4. And that wasn't a good delivery from Lewis Rees. He sort of has a cursory kick at the foot marks.
He doesn't look at home, does he?
No, he doesn't look happy.
The first 2, as I said, went for 4, and he's...
Well, among the leading wicket takers for Derbyshire, but hasn't really looked happy bowling all season, if I'm entirely honest with you.
The umpire's very happy either.
No.
Paul Baldwin just telling him, look, you're encroaching here, and that's the second time. I think if he goes down again and has a look, he might just warn him, and that would be terrible for Derby, because another warning and he'll be off.
Well, Scrimshaw was taken off at Sussex in the second innings for bowling 3 bouncers in and over. As in comes Rees again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Hassan. This will be fielded by Scrimshaw. I said to Nick before, and I got a bit angry. The third bouncer took the glove. He fended it off. The batsman took the glove and was caught by the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, but it was called no ball because it was above shoulder height, even though it had taken the glove. So they've taken that mode of dismissal out. Imagine the West Indies of the 70s and 80s not being allowed to bowl short deliveries to get the...
They wouldn't have played once.
They wouldn't have won half as many games as they did, certainly. 62 for 1. Rees is in another full delivery. This one's dug out by Ingram. To complete the over, the 16th over. So we've had what we should have had in an hour in 67 minutes, which means that we'll be late finishing tonight. We can guarantee that already. Rees kicks away at the foot marks. 4 overs for 18. Zach Chappell, the only successful bowler so far, dismissing David Lloyd for 19. A remarkable innings of 1 4 and 2 6s. And then
well, you know what you're getting next year.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, quick fire 19. Don't mind those. Well, move the game on.
Small matter of 315 not out last year against Derby.
Yes, down at Cardiff. Yeah.
And we'll see you next. Well, not next month, in September, down at Cardiff.
Yes, last game of the season, I think, this year. Yeah. We're down there. Looking forward to that. We've got three really good trips coming up in September. We go to Scarborough to face Yorkshire. We go to Bristol to take on Gloucestershire, and we go to Cardiff. to take
So what's
on
happening here? No more cricket for the
Glamorgan.
diehards.
They play
Arundel
somebody here.
from the city end bowls. It's turned away on the onside by Al Hussain. No run.
You're asking me to try and remember.
Well, there won't be a game left here.
One game. They've got 4 games in September,
right.
Derbyshire. Yeah, 4 games in September.
Just
so
one left here.
The other one is at home to Sussex, of course. How could I forget Adrian Harms's second trip? He's coming up for a one-day game, bless him, as indeed Glamorgan. That last trip for the one-day game wasn't particularly successful, as I remember.
You and I sat here talking and went home at 4
It
o'clock.
rained all day, didn't it? It rained all day.
Arundel round the wicket from the city end comes in and bowls, and this time is pushed forward by Al Hussain, and there's no run. Putting your football cap on for a moment, as probably all of you know that Dave is a football commentator as well.
Master of none.
Well, the Brewers, we call them, Burton Albion. I saw some number crunching. I was watching television news this morning, so I couldn't believe some figures that Arundel bowls and that sort of edge on the bounce to this man at 4th slip, Tom Wood Fields, Mbappe. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, yes, 300, was it 300 and something million?
200 odd million, and 2 million for himself, plus add-ons and images.
Somebody told me he was going to get €1 million
He's got Real
a
Madrid.
day. But he's going to Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia for 12 months. And but the word is that he's already signed for Real Madrid for the season after next. Yeah.
Here's the next ball, which is left, and left rather well by Al Hussain, because that just moved away off the seam through to Guest. It doesn't make you think.
Oh,
does it?
it's staggering. It really is.
Here, in this country, we're talking about everybody struggling. A lot of the community is struggling. And you get a fella like that who's picking up ridiculous money. And it is ridiculous when you think of it.
It is. There's certainly no numbers like that at Burton Albion. I can.
No Swansea,
I can
no Cardiff.
guarantee that.
Here's Dal bowls. That's driven nicely, but it is also well fielded by the bowler. Score remains on 62 for 1. We've had an hour and 10 minutes of some nice, attractive cricket. We've seen some boundaries. We've seen a wicket go. And we've seen the sun come out, which is the most important.
Yeah, you were right. The weather comes from the west, and it looks pretty good out there. Generally comes from the west, although they were talking about a northeasterly wind today.
Yeah. Arundel bowls, and again defended, pushed away onto the offside. There's no run. The score remains at 62 for 1. Hassan is on 18. Ingram is on 23, the man out. David Lloyd, who will be playing here for Derbyshire next season. Court Guest Bowl Chapel for 19.
Looks as though we're going to have some all-star cricketers on the outfield. I hope they're going to be on the outfield at lunchtime. They're just walking behind the
little ones.
Yeah,
Great.
The members' pavilion. We had some walking cricket here on the last day that we played, so it would have been Friday. They were asking for people to come out to the crowd, but unfortunately, yeah, absolutely.
I'd never go with that. Yeah.
There weren't many people in the crowd on Friday, so the uptake wasn't great. Lewis Rees to bowl his 5th over with Glamorgan on 62 for 1. He's bowling to Colin Ingram, who drives him out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. There's deploys chasing, but I wouldn't bother. That was always going to get to the boundary. It does. Ingram moves on to 27 with his 5th boundary, and Glamorgan up to 66 for 1. Good start for them.
Yeah, I think it's about the 4th boundary he's conceded, Lewis Rees, and his figures are under 30s for bowling this year, we notice. And you wonder, perhaps he might say, well, look, can I try the other end? I'm not happy at all.
He doesn't look
the umpires
happy,
looks as if I'm running on and blah, blah.
Well, the other daft thing about George Scrimshaw not bowling it is that when he eventually came on, quarter of an hour before lunch on day 1 at home, he went on to get career best figures of 5 for 49. And that was while Somerset was scoring 150 in the first session.
I saw
so it didn't make any sense. Rees is in again over the wicket, left armour, left alone by Ingram to go through to Guest. So we ought to see George before lunch, but I'd like to see him now, if I'm honest. Didn't play against Durham. Poor old Nick Potts played in that match, and his 11 overs cost him 100 runs. Which is never ideal. As Reese is in again, and that one is slapped away to the point boundary for 4 more by Ingram. That was short and wide. It didn't get up quite as much as Ingram was expecting, I don't think, but away it went. Yeah, that was a good shot, but it was a poor delivery. Because the rumour mill never stops, does it, at this time of year?
Nope.
Edward, the rumours that, well, there were more than rumours. As far as I was concerned, that Deploy was going to go to Middlesex were around for about 6 weeks before the club eventually released the news yesterday. The worst kept secret in cricket as Reese bowls, and that one is driven, but this time straight to Thompson, who's at an extra cover.
It's just as well they've taken the gully away and put him on that side, because that would have been another 4.
They
So.
would. And they've got Tom Wood close in as a sort of catching cover.
Yeah.
But now the rumours have they've just signed this morning Mohammed Amir for the first half of next season. So we're playing the Championship and then the T20. They've signed Pat Brown for next year from Worcestershire. Obviously David Lloyd. But the rumours persist that George Scrimshaw's on his way, Northampton, to the alleged destination, as this one is on the stumps and turned by Ingram, rather off balance into the leg side.
Well, as far as Glamorgan's concerned, no rumours, nothing. And when Lloyd was announced, everybody was absolutely stunned.
Yeah.
He will be a big loss, and a lot of disappointed members and others, you know.
But it's strange, after, was it 10 years he's been there now?
Yeah.
Remarkable, really. As Reese bowls and Ingram turns that nicely into the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single as Connors does the fielding. And they move on to 71 for 1 with Ingram up to 32 at the end of the over, proving that he can still count to 6 as he pinches the strike. Nicely done. Yeah, the wicket this morning was Zach Chappell's 16th, I think, of the season.
He's ex-Warwickshire as well, isn't he? Ex-Chapel or ex-somewhere?
He started at Leicestershire, and then he went to Notts, where everybody goes
Notts,
around here.
right.
Yeah, everybody goes to. They've just signed Haynes, haven't they, now from Worcestershire as well? They're slowly picking off the entire Worcestershire. First, I know Derbyshire have got Pat Brown, but that's 4
Haven't
players.
they got a development side there, or an academy? Yes, Arundel.
Into trouble.
Defended by the batsman there, Colin Ingram. And there's no run.
The thing is,
Joe Clark, there's everybody.
they took Ben Slater from Derbyshire a few years ago as well.
Hassan.
Well, Hassan Hamid was sort of told by Lancashire he could go, so that's one of the players who they...
And they swooped immediately.
Well, yes, they did pounce quickly.
There's Arundel, nice brisk action, gets the ball through, and this time is defended. Good delivery there from the city end. And the over rate is pretty low, but Arundel does, to his credit, bustle through, doesn't he? He doesn't hang about.
He does. Well, Duckett came from Northants, didn't he? He was a Northampton star.
Joe Clark.
Joe Clark from Worcestershire.
It's...
I mean, there is... You've been in cricket a lot longer than I have, but there's a lot more movement these days, isn't there?
Here's the next ball up. Half a peel, but I think it was bat pad first. And a good delivery. Never used to happen, you see, Dave. Never used to happen in the old days. He was so loyal, never thought about it. They would just stick with their counties. I'm speaking about Glamorgan. Very, very few would move. And they were happy to play in the open air, and, you know, their roots were there and trying to make the Welsh county great. In comes the next ball. Oh, hits him on the pad, but no response from the umpire, Neil Bainton. But the thing is, let's be honest about this, Dave. If you're a young player of 24, 25, and somebody comes up and doubles or trebles, perhaps not trebles, doubles your wage immediately and say, would you like to come up to a nice area of London or Birmingham or Nottingham? What do you do with cost of living and things like that?
Yeah, a bit more money. All the rest
of it. It's a lot
it.
more money, isn't it, in most cases? Arundel comes in, bowls to Ingram, and Ingram didn't know much about that. and it just trickles off his bat, and this could be a maiden over.
David Griffin, the statistician, photographer, Heritage Officer, was asked this morning by somebody on Twitter. I've got his reply here. It was brilliant about, isn't it disappointing that they're going to lose Leas to Ploy? So he said, well, that's the way it is. Miller, Barnett, Morris, Malcolm, Bowler, Adams, Cork, Rollins, De Freitas, Harris, Cassar, Blackwell, Bota. The list goes on.
There's the last ball. And that's an absolute beauty. Not a great shot by Ingram, but that went off the seam, beat him outside the outside edge. Deserved applause there for Arundel. And that is the end of the over. What an excellent memory Dave has got.
Well, it continued. Wag, Balance, Rankin, Clark, Whiteley, Grunewald, Footit, Slater, Critchley, Kadri, who obviously made his debut at Glamorgan in that pink ball game, Hudson Prentice, and more, he said. And Derbyshire have always lost players. In the modern era, they've always lost players who wanted to move on. And you look at them, and some have gone on to have success, and good luck to them.
You've named some very, very fine players.
There are some really good players in there. Well, when Kim Barnett left here, he turned Gloucestershire into a pretty decent one-day side, didn't he? They were winning trophies.
What a good player he was.
Almost 2 trophies a year at one point.
We have a change of bowling, and
Still not
it'll
George,
be
though.
Zach Chappell, who's changed ends, and Lewis Rees has been arrested. Here's the first ball, and that's played away into the offside. So Chappell, who's been bowled quite well on his first spell from the City end, as Dave says, has changed ends. And again, we're waiting to see if there is going to be any sight of the tall, fast bowler, George Scrimshaw, as yet. No.
He keeps glancing across to Leas to Ploy, but unfortunately, Deploy's got his back to him at the moment as he moves back to mid-off.
He looks up here, doesn't he? Right. He doesn't want to get his gaze at him. 3 slips, still attacking. As in he comes and bowls, and that's driven firmly up towards mid-off. And Hassan, who's been patient, he's only 18, but he's done his job. Ingram is 32, 71 for 1. And Glamorgan quite happy after being put into bat with this position. And they've scored their runs rather quickly. This is the 20th over.
Yeah, just shy of 4 and over. It's a decent rate.
Lovely bill for a fast bowler, Chappell. In he comes, measured, run up, and bowls. And that's a bouncer. Makes the batsman duck. And Guest to take it as he falls on his behind. Takes it over his head. Zach Chappell must be about 6'5", 6'5".
Yeah, tall man.
And bringing it down from that height. Ball that dismissed David Lloyd is an absolute beauty. And he's pushing his square leg back onto the fence, inviting Al Hassan to pull him there. It might be the double bluff, but I can't see. Al Hussein was a very correct player falling for that trap. 3 slips and 3 men, saving 1 on the offside as Chappell comes, runs away from us from this end and bowls. That's driven edgily, and it's might have just got a hand to it, but just run away for 4 backward of square. He might not have, because it went quite quickly. It wasn't in full control, but he does get his boundary as the score moves on to 75 for 1.
He's played nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Zain Al Hassan.
Don't know if you were here when I was so pleased that the young man was told, right, you're opening, having played middle order for the second team all season, 5, 6 or 7, and he's worked hard, you know, and he's playing he's got 2 or 3 40s and just played like this all the time, and he'll improve. Chappell bowls, and this is edged away, full control that time, Al Hassan, by Al Hassan, and is fielded by Alam Dar. Morgan 75 for 1.
He's got a good temperament, which is
He
crucial.
has,
He's
yeah.
faced 60 deliveries now for his 22 and looks totally unbothered by how many runs are next to his name.
In the last game, David Lloyd was not out 30 against Gloucestershire, and Al Hassan was not out 5 at one stage. Complete contrast, of course, to Lloyd's attacking approach. Here's Chappell, he's over the wicket and bowls, and this is edged again, but hit the middle of the bat, end of the over, and 75 for 1, 22 to Al Hassan. Ingram is on 32.
I don't think we're far away from George Scrimshaw because he's just gone off the field. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he wasn't changing his boots. Yes, he's having a drink to start with as the substitute fielder Nick Potts trots across in front of him, of us, and Scrimshaw disappears up the steps. So it's following a similar pattern to
another bowler
down at Hove.
You know, you go back, I didn't see him, but I've got a book on him by the late Michael Carey. He was the great Les Jackson. And my old friend at Glamorgan, Don Shepherd, used to talk about, he said he'd dig a hole where he landed and he'd land every ball on the length. Arundel is doing that now at the moment as it's left by Ingram. I've seen pictures of him, a huge ex-miner. You probably saw him, might have seen him down here towards the end of his life. A lovely man. I was introduced to him. And he, you know, bowling on this sort of pitch, you know, he'd have been hard work.
Well, Jeff Arnold was here, does some work for the ECB now, doesn't he, watching the quick bowlers. He was here for the Durham game and was talking about Les. Played at the back end of his career.
That's a nice looking shot there. Chipped away on the onside. There'll be 2 runs. It's a chase from the fine leg boundary for the fielder.
Substitute fielder Nick Potts.
Nick Potts.
Yeah.
And they take 2 more runs, which takes the score to 77 for 1. What was his opening partner now? It was Jackson and back in the old days.
We need David Griffin.
Yes.
He'd know.
Here's the next ball. Oof, that's a wild and poor shot there from Colin Ingram. That's the way he got out at Cheltenham, driving it wide with an edge in it to second slip. He is very much a very fine, well, as most left-handers are, they through the offside, square cutting and driving. But then, he reverses that shot again. In fact, Glamorgan will have this lineup, batting lineup, apart from Chris Cook, for the one-day competition, which will benefit them. Next ball, good delivery, pushed out into the offside. There's no run.
So they obviously, therefore, they lose Cook. Do they lose anybody else in August?
Yes, Dan Douthwaite.
Okay.
Well, he was picked a couple of years ago, and I don't think he played. And Cook was picked up as a wild card, which means nothing to me because I don't take a huge amount of interest.
Derbyshire lose Chappell as a wild card.
This is played through onto the offside, and I think this pitch now, Dave, after we've had an hour and a half's play, seems to be just not so threatening as it was in the first hour. It's always the old saying, isn't it? Get through the first hour with a new ball, and then you can settle down.
Derbyshire need 3 wickets minimum by lunch, having inserted Glamorgan, and at the moment...
That's the saying, isn't it? And bowl them out for under 200.
Yeah, they need to be bowled out just after tea, don't they, if you put them in?
Yeah. Arundel bowls off the back foot, goes Ingram up into the covers. There's no run. 77 for 1, Hassan 22. Ingram 34 from 51 balls, which is a good pace to go at. Yeah, I'm the same as you. I can't understand why you've got a very quick bowler not bowling.
And he's coming down the steps now with those bowling boots on. Zach Chappell.
1:45 again then.
Yeah, 1:45. That's what time he bowls. Derbyshire will lose Leicester Ploy, Zach Chappell, who was a wild card, George Scrimshaw, who's down in Cardiff, and Wayne Madsen, who's up in Manchester, but obviously isn't playing in this game because he's with Italy. Anuj Dal is going off the field now, so Nick Potts will stay on. Where is Nick? Can't see him at the moment.
Awful for a young man. 11 overs for 100, isn't it?
Yes, it didn't. I mean, he has bowled nicely at times, but
Medium pace, or?
he's sharpish, but still quite raw. Zach Chappell from the racecourse end is 8th over of the morning, 1 for 21, bowling to Zain Al Hassan, who drives him very, very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. Alex Thompson in pursuit, puts the dive in and drags it back, and there is Potts to throw the ball in, but the batsmen come back for 3 runs. That was a nice piece of fielding by Thompson, showing good commitment. Al Hassan moves on to 25 and Glamorgan up to 80 for 1, and George Scrimshaw is now warming up.
Oh.
And, it was Dahl who bowled the previous over from the City end, and he's gone off. So you would expect we'll see him from the City end the next over that's bowled, unless Liz Deploy throws a curveball and brings the off spinner on, which seems unlikely at this early stage. Ingram back on strike. He's got 31, partnership worth 61 now, and that's a short delivery from Chappell that Ingram just ducks underneath.
I might have seen Scrimshaw bowl in one of various one-day competitions. Would he have bowled in anything other than the 100?
Well, he played in every T20 match this season, but of course we don't play anybody further south than Worcester.
No, I don't think I've seen him, but I've heard that he's quite rapid, and when he gets it right, does that?
When he gets it right, he bowls short of a length, as most tall, quick bowlers tend to do.
There's Chappell bowling to Ingram. Nice composed stance at the crease. Bowls to him now. Oh, that's a beauty. Well, if you're Don Bradman, if you're Joe Root, or you're Colin Ingram, or Dave Fletcher, that's not a very easy ball to play.
I don't think I'd have got as close as Colin Ingram did.
That's one of the unplayables. That is an absolute beauty. As they say, how do you play that? Well, from up here, or the other end. Still, if you put your 100% into it, there's still a bit in it. Zach Chappell from this racecourse end, away from us, and bowls again to Ingram. Ingram is caught, is he? No,
just short Thank you, Edward. Edward Bevan, as if I needed to tell anybody. 82 for 1, Glamorgan, and George Scrimshaw is here. He is in the building. He's got his bowling boots on, and he's coming on a full 14 minutes earlier than he came on at Hove.
What's he done to offend the skipper?
I don't get it. And I heard you asking, does he prefer bowling with an older ball? Well, we've no idea because he's barely bowled.
Right.
So stand by for some pace, some short pace. He did get taken off in the second innings after 3 bounces in and over, which was a little unfortunate.
He's certainly got the height for it, hasn't he?
Oh, he's a big man. Bowling from the City end around the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan. It's down the leg side. It's 4 byes. It's not the best start for George Scrimshaw. It seemed to move, and he's just suggesting that it moved, and he's getting a little bit of applause from Brooke Guest, who won't be best pleased because those go against his name. He's got a rueful smile on his face.
Yeah,
Brooke.
it did move, actually. I thought for a moment that Ul Hassan had got a glove or a thigh pad on it or something along the way, but not so, said umpire Bainton.
So he can go again, knowing that they don't count against his bowling figures, which is always a bonus for a quick bowler. Much prefer byes. Then again, around the wicket, Ul Hassan leaves this one alone outside the off stump. It'd be quicker when he warms up, Nick. It'd be quicker when he warms up.
I think umpires should have discretion as to
Yes.
award wides down the leg side if rather than byes if the keeper misses it. I mean, obviously they do have if it's really wide, but they tend not to in Championship cricket. Shouldn't go against the keeper. That he had no chance.
There is Scrimshaw once more. He's in and bowls. That one is on target and actually makes Al Hassan play at that one. He pushes it up to a very straight mid-on where it's fielded by a sliding.
Welsh listeners will know that I always defend wicket keepers.
For a specific reason.
Well, I've spent 2.5 games behind the stumps this season out of the 3 games I've played.
Oh, wow. I can switch the cue off now because they don't want me at 12:30 as in comes this next delivery from Scrimshaw. He's just cranking it up and that one is defended by Al Hassan out into the offside, backward of square, Woodfields. There is no run.
He's cranking it up in time to hurl down a few thunderbolts for Welsh fire, maybe.
I think he's a few thunderbolts and he's going to hurl down his lunch in a minute. So Warwickshire 55 for 9, which is some recovery, but it's still not great against Lears Deploy's new side. Scrimshaw is in and bowls. That one is a short delivery and he does well there. Al Hassan gets on top of the bounce and pushes it into the floor, fielded by Rees coming in from cover. Yes, we always keep, well, no, actually, we entirely ignore that competition in August. So they can pretty much do what they like, really. Local radio, certainly in England, local radio is not encouraged to go to any matches. In fact, it's positively discouraged, from what I can gather. Not that I'd want to go to Trent Bridge anyway. This next one is a full delivery and driven beautifully by Al Hassan out to the wide long off boundary for 4 runs. Not the greatest of first overs from George Scrimshaw. 4 byes down the leg side to begin with and driven for 4 to conclude it. And Glamorgan are on to 90 for 1 now. Having been put into bat this morning, Al Hassan has 29. Ingram has 36 there. Only success for Derbyshire was to dismiss David Lloyd for 19, which seems like yesterday already.
Yes, Derbyshire at the moment struggling to create more than quarter chances and the odd edge.
There's no pressure, is there? They're not building any pressure at all. There's always a ball that can be driven somewhere.
The phrase bowling as a unit, which I don't generally like, but you know what it means. You need concerted pressure from both ends, from all sorts of bowlers, and Derbyshire have got through their 5 most established bowlers, seam bowlers that is, as Chappell bowls to Ingram, who turns on the leg side to mid-wicket. Connersfield's no run. Alex Thompson may get a contractual obligation over before lunch, I suppose.
Yeah, could well do. He opened the bowling in the second innings at Hove. I think it was at Hove.
For any particular reason? Because it was turning square or because they needed to improve their overrate?
No, he did turn it. He did turn it. I'm sure it was at Hove.
Tall figure of Zach Chappell running away from us at the racecourse end. Into bowl to Ingram, who edges. It doesn't carry to slip as it's parried there by Wood, and there is no run. But Chappell will be slightly encouraged to have found the edge.
Well, he's been the pick of the bowlers all season. He's been the pick of the bowlers today. He did open the bowling in the second innings at Hove. 31 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 5 for 110. Well, it was turning. Not sure it'll turn on this, but you never know, I suppose.
Chappell then bounding in, bowls to Ingram, who drives into the offside, doesn't quite time it, straight to the aforementioned Thompson at cover. And there's no run. Thompson with the what looks like a beer mat sticking out of the back of his trousers. A cloth to dry the ball, should it pick up moisture on its travels.
fall underneath this TV gantry to get moist today. It's still dripping.
Disconcerting, isn't it? Met Office suggests there may or may not be a shower around, as that's pulled by Ingram. It doesn't really get any contact on it. Was there a bottom edge in there, or was that a leg by? Umpire Baldwin is feeling generous towards Colin Ingram and rules there was some element of bat involved as the ball trickled no more than about 5 metres on the leg side, but Ul Hassan was quick to spot that there was no fielder in the same parish. 91 for 1. Ingram to 37, which is his highest championship score of the season, albeit only in this 4th match. Ul Hassan is in, and Chappell in. Ul Hassan defends. Ul Hassan, most of whose scores have been between 22 and 48, apart
Excellent.
from one innings. He's now on 29. So can he break the 50 for the first time in first-class cricket? He is
vulnerable then.
yeah, his innings include a 43, a 47 and a 48.
Oh.
And he's only been out in single figures once.
It's decent, that.
So it's consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on 29. And Chappell is bowling to him and just, I think, kept his bat inside the line of it as it went through to Guest. 91 for 1 then. Ul Hassan has 29. Ingram has his season's best of 37. And Glamorgan quite happy with the serene nature of proceedings, I would venture to
I would suggest. That's
suggest.
absolutely right. Anuj Dal is back. It's now Hayder's turn to leave the field, and he won't be going to get his bowling boots or take bowling boots off because he doesn't bowl. He's just going for a rest. He does leave the field on a regular basis. Hayder, I don't know where he goes. Perhaps he wants to be first in the queue for dinner. Here's George Scrimshaw's second over, bowling from the city end around the wicket to Ingram, who ducks underneath a short delivery, and that's a 1 for the over, says umpire Bainton.
Hayder Ali was listed at the top of the Derbyshire team sheet that they put out on social media, which...
He did open at the start of the season, but was
right.
finding it a little tricky in April in his first time outside of either Pakistan or the UAE. So he's dropped into the middle order. Reese and Kane will open. Guest will come in at 3. Then it's a bun fight as Scrimshaw bowls, and that's guided off his toes down towards the vacant third man area by Ingram for 4 runs.
Has Edward had cause to have words with you about the vacant third man area during his spell on commentary?
No, I think that's the first one that's gone there, but he doesn't like it, does he?
He does not like the third man area to be vacant.
I always knew he and Martin Emerson had a lot in common. I didn't realise that was amongst the things. I'm slightly conflicted by the game at Scarborough because I have no idea who I want to lose more, Yorkshire or Durham. It's a terrible fixture. A really bad one. 95 for 1. Ingram's gone up to 41 now. The partnership's 76. As Scrimshaw with a couple of slips and a gully in place, bowls on the hips of Ingram, who just turns it into the leg side, backward of square. Thompson fields, they go through for a comfortable single. He moves to 42, and it's 96 for 1 now.
Yes, I've stopped watching Premier League football on telly on that basis that there are so many matches in which I don't like either side. I'm quite happy to morally support an English side in European competition, but otherwise there's a lot of matches I think, I don't really want either of these to do well.
No, my interest in Premier League football is minimal from a professional and a personal point of view. Probably worse than minimal, really. Scrimshaw is in. Ul Hassan just drops his bat, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. If the team that I support ever got to the Premier League, I would have, I'd be very surprised, clearly. But I'm not sure I'd enjoy it. It's quite nice going, knowing that if you do want to go, they quite often play on a Friday night. They've got one coming up in September or October, which I will be able to get to. Quite nice just to know that you're actually going to be able to get a ticket, because there are plenty of seats available in all parts. Here is Scribshaw again, another short delivery. This one's more down the leg side. He ducks underneath it, Hassan.
I'm impressed to hear that you're off on a football reconnaissance mission tonight, though.
Yes, well, yes, Burton are playing Stoke City in the Bass Vase, which is a beautiful trophy. It's been played for since the 1800s by various teams, not always Burton. But yeah,
this is a piece of local pottery or something.
No, it's a big silver cup. From memory, it's huge. I'll try and get an image of it up. In comes Scrimshaw again. That's a better delivery. He actually played at that one. It was sharp as well. It might just have left Hassan a touch, and it's collected, tumbling away to his left-hand side by Brooke Guest. End of the over. George Scrimshaw's bowled 2 overs for 9 now. 96 for 1 Glamorgan, with Ingram on 42. Hassan has 29, and about 15 minutes until the lunch interval.
Ian Evans says, do we know if Ingram is leaving for another franchise again towards the end of the season? Probably not to my knowledge, certainly. As Chappell starts a new over and it's turned off his legs by the aforementioned Ingram, down to fine leg for a single. Last season he departed towards the end of August because he had a Caribbean gig. I don't believe that that's in his contract this season to be allowed to go.
Okay.
Also, will we see any bev ball today? Well, this is a fascinating question.
Bev ball?
Ian. Yeah, we invented it a few matches ago. I would suggest that Hassan is playing a bit of bev ball at the moment.
Oh, it's that kind of game, is it?
Chappell is in, and Hassan works it off his legs into the mid-wicket area and goes through for a single.
What do you want from your opening batsman? You want him to get bowlers into their second and third spells, don't you? He's got Chappell in his second spell already.
We invented the term bev ball, the antithesis to baz ball, during one particularly slow-scoring day in the match between, it's a recent one in Cardiff, I'm struggling to remember which one it was. As Chappell runs away from us at the racecourse end and bowls to Ingram, who defends to mid-off. There was a full day's play, which yielded only 184 runs off 96 overs. So it was a gritty and attritional struggle for which we invented the term bev ball, as Edward was enjoying it, possibly more than the average viewer and listener. So I think Hassan's given us a bit of bev ball, as that is driven by Ingram to mid-off, and there is no run.
I've just got you a picture of the Bass Charity Vase trophy. It's
that
a
is,
fairly substantial
as you
trophy.
say, a substantial trophy. It would do serious damage if anyone dropped it.
I think the top comes off, but that was back in 1993 when Derby County won it. They played somebody different. It wasn't always Burton, but now it always is.
Right.
Because Bass obviously based in...
and it's got a little shield for each winner on it, on the base.
Yeah.
Chappell is into bowl, and that's driven by Ingram back to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, I hesitate to decry this, but its size is probably in inverse proportion to its importance during the course of the footballing season.
Back in the day, in the late 1800s, there was a competition in this area for which Bass Vase was given, but now it's just a one-off, and it is. They do give a substantial check to charity as well.
Round the wicket comes Chappell, down leg side he bowls, and Ingram tucks it away down towards backward square. It is not hit hard enough to bisect the two fielders in that region, but they're comfortably back for 2 runs, and the applause round the ground is in recognition of the fact that Glamorgan have reached 100 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, and that has come up in exactly 26 overs, so just a nudge under 4 runs and over. I haven't had a full lap of the grounds, so I believe there are a number of visitors here from the Balconeers supporters group. They're certainly scheduled to be here, unless they were driving up this morning, and not sure if they... I think it was 3 nights. They may well be on their way still, but good afternoon to the Balconeers, wherever they may be.
As I say, it's a bigger crowd than we had for the Durham game, which is... The league leaders didn't attract a huge audience, as Scrimshaw begins a new over, and Hassan has a little go at that one outside the off stump. Short again from Scrimshaw. Doesn't make contact. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. But a little bit of encouragement for the bowler there, and Hassan doesn't want to do that when he's on 30 and done a lot of hard work. 75 deliveries he's faced so far. He has hit 6 4s in his 30, so he hasn't been doing a lot of running. No need. Scrimshaw again around the wicket poles. This one is tucked into the leg side by Hassan, straight to Sam Connors, who's at square leg.
Yeah, maybe something he's able to work on, just nudge his defensive shots more towards gaps in the field, so that he is able to just keep things ticking along, even if he isn't offered any major scoring opportunities.
He's done a very good job for his side here so far. Glamorgan 100 for 1. With Scrimshaw from the city end around the wicket too, when he gets up on his toes and pushes it out into the offside, and does pick up one of those singles that Nick Webb was talking about to move to 31 out into the offside, fielded by Zach Chappell. 101 for 1.
It's an easy game from here.
Yes.
It's when you get out in the middle that it gets more difficult.
It's that long since I've been out in the middle of a cricket field that I've almost forgotten how tricky it is. But you're absolutely right. There is Scrimshaw again, halfway through his over at the moment. Bowls a short delivery that goes over Colin Ingram's back as he bends down. Again down the leg side. I wonder what Northamptonshire think they're getting. Should it be Northamptonshire that he's heading for, of course, which is...
to pluck an example, completely.
Right, I was 100% correct with Liz deploy 6 weeks ago, so I'm fairly confident that George Scrimshaw will be on his way at some point this season. Here he comes again. Conceded 10 runs so far. Make that 11 as Ingram just taps it into the leg side. That's the perfect example of what Hassan could do more of, because the ball dribbled no more than 15 yards away from the bat, and they go through for a comfortable single. Ingram moves to 46. Glamorgan 102 for 1.
And I can bring you news that the Hampshire batter Aniran Donald has confirmed his availability for the encounter between these two sides in the One-Day Cup in a commentary function. So,
lovely.
Young Nye will be joining us.
He played for Derbyshire in 2 T20s earlier. I think
he
it was
knows
2.
his way here.
Yeah. His next delivery is just squaring Hassan up a little bit as he tried to turn it into the leg side. It dribbled out into the offside, and there was no run. 102 for 1. I had a very brief chat with him because he played in a warm-up game at Old Trafford. So I introduced myself to him and said I was still in therapy after what had happened at Colwyn Bay, and his response rather brilliantly was, well, I could do with some of those runs now. Yes, I wondered why he might be on loan at Derbyshire in a T20 warm-up game when poor old Brooke Guest had just had a slight hamstring injury. Played a couple of games at the start of the T20 campaign, acquitted himself perfectly adequately. I might upgrade it from adequate when he's sitting next to me, of course.
Here is the contractual obligation over. It might be the penultimate over before lunch. It'll be the last over that I deliver, because I've got a radio commitment at 1. Edward Bevan will replace me for the final over of the session, unless it's a particularly long over from the spinner Alex Thompson, the former Warwickshire and Cardiff MCCU player.
Do well to get to lunch, wasn't it? 7, 8 minutes.
Oh, 8. Oh, sorry, I was looking. I thought it was 5. As this one's driven through the leg side for a single. Oh,
No, through Lewis Rees. Poor bit of fielding.
Oh,
Lewis
dear.
Rees took his eyes off the ball, clearly.
as did I. I
As-
thought
and-
it was
well, so did I, to be fair. But
a routine piece of fielding, it looked like, for Rees, but it's gone
been.
through.
should have been.
Ingram 48 not out, Ul Hassan 31 not out, 104 for 2. Rees in to Ingram, who pushes forward into the gap on the offside. No run. Wood with the fielding at cover. Wood replacing Wayne Madsen, whose journey to Edinburgh was not entirely productive today. He was out first ball.
2 low scores after a half century.
Thompson bowls. Ingram stretches forward and defends again. No run.
Got absolutely smashed by Scotland yesterday. 125 runs in a T20 match. That's quite a big defeat, really.
A run-a-ball difference. Thompson bowls. Ingram on the back foot defends. See our colleague Warwickshire have been bowled out for 60 by Middlesex. Edward brings to my attention.
Well batted.
At least Middlesex won the toss. It wasn't Warwickshire's decision to bat. Floated by Thompson, driven by Ingram, well stopped by Wood at cover. See, my colleague Ed Seaborn, who's freelance representing the BBC at Gloucestershire games, was in action on the Western Storm stream yesterday.
Yeah.
As that's slapped away through the offside by Ingram for a single, 105 for 1. And he knew he was having to do the stream on the commentary. He was employed to do that. He was also nudged into hosting some question and answers in one of the tents as well. And he had to do the public address system on top of all that. So I hope Western Storm paid him well. That's all I can say. 105 for 1 at the end of the over. Ul Hassan has 31, Ingram has 49, and I'll speak to you the other side of luncheon.
Thank you, Nick. Magnificent. Nothing like getting your money's worth out of somebody. As a freelance, I know how they like to do it. Colin Ingram will be on strike to the first delivery of the new George Scrimshaw over. His 4th, and he is on 49. He is the Glamorgan left-hander, and Scrimshaw bowls to him, and that one is defended back towards Scrimshaw, who fields at the end of his follow-through. Welcome back, Edward Bevan, to the commentary box.
This pitch looks a very good batting pitch now.
Yes, I sort of jokingly said that might be the first time that a home captain has misread the pitch, because we said all along they don't play green here, or they haven't been playing green here at Derby. Certainly this season and last season. Scrimshaw's next delivery is just guided by Ingram for his half century, down past the man at full slip, Tom Wood. He'll come back for a second run, and that is Colin Ingram's half century. 79 deliveries. He's batted really nicely when he came in at the fall of the first wicket, the only wicket, David Lloyd. Ingram 51 not out, 79 balls, and he's also hit 7 fours. And he's batted pretty nicely for his half century. He's put on 88 so far with Zain Ul Hassan, who's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end on 31 off just 1 ball fewer. Scrimshaw is in and bowls too. Ingram pushes this up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell, and there's no run.
Matthew Maynard taking his charges for a net. 4 batsmen have walked in front of him over to the nets. And
David Harrison as well, though.
no, that's Matthew. There is Matthew Maynard.
This one?
Yeah, walking there. Batting's been all right. They picked up 9 batting points in the last 2 games. But still, keep on practicing.
Oh yes, Scrimshaw bowls, and Ingram just sways backwards out of the way. That one allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. Not been massively impressive so far, George Scrimshaw.
He hasn't bowled straight, does he? He hasn't
No.
offered anything.
No, when his first ball went for 4 byes down the leg side, he feared the worst. And he has continued to be slightly off target. 3 overs and 4 balls for 13 runs. Shortish run up.
Yeah, he has.
Scrimshaw has for a quick bowler, and this one's down the leg side. Has he got a little tickle on that one? Scrimshaw and the wicketkeeper joined together in a half-hearted appeal. Umpire Bainton wants absolutely nothing to do with it. I didn't hear anything, but you never know.
The slips then went up after the ball.
Yeah,
It
was a ripple. It was like almost like a Mexican wave of appeals, really.
Yeah. What's the time? 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 2. Might get another one in here.
They usually go off the clock that is there on the bottom corner of because it's on the big screen scoreboard as well. So he's got 1 ball to go, George Scrimshaw. He's in now and bowls to Ingram, who turns this one into the leg side. It's picked up by Leas Deploy. Neil Bainton is in a hurry to get somewhere, presumably square leg.
He's not hungry then.
No, I am. 107 for 1 at the end of the over. So I hope that Thompson rattles through this over, because of course I will have an update on this particular line. I'll push it to one side, Edward.
Certainly. Push me wherever you like.
I won't
not
push
off
it.
the window.
I won't push anybody anyway. Thompson generally gets through his overs pretty quickly, as off spinners tend to do.
So you're going to carry on?
I'll carry on.
Yeah, in case they butt in.
I'll carry on.
Who's that fool then? See if I can hear my voice.
Bowling to Hassan, who pushes the first delivery of the Thompson over out into the offside. He's clearly got his mind on lunch as well.
He's probably told Ingram, just stay there.
Yeah.
Okay, in the block 6.
Quite right too. 31. He's got himself in. He'll have to start all over again after lunch, but he's done a very good job for his side. Zain Ul Hassan, 31 off 79 deliveries, 107 for 1 as Thompson around the wicket bowls to him, and he drives it out to Tom Wood, who hammers it back into the wicketkeeper for no reason. And then the wicketkeeper throws it back to him, Brooke Guest. Now it's back with Alex Thompson. Warm, pleasant enough day. But this one might have just a hint of turn, but nothing major, as it's pushed by Ul Hassan into the offside square. Harry Kame does the fielding. The recipient recently of a new 2-year contract for next season and the season after. Harry Kame. This next delivery pushed through a bit quicker by Alex Thompson. Ball goes out into the offside. Fielded by Sam Connors. 2 balls to go. A race between Alex Thompson and the newsreader to get to lunch. He's in again. Ul Hassan drives quite expansively this time, but again straight to Sam Connors, who doesn't field it cleanly. So we've reached the final ball of the session successfully. We're 2 overs behind where we should be, which isn't as bad as it looked like it was going to be at halfway through the session. Thompson bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends this one into the onside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. And that will be lunch. And at lunch, Glamorgan are 107 for 1 with Zain Ul Hassan on 31 and Colin Ingram on 51. And a very good morning indeed for Glamorgan, who were put into bat. They lost David Lloyd for 19 with the score on 19 for 1. Caught by Brooke Guest after bowling of Zach Chappell. But nothing further for the Derbyshire bowlers after that. They haven't bowled particularly well, I think it's fair to say. It's been very much a theme this season that they haven't bowled massively well in certain sessions. And Glamorgan will be more than happy to go to lunch at 107 for 1. The ground staff are coming out and we'll be back on the stream in around about 40 minutes' time. In and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed. 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 And Paul Baldwin making their way out to the middle. The Derbyshire fielders following them. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling from the City end by the look of it. The two not-out batsmen, Zainul Hassan on 31 and Colin Ingram on 51, will resume their partnership worth 88. Glamorgan 107 for 1. 30 overs bowled this morning. Positively swift for Derbyshire. And it will indeed be Sam Connors from the City end. Bowled just 4 overs this morning for 23. Was struck for 2 sixes by Colin Ingram, his potential new captain next season.
Or even David Lloyd.
David Lloyd, what did I say? Colin Ingram.
Unless you know something that I don't.
No,
but Colin Ingram, I believe, is on contract with Glamorgan for next year.
That isn't one of the rumours that I've heard. So, Sam Connors. Career best 39. That's not going to do him any good, is it? Because he's bowling. Career best of 5 for 51, according to the. Yes, it'd be handy. Didn't necessarily look like he was going to take 5 for 51 this morning, but then again, nobody did. And he's in and bowls to Ingram, who struck on the pad first ball. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Not out, says umpire Bainton. Was there a woody sound in there?
Not to my ears from this distance, but then we are fair way away.
Either way, Mr. Bainton says no. And that's pretty much the only thing that matters. Derbyshire will have to bowl a lot better this afternoon than they did this morning. They claw their way back, having won the toss and put Glamorgan in to bat. And there's one on the hips of Colin Ingram down to George Scrimshaw, trying to see if they're his bowling boots or his fielding boots, but I have no idea. They all look the same to me. And Glamorgan are up and running this afternoon, 108 for 1. Ingram moves on to 52. Now, does Zainul Hassan have to get himself back in again? Because if he does, he might get to 60 by tea. Just the 2 slips for him now, including Haider Ali, who's got his white hat stuffed down the back of his trousers. There we go, that's what we want to see. Overpitched, that isn't what we want to see. Overpitched from Sam Connors and nicely played by Ul Hassan out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary for a couple of runs. So he moves on to 33, 110 for 1. Yeah, he's got his white floppy sun hat stuffed down the back of his trousers as Haider Ali, designated clapper Harry Kane, going to work. They're the 2 slips. Lewis Rees warming up at cover as Connors is in and bowls, and that one goes past the edge of Ul Hassan's bat into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Overcast, but pleasant enough here at the county ground today. Lots of clouds up above and some fairly unpleasant looking ones to the south beyond the hotel.
We got used to that at Cheltenham. We saw lots of unpleasant clouds over the course of the 4 days, yes. Some of which dumped on us and others didn't.
Yeah, we watched it rain on Saturday morning until they eventually pulled the metaphorical plug as this next one is pushed into the offside by Ul Hassan.
It was so wet at Cheltenham on Saturday that I didn't actually go to the ground until 1 o'clock.
And we were called off at 1:15.
And it was called off at past, so I wasn't at the ground very long. Since I was staying in a hotel probably less than a mile away, I thought it was fairly safe to assume that if it was raining outside my hotel window, it was also raining in Cheltenham.
Connors bowls. Ul Hassan leaves that one alone. A sharpish delivery that's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, diving away to his left-hand side. End of the Connors over. 5 overs for 26. He's bowled in this match so far. Glamorgan 110 for 1.
You may care to take that and into consideration if you're playing it. You said you were playing at Cheltenham shortly.
Tuesday. 1 day.
Yes, if should it rain, there is no actual indoor space for the media.
Marvellous.
Other than taking refuge in the college gym, which is not necessarily designed for this purpose.
No.
And the Wi-Fi is poor to non-existent, frankly.
Excellent. You're painting a beautiful picture.
Well, it is a beautiful picture in front of you. As Rees comes in and bowls, and that's driven through the offside by Ingram. He'll pick up a couple of runs as it doesn't reach the point boundary, and it's returned by Tom Wood. It is a lovely picture indeed. If the weather is dry, if the weather is wet, it is fairly low down the batting order of grounds you'd wish to be at.
Super.
So fingers crossed that the Great British Summer will have returned to us by next week for the one-day cup.
Seems unlikely.
As that is driven into the offside again by Ingram. Again, not quite off the meat of the bat, and this time they just take a single as Dahl and Wood field between them. 113 for one.
It's a fairly leisurely start to the one-day cup. They play on Tuesday and then not until the following Sunday.
Yes, well, Glamorgan have their warm-up on Sunday and then don't play until the Friday, so they've got 4 further days for netting or relaxing. As that's through outside off stump, and Ul Hassan plays no shot.
Do they play Minor Counties Wales in the warm-up then?
They have done in all previous years, but not this year.
Oh.
They are playing Herefordshire away
Excellent.
at Eastnor, and there will be commentary on the BBC Sport website with our good friends at BBC Hereford and Worcester, who will be taking the chance to have a chat to a few local Herefordshire stalwarts. As Rees bowls a full toss that's hammered through the leg side for 4 runs by Zain Ul Hassan. That's not for the first time that Derbyshire have overpitched from this racecourse end today. I just wonder if they're having a little trouble with the footholds, to be charitable.
I think the stumps are much closer to the stumps at the far end at this end than they are at the other end, I think. Possibly not.
Via an anomaly of science.
It's like those stairs that keep going up, and that optical illusion, you just go round and round. They're always going up.
117 for one as Ul Hassan moves on to 37 not out. And it's the left-handed Lewis Rees to bowl, and Ul Hassan drives hard down into the ground, bounces up to Thompson, tall figure at short cover, and there is no run. There seems to be a lot of work going on behind us in the fields behind at the racecourse end.
The Derbyshire FA are building a football hub.
All right.
There. So artificial pitches and a big changing facility and that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Going on a while.
As Rees is in, and Ul Hassan leaves that one through to Gast, and the over 117 for one. So is that linked with any professional club, or is it for the age group pathway and all that?
No, it's merely the Derbyshire FA as far as I'm aware. Derby County have got a more farm training facility, which is very nice indeed. Lots of pitches there and changing facilities. Burton Albion, which is a bit further away, but they train at St George's Park.
Were there grass pitches there before, or
Yes.
was that just open?
Yeah, it's always been.
So grass pitches being replaced by artificial
Some, yeah,
pitches.
some. I think they can make more money out of artificial ones, can't they? Connors begins a new over, and that's a flashing drive by Ingram. Misses it. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Keeps practicing the same shot. He's determined to play it, but he missed it that time.
Do the same, only better.
So yeah, no, it would be a good facility for the local junior clubs in the area, in the city. Taking away a bit of car parking that Derbyshire use for big events. Not necessarily county championship matches, but
You surprised me.
big events. Third slipper's gone in. Tom Wood standing to the left of Haider Ali with Harry Kamey between him and Brooke Guest as Connors bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Colin Ingram to go through to the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. I've been informed that I might be asked about Mohammed Amir potentially becoming a British player.
All right.
He's only signed as an overseas for the first half of the season. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is, but in the rumours that circulated over the weekend that he was coming, it was because he would be classed as a local player. He is an overseas at the moment. That one is again flashed out by Ingram, misses it, short of a length from Connors. Practices a different shot after missing the ball on that occasion. Ingram, 117 for 1 it remains.
Emir Evans on Twitter says, looks a good toss to have lost. Into the nervous 30s for Zayn. He's hoping for more of the same from Glamorgan this afternoon.
Yes, it certainly hasn't been a good toss to win for Derbyshire at this point. As in comes Connors again and bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside, but not timed particularly by Ingram. Picked up by Rees in the covers. The worst job in a cricket ground, I think it's the... he's just disappeared out of view. There is a steward on the car park. Well, he's not going to get much business now, I wouldn't have thought, but he's got to stay there, and he can't see any of the cricket. He might just be able to see Anuj Dal at backward point, but that's about it. It's the one when you're handing out the jobs, you sort of put your head down. Connors bowls, that's left alone by Ingram. It didn't bounce very much. It goes through to Guest.
Well, I suppose there might be stewards who don't actually like cricket and are not interested in proceedings out in the middle.
Just doing it for the money. Kind of
I'm not sure how well stewards are paid, but presumably they are paid.
Oh, they're paid. I might be slightly better off if I did that. I imagine.
You don't want to blow the entire BBC local radio budget in one man, do you?
No. And they're not, as Connors is in and bowls. That is driven this time. That's very nice. That'll be 4 runs. It was a sort of token dive from Zach Chappell. It went down in instalments and got nowhere near the ball. Ingram moves to 59, out towards the long off boundary. 121 for 1 at the end of the over. Connors 6 overs for 30 now.
If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, aka X, although the bird is still there on my version of it, Fletch Sport, at Fletch Sport or at NickWeb 2017. Or if you wish to communicate via the electronic mail, fletchcricket@gmail.com.
Don't think anybody's interested.
Well, we've had a few Welsh supporters who have used the opposition station's emails in the past. I did try it, but there's only about 2 people actually ever used it, so I gave up. Rees bowls wide, cut away by Hassan, and an attempted dive at cover makes no contact with the ball, and it just about reaches the rope as Tom Wood can do nothing to recover his pursuit of it. Hassan moves into the 40s. He's on 41. 125 for 1. Hassan reaches the 40s for the 4th time in his
Fledgling
career, 6th first-class match. And he gets a full toss that is able to help down to fine leg for a single. 126 for 1. There have been a lot more than usual full tosses bowled from this racecourse end.
You're right. You're right. It might just be the bowlers who've been bowling from this end, of course.
That one was probably the biggest full toss of all, but Hassan, who might have attempted to hit it into the aforementioned car park, didn't get quite as much bat on it as he'd hoped. Ingram on 59 on strike as Rees bowls outside off. Ingram has nothing to do with it.
An email has flooded in. It was this morning, actually, so apologies to Nick. It was a regular contributor. The news about Lewis really is a kick in the unmentionables. It's never a good thing when the captain leaves, but it's a sign of where we are in the cricket pyramid. And then he puts right next to Leicestershire at the bottom, which is perhaps at the moment a little harsh on Leicestershire. We wish him well, as he's been a fantastic servant to the team. The Mohammed Amir news does take the edge off slightly.
As in comes the next delivery, which is driven by Ingram, but back to the bowler, and there's no run.
But we got excited about Hashim Amla, and that didn't work out brilliantly. Thoughts on who the Red Ball captain will be next season? Well, you probably got the gist of my thoughts. He's already batted today. I think he will be the captain next season, David Lloyd.
Yes, though for the record, he officially denied that
yes,
that was
there has been an official denial, which makes it all the more likely.
As that is again overpitched from Rees, and again turned through the leg side, and they're going to need to post some sweepers. Well, they have got a sweeper on the offside, and they need one on the leg if they keep bowling like that. Ingram moves to 63. And a total to 130 for one. We have gone past the century partnership in this afternoon session, which is now on 111. But the lengths are not right at the moment from Rees. As he's in again, that's a better length, but not in direction, as Ingram's comfortably able to work it away on the leg side for a single.
You're looking for perfection now, though, aren't you? Has to be line and length. Come on. We're going for one or the other.
There's a rain delay at Scarborough, where Yorkshire have made 113 without loss against Durham.
Hailstones the size of seagulls.
Really?
Or gulls. No.
Ah, come on, seagulls.
No, they're gulls. Yeah.
I thought you were the prime exponent of the anti-seagull
I am very much anti-seagull. They weren't. They were just quite big. Lewis Rees is going off now.
What, the gulls or the stones?
Hailstones were normal size, as were indeed the gulls. They were very big, and the hailstones not so big. But
just to explain that Dave is been known in the past to crack down on the use of the word seagull.
Only because there are no such birds. But my apologies for using the word. Sam Connors from the City End. Bowling to Colin Ingram on 64, and he turns that one into the leg side off something. I think it's his leg for one run. It is indeed leg by, signalled by umpire Bainton, 132 for one. Wickets
fall at Southampton in the first division as well. Hampshire 87 for 8 against Essex. 5 for Jamie Porter.
I noticed Knotts had just picked up a wicket as well. But Connors bowls and Hassan pushes it out into the leg side.
Well, one wonders if it's a sporting pitch at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 60 all out, Middlesex 16 for 3.
We're over by tonight. Like the good old days when you used to get a 4 innings game in the early 1900s. You had a 4 innings match in one day.
Ethan Bamber 5 for 20 was the main destroyer for Middlesex, who was struggling in return.
They need Lears to ploy. Connors over the wicket to the left-handed Hassan, who again pushes it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson.
At Old Trafford, Northampton 95 for 3 against Lancashire. Emilio Gay is 50 not out.
And speaking of Old Trafford, Atif Nawaz is there today, and you'll be able to hear him on Sports Scene at 6, giving his views on the signing of Mohammed Amir. So from 6 o'clock this evening on Radio Derby, you can hear from Atif Nawaz speaking to Dominic Dietrich. Clever that. Connors bowls, and that takes the edge, does it now? Just misses the edge of Hassan's bat. Good delivery from Connors. There have been some good deliveries.
There have.
Trouble is, there have been some awful ones as well, and there have been more awful ones than good ones, and that's just relieved all or any pressure. There hasn't really been any pressure. But
well, the good ones have all just managed to elude the edge of the bat.
They've been too good.
They've been too good.
The good ones have been too good.
Derbyshire too good, Storm's Fletch shot.
I don't think I'll be saying that. Here comes Connors getting balls. This one is met with the full face of the bat by Hassan. 132 for 1 it remains.
Not 127 for 2 against Kent. Slater is on 80 not out. Kent, who seem to have signed a couple of batters on loan for this game. Albert from Hampshire and Geddes from Surrey.
Final ball of the Sam Connors over. Hassan just flexes his knees once as Connors comes in and bowls to him, and he tries to drive it out into the offside. It gets a thick inside edge, goes back towards the bowler. And there's no run end of the over. 132 for 1. Hassan has 42. Ingram has 64. The partnership 113. And all this, remember, after Derbyshire won the toss on their own ground, thought the pitch looked a bit green.
Well, it did look a bit green.
Well, it still looks a bit green now, but we all know it doesn't play green. We've been watching cricket at Derby for plenty of, certainly enough time to know that it wasn't going to play green, and it hasn't played green.
So Chappell will come back for another burst. His third spell, replacing the slightly struggling Rees.
Yes, hasn't come back, I don't think, yet.
Taunton, Somerset 98 for 5 against Surrey. 3 wickets for Tom Laws for the City Slickers. Scotland beat Austria by 166 runs in the World Cup qualifier, T20. As Zach Chappell is in to bowl, and that's angled down into the gully by Ingram. There is no run. And Mark Watt of Derbyshire made a vital contribution to that Scottish cause. He bowled 1 over, which was a maiden. And it wasn't needed again with the ball. So probably a better day than Wayne Madsen, who was out for Golden Duck for Italy against Denmark. As that is played by Ingram with some slight difficulty out on the leg side, short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Wayne Madsen, who got a first baller for Italy, but it's all about the team, and his team are about to beat Denmark by about 20 runs. There's only 3 balls left on my scorecard of that game. They have beaten Denmark by 26 runs. As that is a Yorker length delivery from Chappell. It's dug out by Ingram, and there's no run. So Italy made 150 for 8, Denmark 124 all out, having been 104 for 3, so that's quite the collapse. Lost their last 7 wickets for just 20 runs. Gareth Berg got 4 for 14, the Italian skipper, leading from the front as Chappell is into bowl to Ingram, and he defends it on the leg side. Thinks about a single, but mid-wicket is in fairly quickly to prevent it. 132 for 1. Dave Fletcher has summarised events for BBC Radio Derby on another broadcast line and is back with us on commentary.
Succinctly, I think you'll find.
Yes, it didn't appear to be a lengthy.
There's not a lot to say, is there? Yeah, they haven't got a wicket yet, and they're not bowling very well, and they've misread the pitch. Back to the studio.
132 for 1. Chappell is in and bowls to Ingram, who drives through the offside and just beats the dive of Dahl at backward point, and it'll run away to the ropes for a hand of apology from Zach Chappell for delivering something that was the nature of a wide half volley, I'm afraid to say. 136 for 1. You were able to have some morning bants with your presenter earlier on about the Welsh visitors?
Yeah, well, essentially the quiz was about if it's a real Welsh phrase or not. So he was making a very poor attempt, Ian Skye, to speak Welsh.
All right.
And some of them were It was innuendo laden, as you can imagine.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just glad nobody from Wales was subjected to it.
As Chappell is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives to mid-off. There is no run. 136 for 1. If you would like to introduce him to the phrase "coffee beans for all" in the Welsh language, then might get him sacked. But
Really?
it sounds like something quite rude in English.
Yes,
I'll tell you off air afterwards.
one or two were slightly close to the knuckle.
But the Welsh language phrase that I was able to use in a recent tweet was "Mae'n bwrw hen ragydd a ffin," which means it's raining old ladies with sticks.
It's Connors from the City End to Zain Ul Hassan. It's pushed out to the offside.
The image being of the old lady going tap, 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 tap,
Yeah,
tap, tap,
oh,
tap.
okay. One of them, and he was explaining what the phrases meant in a vain attempt to try to help me guess what they were. Something about red cows, and it was ladybirds.
Right.
Is that right?
It may well be. You'll have to ask Edward about that,
Yeah.
since his vocabulary is probably about 10 times the size as mine.
Ambulance is about as far as I go, as Connors bowls outside the off stump, left alone to go through to Brook Guest by Ul Hassan.
Yes, well, that
I can do Peldroeth.
Peldroid.
Oh, is it not? Is it Droid? Is it not Droeth?
No, it's a single D, which is D. A double D is a th sound.
That is hugely disappointing. So it's Peldroid.
Yes, the ball of the foot.
Right.
Ball foot.
I knew it was ball foot. Yeah. I've watched SNT on C4S. Everything's backwards. In comes Connors and bowls to Ul Hassan, who turns that one into the leg side.
You sure you weren't watching it with a rear view mirror like ambulance? Or if you're really speeding it heavily, police.
Yes, I know that one. Araf is stop, isn't it?
Slow.
What's stop then?
Well, I'd just say stop you, but it's probably not correct Welsh. Aros, possibly. Wait.
Right, okay. I don't think I'm going to be in a position to speak the language anytime soon, certainly. Here is Connors. Bowls to Ul Hassan, who pushes that one square in the offside, fielded by Rees, who is back on the field of play now.
Our BBC Radio Northampton commentator, of course, has a little Welsh. Andrew Radd, his wife, is, I believe, learning the language.
Is she? Is he not called Andrew Rath?
He'd be Andrew Rath, yes.
Yes. Yeah, thank goodness for that.
Rath, probably.
It's quite soft, the A. Here comes Connors again. That's a short delivery that bounces so far over Ul Hassan's head that even though he dived, he didn't need to. And the ball goes through to the keeper. I just noticed, and I don't know why I didn't notice it earlier, but I'm delighted to say that the Glamorgan backroom staff haven't taken the goal nets down. They've just put them near the side of the covers because it took them 25 minutes to put the things up this morning. As they played a full scale. I'm surprised they didn't put a little stand down either side and have a referee in black. Here is Connors, bowls to Ul Hassan, and pushes this backward a square on the offside, but it's fielded by Anoj Dal, and it's a maiden over for Sam Connors. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 30. His figures, Glamorgan remain on 136 for 1.
Yes, alternatively, you could translate Mr. Radd, if he was Rath, which means grade in Welsh.
Grade.
It's referred to at schools as Ysgol Gynradd.
Yes, his goal. I've seen those signs as well.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even going to pronounce it. I refuse to do it because it's just it's offensive, and I won't do it.
Chappell into bowl and driven by Ingram, and he's hit Ul Hassan, and the ball bounces gently towards mid-off, and there's no run. I think that hit Ul Hassan on the pads as he tried to get out of the way. Would probably have been fielded by Duploy anyway. but there was no run. 136 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. As we meander gently through the afternoon session, Glamorgan with a reasonable scoring rate. But, able to wait for the bad ball at the moment as Ingram tucks one to square leg and there's no run.
It's around 3.6 and over, I would say.
Yes, I was looking at
It's not
on the
there.
screen.
No, it's
oh,
not. No, it's
you've worked it out.
No, it's on my computer. Goodness me, I
Well,
can't.
there's some building work going on, obviously, somewhere in the vicinity.
Downstairs to our left, they're building a prayer room. But they're not doing it very quietly at the moment. That is ludicrous. Oh,
Chappell is in to bowl, and that one is slashed off the edge of Ingram's bat. It's gone very fast down to third man for 4 runs. There was a leap by a slip or two, but it must have travelled very hard and high. Wasn't a chance, but Ingram taking a chance. He moves on to 72, the total onto 140 for 1. I suspect we might need to get rid of that if it persists.
well, I don't think, no. It's nothing.
Oh, right, it's coming up through the floor,
Yes, it's
is it?
not coming through the effects microphone. It's actually coming through the fabric of the building,
Oh, gosh.
which means we can't really get rid of it without going down there and punching somebody.
140 for 1. Chappell is in to bowl, and that is driven into the offside by Ingram. No run. Well, we might be able to intimidate someone with our combined presence, but on the other hand, they'd be carrying a drill, which probably
Yeah, they're certainly carrying something electrical.
probably trumps our physical size. 140 for 1.
Yes, it's not.
Perhaps our scorer next door will be able to have a severe
You
word.
can feel it coming through the desk.
Chappell is in to bowl. Short ball. Ingram tries to hook and doesn't get anything on it. I thought for a moment he might have gloved it down the leg side to Brooke Guest, but there was no appeal. If you're just joining us, Derbyshire winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, but have only claimed 1 success. David Lloyd, who is caught behind off Zach Chappell for 19 of 14 balls, having hit Sam Connors for a couple of sixes through the leg side and then driven Chappell through the offside for 4 more. Tried to do that again and got a nick. Chappell bowls, and that one's got up a little bit. It's not cleanly taken by Guest. He's finding a little something now and again, is the tall figure of Zach Chappell, but Brooke Guest appeared to be slightly disconcerted by the bounce on that occasion. Since then, though, Hassan and Ingram have flirted with peril on occasion, but no actual chances as such, I don't think.
No, I can't remember any. Can't remember any at all.
Glamorgan with 1 change, McIlroy for Harris, Derbyshire with Wood in for Madsen, and Scrimshaw in for Potts.
Sam Connors to continue from the city end, bowls to Hassan, who tries to turn that one into the leg side, gets a leading edge up towards mid-off. Well, it's fielded by Leas Deploy, who he looks as though he's having a word with the young man, but I think that would be foolish. Sun shining brightly now, water continues to drip from the television gantry. Alarming rate, really. It was dripping all the way through the game against Durham as well. And we did have some rain, and of course it has bounced it down since then. There was some horrific rain on Saturday afternoon as Connors bowls to Hassan down the leg side, tries to flick it away, can't do so. Taken by Guest, moving smartly to his right. Clouds quite high now for the most part.
Well, the drilling has temporarily ceased. Edward Bevan has obviously been to threaten violence on our behalf to the drillers downstairs.
Yes.
And he will be with you shortly.
Splendid. Here is Connors again around the wicket to Zayn Hassan, who just guides that down into the gully region. It's fielded by Tom Wood. And there is no run. 140 for one. The partnership 121. You don't often. It is warm in here. You're right, Edward. You don't often hear of captains misreading their own pitches, but I think this one has been misread by the Derbyshire skipper Lear Staployan. The backroom staff will presumably have had a look at it. They'll have been told how much grass had been left on, and still they decided to bowl first as Al Hassan plays that out into the offside towards Lewis Rees. And there is no run. Edward, how are you?
Very well, yes,
Good.
thanks. Went for a stroll and it was cold.
Was it?
As soon as I came in, out comes the sun.
Tying yourself in a knot there.
There we are. Yeah, agree with what you said, but decision to bowl, if your bowlers can take advantage of
Well,
the pitch.
they bowled two balls in the same area. It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Even in the vicinity. As Connors is in again and bowls. That's turned into the leg side up towards mid-on, where Zach Chappell's fielding by Al Hassan. He picks up another single, moves to 43. He's inching towards that maiden first-class 50. 141 for one. It's been the perfect innings from him now, really.
But with
He's
Ingram
an
the other
opening
end,
batsman,
who's scoring
yeah.
quickly,
Yeah.
it's the ideal scenario, the ideal partnership, if you like.
No question about it. He's batted well, the young man. 43. Ingram on strike now. He's got 72 as Connors bowls to him, and he plays an indeterminate-looking shot with the bat a long way from his body, and it goes. Ball goes through to Brookhurst. That wasn't his finest moment of an innings of just 111 deliveries. And Glamorgan at the end of the Connors over, his ninth, or 141 for 143 to Al Hassan, and 72 to Ingram.
Yeah, he's an attacking player by Colin Ingram by nature. As he's been a terrific one-day player, and he's played a couple of one-day shots interspersed with some very good cover driving. So I suppose that's the way he plays, and sometimes nicks off. But it's been a good innings on the whole, and these two have put Glamorgan in a very good position to climb on and try and get some more batting points that they to add to the 9 they picked up in the last 2 games. Zach Chappell will continue at this end, the racecourse end here at Derby, and he bowls now to Al Hassan, and it's pushed away on the offside. And there's no run.
Anne Ely, who is from these parts, she's a Derby County supporter. Dave, what is the point of Derbyshire cricket? She asks. All the good young players leave. We bring in poor overseas players. How are we ever going to win a game? And now Deploy is gone. In total despair, she says.
In comes Chappell again and bowls, and this time it draws the batsman forward, and he plays it out into the offside.
And Emir Evans has sent me a tweet that's in Welsh, so it's no good to me.
Look, I shall.
It's that second one down. Don't read it out if it's rude, obviously.
Oh,
Well, you know that.
And of course, I've left my glasses in the other room.
Ah,
Second one down. Second one down.
yeah.
That one.
Let's have a look. No, it might have moved across the screen.
Tapping. In comes Chappell again and bowls. Thank you.
One for the over, signalled by umpire Paul Baldwin. We were doing a when Welsh goes wrong segment when I was desperately trying to think of a Welsh word but couldn't. Got them all wrong.
He's just saying wonderful.
Yeah.
Colin is batting so well.
Ah, there we go then.
Well, nothing,
Thank you.
nothing rude in that.
No, good, good. Well, I wouldn't have even tried to read it out anyway because I would have just embarrassed myself and insulted a nation.
Next ball is just as short of a length, and well, Hassan gets right behind it and dabs it down in front of him.
It would have been the first time I'd insulted a nation, I'm sure. I do try not to.
When does the league start? Next Saturday for the...
Week on Saturday, Football League starts, isn't it? Is that the football you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, week on Saturday.
I thought 1 and 2 started the week before.
No, I hope not.
Swansea and Cardiff start on the 6th of August. Chapel is in and bowls again. And it's just pushed away into the offside. So it never ends, does it?
No, it doesn't seem
Football.
to. It doesn't seem to. And when I went there on Saturday, I stood on the touchline waiting to speak to the manager.
You swear it was
Say hello to
yesterday?
him. Yeah, I said,
Yeah.
it feels like I've not been away.
Yeah.
And go to Blackpool. They've got a really good first week of the season. They go to Blackpool on the opening day, so they were relegated last season. They play Leicester City on the Wednesday in the League Cup at the Pirelli Stadium, and then they're at home to Derby County.
Oh, that's a local derby.
Well,
Chapel bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. End of the over. And Glamorgan are 1 for 1 for 1, relatively.
you might be opening a whole can of worms there, Edward, because we tried to build it up as a derby last year, but the Derby fans weren't having it.
Oh.
They regard it's a derby, but not a rivalry. It was about as close as I got to appeasing people. Their rivalry and derby is against Nottingham Forest, but of course there are two divisions between them at the moment.
Well, as far as the side I support, Swansea, and the season the manager said, okay, just wait for next season. We're going to, really go for promotion. Love living down this part of the world. It's a great place. Pick up the newspaper. Yes, he's gone now. He's gone to Southampton. Not a word said. He hasn't said anything. He's just upped and gone. And we got the manager that's done well with Barnsley, Macduff.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, he did a good job, didn't
Yeah, and
he? Yeah,
Cardiff, of course. Aaron Ramsey has come back.
yes.
I do hope the both of them have really good seasons. And, but what chance have we got? Southampton will get the parachute payment and spend millions. Leeds United, the same thing. Leicester.
Here's Anush Dal back for another spell from the City end. Bowls to Colin Ingram, pushed up towards mid-on where it's fielded by Zach Chappell. Dal bowled 5 overs this morning. 3 of them were maidens, conceded just 6 runs, which in the grand scheme of things was very much a triumph. Other than that, he didn't pick up a wicket. He's a little sharper than he looks.
He is. Yeah, he is. He skids through, doesn't he?
And he's quite
quick arm action.
short. Yeah, so it does just skid through a little bit quicker than perhaps the batsmen expect. This next one is played off the toe end of the bat into the ground by Colin Ingram. I heard Edward saying how many wickets he'd got this season. I think he said it was 8. I should keep these things written down. He's got 7 wickets this season, but his best bowling of the season is 5 for 45 at New Road, so he hasn't taken many wickets elsewhere.
Yeah, as if he's a stock bowler just to come on and keep the runs down.
He had a stellar season last season with bat and ball. And he's in around the wicket to bowl to Ingram, who pushes it out into the offside.
In days gone by, excuse me,
Edward will be back.
even though the throat is on its way out. In days of old now, you'd have your top off spinner or your left arm spinner. They'd bowl until tea. They'd keep the runs. They'd have an inner ring on both sides, a slip and a short leg. And right, if you want to score, I'm going to bowl accurately at you.
Dahl in again. Ingram pushes this out once more into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors.
And who was a great exponent for Glamorgan for that, you see, was Robert Croft.
Yes.
You toss him the ball after a run to Crofty, and he would bowl, invariably bowl well. And if there's nothing in the pitch, he would just bowl so that you couldn't score off him. And you don't see it now because the ball is not encouraged there, which is, this is the position for 2 good spinners.
Dahl is in and it's pushed up towards mid-on this time by Ingram. It's almost an admission of defeat, though, isn't it? Or it would be in this instance that Derbyshire got the decision at the toss hopelessly wrong to bring spinners on.
Yeah.
Not too long after lunch, and try and get them to try and keep the score rate down when really they wanted 3 wickets before lunch, another 3 in the afternoon, and finish it off before the close of play. Well, that clearly doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And the pitch now is a very good one for Basson.
As Dahl bowls, and it's driven for 4 by Ingram out towards the cover boundary. Nice shot, really nice shot. To the left of Sam Connors, it's retrieved by Lewis Rees. Ingram moves to 76. Glamorgan 145 for 1 at the end of the overall. Hassan at the other end on 43.
Yes, by far the best start that Glamorgan have had this season. And they've made the most of this pitch. And really, after playing all day, nearly in the field all day Sunday, then driving up to Derby on Sunday night, they were quite happy to have a bat.
Yeah.
Bowlers would have been thrilled.
I was just thinking that as well, that when you said it, I hadn't realised that they'd been in the field all day on Sunday.
Well,
but the majority of the day on Sunday, it would have been a sensible decision to say, oh, you were in a bus yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, no, cars.
All cars.
Yeah.
Get yourselves out there and field again.
Chapel starts a new over and bowls to Hassan. This is played gently back. He showed an infinite patience, this young man. This is what I like about him. It's a typical 4-day opening batsman's innings, especially because you've got a man on the other end who is attacking. And do we have the run rate here? I would guess
I've got
it's about
3.5, over 3.5.
which is ideal.
Yeah.
Chapel is doing his best, and he's bowled quite economically. He got the only wicket to fall, but he will tire before long as he bowls again. Again, it's a good delivery, and is pushed out to mid-off. Collected there by the captain, who must have little things going through his mind, such as why did I do this at 10:30 this morning?
Yes.
Was once out in Australia, the first test match at Brisbane, when Nasser Hussain famously put, and at the end of the day, I think the home side were 360 for 2, something like that. I think he got 500. Chapel bowls on the back foot, goes in. Hassan plays it away into the gully region, Dal Fields. Clouds still high, few little dark ones around, but nothing to threaten. Do you know, away to our right, as if you were going up on the A61,
Yes.
huge amount of fields, on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Who would own that?
The council.
You could hold a test match.
Yeah, well, that is the racecourse, as was,
Yeah.
behind us.
What a venue, though. In comes the next ball, and that's a good delivery, pitched and left, and it left the batsman looking at the pitch suspiciously. I passed there this morning. I nipped up to get a newspaper, and coming back, I looked. There's acres. It appears acres.
Yeah, no, there is.
Acres of beautiful playing surface.
And right behind us, they're building the Derbyshire Football Association are building a football hub, so there's going to be some artificial pitches there, as well as the other pitches, the grass pitches that they've got behind.
So
and
they're renting that from the
changing
council?
facilities. But I assume so, unless it's a joint venture.
Yeah. In comes the next one, and that's driven nicely, but straight to Lewis Deploy, feeling a wide-ish mid-off, hurls the ball back to the wicket-keeper. So Chapel is bowled, what does he bowl? Nearly 50 minutes now. So I suppose he's got to have a rest. What's he bowled? 13 overs, Fletch? 13 overs, 3.
Yeah.
1 for 39.
He's bowled all right.
He's bowled well, I thought.
He's bowled all right, but
Do you think Thompson has got the guile and the accuracy to have a long bowl
Possibly.
on this? That's another good delivery. Well bowled. That is the end of another over. And Glamorgan are 145 for 1. Ingram's on 76. And Hassan is on 43.
Chapel looks stiff as a board as he collects his sweater and his floppy white sunny. Gets a pat on the back from Harry Kame.
As if to say, well, I think that's for you having a rest, young man.
You're talking about how this game might go. The last game here, which was admittedly played on the pitch that's almost immediately in front of us on the square, Derbyshire 443, Durham 575. I mean, and then 89 without loss Derbyshire when they had to bat for 27 overs on the evening of day 3 when they might have been expected to lose a few wickets. So that's just...
You don't want wickets like that.
Not really.
I'm afraid. And a few of those this season.
And it's dull to continue. I'm just waiting for the cue to appear in my ears because I might have an update soon. As Dahl is in and bowls, that one is driven. but not timed by Ingram. Out into the offside, fielded by Thompson at the second attempt. Just juggled with the ball a little bit, then it's threatened to run away from him, but he chased after it, picked it up.
Did you play the two wonderful experiments of the Kookaburra ball?
Yes, both of them away. In fact, we had 2 games that were reasonably exciting.
Well,
They should have.
couldn't hit the ball off the square in Cardiff.
Well, they almost forced victory at New Road and almost chased down 380 in 58 overs as this next delivery is again
Yeah, I
driven
saw that.
but not timed.
Great effort, wasn't it?
It was an excellent last day's cricket.
We had a good, do you remember last year? Glamorgan needed
Yeah.
around 340. 18, I think it was short, 8 down in the end. and
Kept going. It was a
great game.
very similar run chase to the Derbyshire one down at Hove, yeah. Which is what you want, isn't it? If you're going to go 4 days, you get a thrilling run chase at the end of it, then
What I'll develop this after you've done this, your update in a moment.
well, goodness knows when that will be. Then comes Dahl and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side nicely by Colin Ingram. He's going to get at least 2 here. It's been chased down by Tom Wood. He just about, oh no, he doesn't. He put the dive in and missed the ball completely. He's put his hands on his face. That was a mistimed slide/dive from Tom Wood, who's very slowly getting back to it. If you look at the big divot that he's taken out of the ground with his knee, that could have been quite nasty, actually.
Like a good golfer, he puts it back down again.
Been put back down, and now he tramples on it. And 4 more to Ingram, and moves on to 80, 149 for 1. Yeah, I think they've forgotten me.
Have they?
Yeah.
Well, do tell me, because I'll tell you about the last 2 games. Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Glamorgan 403 for 9. Leicestershire were then asked because of rain, lost a lot of 451 for 6 declared. Glamorgan gave a number of offers which were not taken.
Dahl bowls to Ingram, who plays it straight to his foot.
Following game at Cheltenham, Glamorgan 450 for 6 declared. Same sort of scenario. Didn't bowl a ball on Saturday. Gave various offers to Gloucestershire. Not interested. Now Gloucester are down at the bottom of it. Why wouldn't you take the chance of winning a game? It's not really going to matter. You're not going to get promoted. Why don't you take the chance? I know the reason, because they were 4 down on bowling and had to get them back.
Ah, yes. Dahl bowls to Ingram, turn into the leg side. Fielded by
And then
Wood.
you had the farcical,
Cook bowled, didn't he?
a couple won 4 balls. Off they ran then, because they wanted it, Price and Goa to bowl as quickly as they could, and they got them back in no time.
Yeah.
Well, had I been a spectator there, I think I just probably walked out. Because why don't they make, if this was 3-day cricket, such as we used to have, there would have been all sorts of things.
Next delivery from Dahl is defended by Ingram. Back towards the bowler, sticks out his left hand and
And
gets
I
a little
suppose,
touch on it.
okay, if you're second, I suppose, and you don't want to lose because you're in contention. But Gloucestershire, are they bottom or Derbyshire bottom?
Derbyshire
Yeah,
bottom.
they're not much in it. So, get a chance of winning the game and give some entertainment.
Absolutely.
There we are.
I should have some cue in a moment, so I might.
Okay.
I've got cue, so if I do this over, Edward, is that all right? So I can do my
It'll
update?
be a pleasure to listen to you, David.
Stop it.
No, I shall.
Alex Thompson has suggested by my learned colleague who's seen an awful lot more cricket than I have over the years, is coming back to bowl from the racecourse end. It's only bowled 2 overs before lunch. Go, Robbie Williams in my ears. I'll spare you that, Edward.
No,
104.
mind a bit of Robbie.
149 for 1.
Listen to some of this stuff.
Zain Ul Hassan on strike. He's on 43. He was on 31 at lunch. And in comes Thompson and bowls to him. It's driven out into the offside, straight to Tom Wood, who hurls it at the keeper.
If mid-off and mid-on are not a long way back, I would see Ingram coming down and lofting them.
Yes.
He loves to play that shot, but he may.
Thompson bowls. Oh, there's a bit of turn there for Thompson, who's down on one knee, appealing to Paul Baldwin, but
No,
It didn't look right. It was a long way forward.
He's pushed it through, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he bowled on the morning of the first day, which is never ideal. That one is defended by Hassan back towards the bowler. .149 for one. We're halfway through Thompson's over. And he's in again around the wicket, bowls to Hassan, who tries to whip it into the leg side. That doesn't happen. It's picked up by Dahl. I'm going to get through this over, and I still won't have done the update. So what I might do is let you do the next over, and I'll go on to this other little bit.
No.
I can go on to this other bit of kit so that everybody back home doesn't have to hear the update. Here is Thompson once more. Bowls to Hassan, who's in absolutely no hurry to get to this 50, and to his eternal credit, he's in no hurry. He just wants to stay out there and bat.
You can see his partner.
Yeah.
It's free scoring.
Scoring at almost 3.5 and over the course of the innings. Thompson bowls, and that's driven out into the offside by Hassan, who can count to 6 because he pinches the strike as he moves on to 44. Ingram remains on 80. And the 150's up for Glamorgan. 150 for one after 44 overs. So it's taken them 18 overs. The latest 50. The first one took just 12 overs and 2 balls. The second, 13 overs and 4 balls. So at least they've exerted some kind of control, Derbyshire.
Yeah. That's been, I think, due to Chappell's accuracy more than anybody. And Dahl hasn't conceded many.
7 overs for 14, Dahl. Robbie's just about to finish, I'm delighted to say. So I shall...
Angels?
Yes, correct.
I've heard it.
Here we go. There's Dahl continuing from the city end. No, we've been speculating, Chris, that the skipper, Leicester Ploy, who obviously is going to leave the club at the end of the season, has misread his own pitch. Because it's green, very green, but pitches here at Derby don't play green, and Glamorgan 150 for one. The only man out, of course, David Lloyd, who'll be playing here at Derby next season, was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Zach Chappell in the 5th over of the day. And he made 19 with 1 4 and 2 6s, not the archetypal opener's knock, really, but he is a batsman who likes to go hard. Unfortunately, he was caught by Brooke Guest, as I say, behind the stumps as he went for another drive off Zach Chappell. Since then, though, Zain Hassan, his opening partner, has faced 130 deliveries for his 44, only 18 years of age, looks a real prospect to me. And Colin Ingram, the South African, he's on 80. 123 balls he's faced. The partnership worth 131, and Glamorgan are 150 for one, with no real sign of a second wicket falling anytime soon. Yeah. No, clearly not. It is. I mean, we were just saying that the only reason that you knew where they were playing was because there were 3 bits of wood stuck in the ground at either end of it. It is totally indistinguishable from the rest of the square, is the pitch on which we're playing, remarkably. But as I say, they just haven't played green at all over the last couple of years here at Derby, and you'd think that Leicester Ploy would have known that. He needed early wickets, he got one. But since then, he hasn't really looked like getting another. And it's a real concern for Derbyshire. We've seen a little dart from George Scrimshaw, who's playing in this match. He bowled 4 overs for 13, but was wildly inaccurate. The best 2 bowlers have been Zach Chappell, who picked up the wicket, 14 overs, 1 for 39. And Dahl, who's bowling now, he's in his 8th over. He's conceded just 14 runs. But it's more about trying to take wickets than to stop conceding runs at this stage. So Dahl, I don't think he's conceded a run in this over so far.
No.
Bowling to Zain Hassan, who's on 44. And in comes Dahl again. Round the wicket bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side by Ul Hassan. It's another maiden for Anuj Dal. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 14. Glamorgan 150 for 1. I was being asked all the questions that we've been talking about today about misreading pitches. Chris, who was in the studio, said he'd been watching the live stream. Couldn't work out where the pitch was.
No, neither could we this morning.
No. It's very green, very green. But not playing green.
Zayn will thank you when you said he was 18. He's in fact 22.
Oh, is he 22?
Yeah, but he'll say, oh, thanks that gentleman for saying
no,
I
I shall correct that when I speak to Chris in an hour's time. I thought he was still a teenager. He's a very fine cricketer. That's what he is.
First ball of this over, and interesting to see that Thompson has put his mid-off and mid-on halfway back. I always find that odd. You either go back on the boundary and you can save 4 or keep it to a 1, or stay where he is and it goes over your head for 4 and you still get 1. There's Thompson round the wicket, ball short, cut away, but straight to the man at point, and there is no run.
Yes, well, there's a comfortable single to both, isn't there?
Yeah.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, really, but
he's not tossing it up, as you can see, to Ingram, because if it is tossed up, he can't resist the temptation to hit him over the top. In comes Thompson, bowls, and we missed that. As Gasser the bails off very quickly, but
a turn.
I think it went across him just a little. Both left-handers, and the off-spinner should relish the fact that he's bowling with the ball going away from both batsmen here. Thompson runs away from us and bowls, and it's too short really, and it's punched away backward to square. That could run away for 4 down in the third man vicinity, and it does. So another boundary for Ingram. He moves on to 84. Inside his first century of the season. He didn't play, of course, when Labuschagne was playing, and he did miss a game because of injury. And Glamorgan very healthy, 154 for 1. As Ingram looks around the field, man on the boundary, a deep mid-wicket. Most of them are saving 1 either side. Here's the next ball. This is driven and sliced away. Hint of turn again there.
Yeah, he's getting a bit. He's getting just to do something here, Thompson.
Well, Glamorgan won't mind seeing that at all if they get bowled with Swepson, the Australian leg spinner, in the next couple of days. Always gives encouragement. He's bowled nicely here, Thompson. And he passes the umpire and bowls again. This is driven again, short extra cover. 4 off the over, 154 for 1, 44 to Ul Hassan. And Colin Ingram is on 84.
Renan Steenekamp, who regularly in touch from South Africa, says when Ingram's in this mood, he does tend to take it pretty deep. Class batsman, but only human. We need to find a way here. He's a sort of Derbyshire fan by proxy. Renan, and they were due to restart at 2:30 at Scarborough after that hail and rain, but
coming off the sea.
Yeah, the rain has returned. It reliably informs me on my laptop. The Yorkshire 113 without loss, so they're still off the field at Scarborough. Here's Anuj Dal around the wicket from the city end, bowling to Ul Hassan, the 22-year-old, as I like to call him.
As much as
154 for 1.
As much as I love Scarborough, you do get the North Sea 100 yards behind you, and in
it's
it
close,
comes.
isn't it? It's close.
Yeah.
The last couple of times I've been there, I went there just for a day to replace somebody else, so I never actually saw the sea, but hopefully this year I'll be glorious in September with my sou'wester on and umbrella going inside out as Dal bowls as a flash at that one from Ul Hassan, who's on 44. He's in the danger zone.
Come on, young man.
He hasn't played too many shots like that, in
Have a word
fairness,
with him,
has
Mr. Ingram.
Yeah,
I think he is
doing quite right too.
Don't do what I do, because Ingram plays a few shots like that.
Oh, he does right to have a little word with him there. Just calm him down.
Yeah.
Don't get overexcited. You've got all day today. You've got all day tomorrow. You can back into whatever the day after that is if you want. That'll be Thursday probably. Here is Dal, bowls to Ul Hassan, who gets a thick edge down towards, inside edge, down towards backward square leg where George Scrimshaw does the fielding.
Oh, forgotten about Grimshaw.
Yes, he's still there. He's not doing anything, but he's still there. Hassan moves on to 45. Glamorgan to 155. 4-1. If it wasn't for writing down each time Glamorgan get to 50, I'd have nothing to write. Halfway through his 9th over, Ranoj Dahl bowls to Ingram, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Thompson. It was close in at extra cover. Just the 2 slips for Dahl.
Sorry,
Well, go on. No, I was only going to.
I'm just saying that this position is made for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah.
Because when he comes in, he's in good form this season, 400s and
Good.
nearly got 100 at Cheltenham. And he attacks from the word go, but if you've got a sort of 230 for 2 or 3 or whenever he comes in.
Do what he wants, can't he?
Exactly.
Really? Dahl bowls and Ingram pushes this up to mid-off this time, fielded by Leas Deploy. So there's a man out on the backward square leg boundary, and a mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. 2 slips, well, a slip in a gully almost.
Is there a third man?
No, there isn't, Edward, I'm sorry to report. There's a man on the point boundary. No, there's no third man. Yeah. Cover and extra cover and a mid-off. That's it. Dahl bowls. And Ingram doesn't oblige by just guiding this down to third man, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Alex Thompson.
I think these, together with Chappell, have slowed the scoring down. And Dahl will get tired. He can't bowl all afternoon. But I think Thompson bowls, as he's done the last few overs, he will restrict Glamorgan's progress because he's not offering anything. He's just firing it in as if he was bowling sort of one-day stuff.
Me? Oh, well, I'll make way for bigger and better commentators.
Don't know about that. He's half your size. He's 6 foot.
Well, I was 50% right. Just let me do that so I can do my update at 3 o'clock, and I shall make way for Nick.
Alex Thompson to continue, bowling from the commentary point end, or the as he comes in round the wicket and bowls, and this is driven, but doesn't really time it. It's fielded by the bowler.
Yes, I wouldn't claim particularly to be better than Mr. Fletcher, and I'm, despite my size, probably not bigger than him either.
Thompson just stutters and goes back now to start his run. Bowls again, and Hassan drives in the gap between cover and extra. They would pick up a couple of his short nose, says Ingram. Good bit of fielding in the outfield there by Sam Connors.
Yeah, Ingram in the championship tends to be quite conservative with his running, doesn't he? After that knee operation, I suppose, saved his career 4 or 5 years ago.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Ingram. Ingram goes back and dabs it away on the offside. Hint of turn there. And again, mid-on and mid-off have gone back some 10 yards because they know his liking for hitting spinners over the top, and he does hit them a long way. But he hasn't had this opportunity because of the way Thompson is bowling. In he comes again, and bowls, and here it comes. Down the pitch, he does do it, and surely that's gone for 6. It's out of our view. Yes, it does. Over mid-on, that favourite lick, that shot we've seen for so many years, and takes him into the 90s. Well, exactly 90. But he walloped that, as we thought. We could see it coming, couldn't we?
That was a very prescient piece of commentary on your part, Edward. Well done.
Well, we've seen it, and you, I'm sure, you could see it coming. And it'll come again if he stays in. Thompson says, he hit it too hard. And umpire Baldwin, will you look at the ball? Umpire Baldwin says yes, and throws it back to him. Score moves on to 162 for 1. Round the wicket he comes again, and this time it's a square drive, but doesn't get him any runs as it's filled in at short extra cover by the substitute fielder, who is...
Yeah, I think that's Wood
Oh,
rather than
that's
Hassan.
24. I could only see the 4, and I thought
Yeah.
it was the 14. In comes Thompson again. Bowls, quick delivery, and Ingram just guides it away on the onside. 6 runs off the over. Glamorgan 162 for 1 from 48 overs, and that's near 4 and over.
Halfway through the day's play, therefore, at an hour and 10 minutes into the afternoon, so we're not too far over schedule, I guess. If we're 20 minutes over by the end, then it'll be a slightly better than average county day, really. They tend to drift to 6:30, even though it's 6 o'clock in theory.
I've got to walk there, back to my hotel, that's all.
Yes,
Which is
that's
rather nice.
that won't take you too long. If play finishes at 6:20, you'll be there by 6:22.
Yes. Overlooks this ground, the hotel I stayed in. Very comfortable it is. You can get up in the morning and look over the ground.
Here comes Dal then, from the city end outside off stump. Hassan has nothing to do with it. He has faced 140 balls now for his 46. He's hopefully, from the Glamorgan point of view, helped set the platform for the middle order to kick on. But he is approaching his previous best of 48 in the second innings at Durham. In comes Dal to bowl to Hassan, who works it on the leg side for a single. Down to square leg. Scrimshaw Fields behind the umpire. 163 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Going back to Ingram, Nick, he hasn't lost his strength in any way. The sixes that we've seen him hit in T20 games this season, they go a long, long way. And he seemed only to half hit that one in the last over. So he's batting extremely well.
Dal bowls to Ingram, who plays it out on the offside. And there's no run.
And I was saying to Fletch that the Glamorgan batting lineup for the one-day games that are coming, the Metro Bank one-day games, apart from Chris Cook coming in at 7, is very, very strong. I'd like to see Hassan play, even though that Eddie Byram is fit again. But you can always play him where he's been batting most of the season in the middle order for the second team.
Dal is in to Ingram, who works it on the leg side. And there's no run. Yes, if he bats at 6 or 7, he's likely to have to bowl his full quota of overs, you would guess, or share.
I hope he does, because...
Share maybe the overs with Lloyd, and of course Carlson's bowled a bit of twirl.
No Ingram bowling this year, though.
No, we haven't seen much of Ingram bowling in recent years, have we? As he plays this one to mid-off, and there's no run. I did see him throw down a few deliveries in a warm-up against Middlesex, and thought he might be back in it, but not required. No. In terms of this side, well, it's going to be difficult for the batters to get in, even though there's the likes of Tom Bevan and Will Smale, who probably ought to be considered. Or perhaps they will mix and match the team slightly. As Dal bowls, Ingram watches it carefully, defends it on the offside.
Yeah, and you've got Tim van der Gooten, who must be rather tired now, whether he'll miss a couple of games. But then you look at the Glamorgan attack in T20, it leaks so many runs. But having said that, van der Gooten is not, I don't think, a sort of one day, even though he's been picked for the 100 in the past.
Well,
he's played for Netherlands.
Yeah, he started well here. The other, was it last season or the season before? He played just one game before he was picked up for the 100. Took 4 wickets here, I believe.
Now he's taken a lot of wickets this season and bowled extremely well. But he must be just a little bit weary.
Yes. You'd have thought they'd have rested him on occasion, but the games don't come that closely together. And it would be nice to see a few youngsters given the chance. Ben Morris, who's in the squad for this game. You presume that Sisodia will come back in instead of Swepson, because they're only having the one overseas player. Glamorgan during the one-day cup.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what side they'll... well, it'll be all up to Mark Elaine, who'll be coming back to take charge as he did in the T20. And there's a lot of messing about with... not messing about, but changes in the field. And for Ul Hassan, there's a slip and a short leg now, sensing that he doesn't really attack unless the ball is there. Thompson has bowled quite accurately. Here's his first ball then. And having said that, he opens his shoulders and hammers it out to deep extra cover. And they go through for a single. And Lewis Deploy saw that 6. He sent his long on right back on the fence. He himself comes back to a position I cannot understand why.
Well, it's inviting the hit over the top and hoping he miscues, I suppose.
Yeah, but he might as well be running in for it. As he bowls now, back goes Ingram. I don't think he is going to toss it up after that 6. Fire it through.
Means there is an easy single to be had for any straight drive, doesn't it? With Deploy set halfway back and Rees back on the boundary.
Round the wicket he comes again. Bowls it quicker delivery, and Ingram just tickles it round to backwards square and gets a single to move on to 91. Both batsmen in sight of milestones. Ingram 100. Ul Hassan needs 2 runs for his first championship 50. Who will get there first? Surely it'll be Ul Hassan.
This is now equal to his previous best, but as you say, Derbyshire putting the pressure on with a short leg.
Thompson bowls. Forward comes Ul Hassan and pushes it back down the pitch. There's no run. It's going to be cloudy, but weather's supposed to be okay, I think. I think we'll get some play every day. Round the wicket comes Thompson. Forward comes Ul Hassan. No run that time.
Yeah, there's no suggestion of the consistent rain that dogged the last round of matches.
Saturday. My word, what a day that was. Here's Thompson again. Bowls and back he goes, Ul Hassan. Gets a single and will move on to 49, and hopefully it'll give Nick the chance to describe his maiden championship 50. Perhaps I should have said that.
Well, it's already he's already on a career best, at least.
Yes.
49. This is 4th or 5th championship game. 6th championship game, actually. He's taken over from Eddie Byram, who, as we mentioned, was injured in a T20 game at Hove, having been struck by Tamal Mills, and then some sort of bone damage.
Chunk of his hip.
Yes, Mills, of course, one of the fastest of England's bowlers. As Dahl bowls to Ul Hassan, who drives into the offside, won't get his 50 there, as it's fielded at cover. So certainly there'll be an opportunity for next season for Ul Hassan to play regularly in the championship, with David Lloyd departing.
If you, at the end of the season, they say the positives, there were a few, not many, but you can say that this young man, that is a positive.
It's the sort of thing that might be mentioned in Wisden, eh?
Yes.
As Dahl is into bowl, Ul Hassan drives to mid-on.
Well, especially that the Wisden correspondent for Glamorgan has changed this year, and I would think it's a far more successful move than the old fellow that did it for 33 years.
Big boots to fill, Edward. Big boots to fill. Thank you for passing them on.
Yes, I should look forward. Oh, he hasn't written that, does he?
166 for 1.
Do a good job of that.
That's driven into the onside, and that will be Ul Hassan's maiden half century. He'll pick up a couple of runs, and he will move on to 51 not out off 148 balls. It's been a patient affair. He's taken his chances, and he has finally reached a half century, having fallen short on several previous occasions. He makes no mistake today. Zain Ul Hassan is on 51 not out.
How nice it was just to see him touch his helmet and hold the bat up once to the ground, and then none of this leaping up in the air and the bat flying.
That'll come if he gets to 3 figures at all, I guess, this season. Derbyshire changing their field round now that Ul Hassan has got to the half-century. Bringing in 2 mid-wickets, and slip has gone slightly square up as Ul Hassan drives through the offside. Well, that was a relief of pressure, if you like, wasn't it, once he'd got to the 50 for the first time, and the next ball over pitch with a bit of width from Dahl, a rare error from him, and it's hit away up to the...
I'm very impressed by this young man. You know, he's played the ideal, I keep repeating myself, the ideal opening batsman's innings on a 4-day county championship match. And every ball has been treated on merit, and he's played some fine boundary shots, none better than the last one.
In comes the next delivery from Dahl, driven but not quite timed back to the bowler. So Ul Hassan's 50 included 8 boundaries, strike rate of only 35, but no one's worrying too much about that. 1-7-2 for 1.
I shall be vacating my seat because our boss is back, ready for action.
As that's turned on the leg side by Ul Hassan. End of the Dahl over. He's bowled 11 overs, 0 for 22. 172 for 1. Ul Hassan has 55. Ingram has 91. And you'll have to, I think, wait for one more over, Edward, before Dave is back with us.
So 172 for 1. Ingram is on 91. And as Nick described there, Ul Hassan is first half-century for Glamorgan. He's not out 50. First championship half-century.
55 not out, and looking to progress. Let's hope he manages to reset mentally now and think, well, right, I've got 150. Can I go on and get another one?
In comes Thompson around the wicket and opens, starts a new over. He's hit it over cover. He's bisected long off from deep extra, and that's 4 runs. It went over the top of short extra cover. It was a shot played purposely, I think, because he's such strength there that he knew he could lift it over. He moves on to 95, Colin Ingram. I do begin to think that after the last game here last week, 470-something, played 592, plays 89 for no wicket. Are we going to have the same pattern here? As around the wicket, this is played away on the onside, and there's no run.
Yes, Ingram has been a bit stop-start in the side, so it's been a slowish start with the red ball.
Now he comes, that's short, cut away, backward of square. Will it be stopped? Yes, it will. Just 10 yards inside the boundary, and it's only a single as he moves on to 96.
Was pleasing, though, to see Ingram back to almost his very top-class form in the 100.
Yeah.
In the not the 100, the blast.
Yes. I thought Fletcher was coming back, but he's wandered out.
He's wandered off.
Carry on. Thompson bowls. Oh, that's a poor delivery outside leg stump. Helped in its way, and it's 4 more runs to Colin Ingram, who moves on to. Is that his 100? It's got 96 at the. Oh, Ul Hassan that was. Sorry, 59. Yeah, I thought that 2 left-handers, both with helmets. I'll make an excuse. It was pitched outside the leg stump, and really it was 4 runs on offer. In he comes again, Thompson, on the back foot. Expensive over there. 9 runs off it so far. Yeah, I was given all those runs scored here, and you think, oh no, Not another red fest.
Well, both sides have had high-scoring games in recent weeks, haven't they? So
Yeah.
could be the batters on top for the next 4 days.
In comes Thompson, bowls, pushes forward this time. Does the young left-hander, end of the over. 181 for 1, and opportunity for Ingram to get his 100. He's 96, and Hassan is 59. And this partnership, when they came together, the score was 19 for 1.
Ingram only has 17 previous centuries, say only. It's creditable, of course, but in some seasons he's played a lot more white ball cricket than red ball. He hardly played any championship stuff at all for 4 or 5 years, partially because of injury for Glamorgan, but he is back and firing in all formats, it seems. So Ingram is on 96, he's on strike, and Derbyshire changed the bowling to bring on Scrimshaw for his second spell. 6'7" right arm fast bowler who got a career best in his last championship match of 5 for 49.
You wouldn't bet against Colin Ingram getting his 100 because Scrimshaw's hasn't been the most consistent, so my Derbyshire friends in the media box say. Hasn't been the most consistent, but he did take a 5-4 down at Sussex.
So what can he do to dislodge Colin Ingram on 96 not out? Here comes Scrimshaw. Right arm around and down the leg side. Pulled away by Ingram, and there is Colin Ingram's century. His first of the season in the championship for Glamorgan. It's come off 146 balls, so a decent rate, and it really has spearheaded this Glamorgan effort here at the County Ground Derby. Colin Ingram, 100 not out.
What a good innings it's been. He hasn't been in really any trouble since he came in. He's played positively. The odd airy shot, but you'll give him that. But it's been attractive to watch, and to get it in that fashion with a hook for 4 off Scrimshaw, it tells you the tale that he's been on top form, the left-hander.
16 fours and a 6. His boundary hits. As Scrimshaw is in again, bowls a short ball down the leg side, which Ingram does not attempt to play. I thought for a moment Mr. Bainton was signalling a no ball, but I think it was just that's one of your short balls for the over. 185 for 1. The partnership is worth 166, and latest deploy must be wondering, where's the breakthrough coming from? Scrimshaw bowls again on leg stump, again pulled around hard by Ingram. Well, they may have 2 men out in the deep, Derbyshire, but neither of them could do anything about that. Immensely strong in the forearms is Ingram, and dispatched to the ropes at great speed. 189 for 1. Ingram has 104.
This is very poor bowling by Scrimshaw because he started off this morning with 4 byes down the leg side, and now he's bowled 2 short deliveries, which is, on a good wicket like this, it's just asking the batsman to hit you for 4. And he hasn't threatened at all, as the ball seems to have got lost somewhere in the outfield.
It's disappeared underneath the blotter for a moment or two, but someone's dug it out.
If you're a county bowler, you've got to somehow bowl better than you are, than Scrimshaw is. And I think the captain has recognised this, Nick, because he hasn't even given him 1 slip. And he is a man, as you described, a 6'7", banging it in, and he's a quick bowler.
Not much life left in the ball. Now there are 3 back in the deep on the leg side.
Well, this is crazy.
As Ingram defends one on the offside. They're looking to bounce him out, aren't they? Basically, there's a square leg just in front of the umpire because you can't have 3 behind square. There's a man halfway between square leg and fine leg, and there is Sam Connors down beneath us in the media centre at fine leg.
This is a field set. Poor bowling. Admit trying to get him caught well.
A leg trap. Scrimshaw to Ingram, who gets one that rises on him a little bit, doesn't quite control it. It lobbed out on the offside, but there is no one close in there catching, so it doesn't matter. 189 for one. And anything on the offside, there are plenty of gaps, though. Edward will be delighted to hear that round the corner from our viewpoint there is a third man.
I should think so, Nick. 189 for one.
Scrimshaw is into bowl to Ingram. Short ball down leg side. Ingram just says, well, you're wasting your energy there. Ducks underneath it. 189 for one. Ingram 104. Ul Hassan has 59. The only wicket to fall today, that of David Lloyd. Caught, guessed, bowled Chappell 19. Looking at the Derbyshire bowling figures, well, Dahl has just gone for 2 and over. But Chappell has taken the wicket and is going for under 3 and over. But some of those figures are not terribly pleasant reading as far as the home support is concerned. Little change round of seats, shuffle round of seats, and Dave Fletcher will be back with us. Almost seamless. Almost seamless. 189 for one as Mr. Fletcher returns to add a Derbyshire perspective to proceedings.
Yeah. Sam Connors from the racecourse end, bowling to Zain Ul Hassan, who gets one down the leg side. It's a good stop, actually, diving away to his right by Brooke Guest. Had to be. And the umpire, Mr. Baldwin, is now having a look to see where Sam Hughes is following through after his delivery stride. Same happened to Lewis Rees, who was left-handed, and now the right-handed Sam Connors appears to perhaps potentially be straying onto into the red zone. He's in again, bowls a full toss down the leg side, 4 byes. That's dreadful from Sam, I'm afraid. And at Glamorgan move on to 193 for one. I've already gone with it's going from bad to worse in the 3 o'clock update, so goodness knows where I'm going to go at worst.
Worst to worst?
From worst to worsest, or worser. It's just not great, is it? Not great at all. Connors in and bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side nicely by Ul Hassan. He's going to get 1. He might think about 2. They are going to think about 2. The throw comes in from Lewis Rees, but Ingram's back to the danger end. The non-strikers end very comfortably in the end. 2 more. They keep switching off my cue, which is not something that normally happens. I can switch it off from this end, so it's quite disconcerting when it happens. 16 fours and a 6, that was what I was missing.
Yes.
Nicely played.
Well, the problem for Derbyshire is that there's always been a bad ball around the corner, so they don't really need to work as hard as they might.
And they've got 2 catches at mid-wicket as Connors is in and bowls, and it's defended by Ul Hassan out into the offside towards Tom Wood. Yeah, no, the bowling hasn't been great, has it? And certainly they haven't backed up their skipper's decision to bowl first. We can analyse the decision all we like, but the bowlers have just sprayed it around all over the show. There's 2 lots of 4 byes that Brooke Guest has stood absolutely no chance of stopping. They were that far down the leg side. Scrimshaw earlier, Connors now. Connors bowls, full delivery, just a slightly false shot and then a shocking piece of fielding from Mitch Wagstaff, who's out on the field with 22 on his back. Dives all over that one. And they get through for 2 more. So he hasn't even been on the field for long and he's joined in. 63 to Ul Hassan, 197 for 1.
Yeah, you'd expect a teenager on as a sub-fielder to be out to impress, wouldn't you?
Well, get a go in the 50-over competition. I've seen the squad. It's thin. Thinner than this, as Connors He's in again and bowls to Zainul Hassan, who plays it straight back to the bowler. End of the over, end of Mitch Wagstaff's very brief spell on the field. 197 for one now, Ingram 104, Ul Hassan 63, the partnership 178. I was spared the big partnership that Durham had last week because we were on strike and didn't have to commentate on it, which was good. Alex Lees making 170. It was a fine. I watched it from outside. It was a fine innings, but I was glad I wasn't in the commentary box, quite frankly.
19741, and Glamorgan just 3 runs away from being 50 runs away from the first bonus point.
Absolutely. He and David Beddingham put on 1,000,003, I think it was. Lees. They went from 8 for 2 when everybody thought, oh, hang on, to 313 for 3. And everybody thought, yes.
Yes, Ian Evans, excellent for the 22-year-old Zayn.
22, is he?
A player for the future, this lad.
I'm sure I might have heard somebody say he was 18.
Scrimshaw bowls first ball of the over, which is a short one and which Ingram ignores.
Thinking back, he said that he'd been at 1 or 2 clubs before settling at Glamorgan. It seemed unlikely that he was 18. But it made it more impressive for the 2:30 update. So they were all very impressed back at the studio. A, that I knew how old he was, which I didn't. And B, that he was so young, which he isn't.
As Scrimshaw is in, right arm round to bowl to Ingram. Just back of a length turn by Ingram on the leg side. And there is no run. Well, given that he played, I think, a List A game for Worcestershire a handful of years ago, he'd have been remarkably young if he was still 18.
We've seen the odd young person do well, haven't we, in cricket? Ahmadullah Kadri springs to mind.
Indeed, having tied up Glamorgan in knots under the floodlights a few years back.
Nobody was there.
Scrimshaw bowls, and that's down leg side, and Ingram has nothing to do with it. There is a cunning plan on here with 3 back awaiting the hook shot, but Colin Ingram at the moment is waiting for this mini storm from Scrimshaw to blow itself out and is rarely taking on the hook shot.
Yeah, it's very kind of you to call it a plan.
Well, if you put 3 back on the leg side, it has to be deliberately, really. Don't do that accidentally. Scrimshaw bowls, again, back of a length down leg side. Ingram tries to turn it off his hip and misses.
There's 3 bits of wood there, isn't there? And apparently, I've heard, you might be able to tell me if this is true or not, but if you hit them and remove one of the 2 bits of wood on the top, that you get what's known as a wicket. But I have no idea. It's not anything we've seen recently here.
If you bowl it correctly on the wicket and strike the wickets, then it will be a wicket. As Scrimshaw bowls short, Ingram ducks, Guest collects.
Because there is only one mode of dismissal here, and that's an error from the batsman.
Yes. Caught in the deep on the leg side is about all he'll get, unless he happens to glove one down the leg side to the keeper.
We're talking 55 overs in to a match in which you won the toss.
Scrimshaw, the Welsh fireman, plugging away with another short ball that Ingram ducks underneath. And that's the end of the over. 197 for 1. Ingram is still on 104. It may be a maiden over, but who is the better at the end of it?
Yes.
We're all 4 minutes older.
Indeed. Sam Connors is going to continue. It will be his 11th over, 0 for 35 at the moment. The crowd are very quiet, but nothing to cheer about, the majority of them. Still got those 2 catches at mid-wicket. And he's in at and bowls, and it's driven into the ground and back towards him by Zainul Hassan. Gets his right hand to the ball, does Sam Connors. Stops it. And there is no run. They're due to inspect at 4 o'clock at Scarborough. It's only 3:20 now. The outfield is, and I quote the scoreboard here, or the scorecard, or whatever it's called on the thing, the outfield is very wet. Here is Connors in and bowls a short one. It's a top edge from Ul Hassan, straight over the wicketkeeper's head and down to the boundary for 4. So a very fine leg, ultimately.
You didn't know an awful lot about that one, Ul
It
Hassan.
wasn't a great shot, was it? He was down on one knee. I think he was trying to play the slog sweep, and it perhaps got up a bit higher than he was expecting. Top edge, and away it went.
Thought for a moment it might balloon to keeper or slip, but the pace on the ball, well, at least Connors inducing an error from the batter.
Was that the first error of the afternoon session? The 200's up, incidentally, for Glamorgan. 201 for 1 as this next delivery is defended by Ul Hassan. Came up in 55 overs and 2 balls, which means I should be able to work out how long the latest one has taken. 11 overs and 2 balls, so it's been pretty swift. The latest 50, in fact, the quickest 50 of the match so far.
Thank you, Stato.
But it's not guaranteed to be correct, that though. That's the only problem with my statistics, so that it involves.
Don't tell them that, Pike.
It involves my maths. Connors around the wicket, bowls to Ul Hassan, who just clips this down towards long leg, where Zach Chappell waits for the ball to arrive. Ul Hassan moves on to 68, 202 for 1. Oh, and it's a no ball as well. So 204 for 1, and the partnership up to 185. Connors did have no ball issues against Durham. Bowled at least half a dozen.
Emir Evans has kindly included you in his tweet, which says Brav gweld Ingram and Batio and Dha.
Yes, I got Edward to translate it earlier on, but he didn't have his glasses with him. That one is defended by Ingram, so I'm not sure it was actually correct. It dribbles backwards behind the stumps on the leg side through to the wicketkeeper.
What Edward says, the tweet meant nice to see the Penguins dancing on ice.
Yes, that was pretty much, no. something about how marvellous Ingram was,
Yes.
and it was all wonderful.
Yeah, that's the gist of it.
Excellent.
With or without glasses.
Yeah. That's very kind of it to include me in a Welsh, I think it's my first Welsh tweet. Connors bowls, driven by Ingram up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Lears Deploy. He must be wondering what on earth he did earlier on. And it remains 204 for 1. They are on course. If they carry on at this particular rate, I shouldn't have started this bit of maths either. So they're going at 3.7. So even if they only go at 3.5, they'll get to 140 more runs. So therefore, be 344 at the close of play. As the vacant third man coming into operation here, as Ingram just dabs that one down to third man, picks up another boundary, moves to 108. Glamorgan 208 for 1 at the end of the Connors over. 11 overs for 46 now for Sam. And well, Glamorgan just going along easily. That's the main worry for me. It's so easy. There were 11 runs off that over, including the 2 for the no ball. Without, yeah, all right, there was the false shot from Ul Hassan, but when you get to 64 off 160 odd balls, you deserve a bit of luck every now and then.
Yes, Ingram is an excellent placer of the ball, as well as the ability to hit it hard. He's good at hitting it in the gaps, as evidence there is the way he steered it through about 4th slip for the boundary. 208 for 1. Scrimshaw for Ul Hassan has got a short leg. And he comes and bowls a short delivery that Ul Hassan ducks underneath. Now there's the 2 in the outfield at quite an angled backward square and fine leg. He's also got a short leg 2 mid-wickets and a mid-on. So I think we can deduce that Scrimshaw will be bowling towards the leg stump, as there are only 3 on the offside. Not something you see often. As Scrimshaw bowls. Oh, is that a chance? He's clipped it straight at short leg. Technical chance possibly for Wood.
Yes, I think it was straight to him, but having said that, it was straight to him off the face of the bat. It was against Glamorgan. Derbyshire employed the backstop, I remember, wasn't it?
Yes.
Billy Godleman's backstop with the... it was good to have that option up the sleeve, apparently. Back in the day. You calling it a chance?
Oof. Technically, as Ul Hassan gets up on his toes and defends yet another short ball on the offside. No run.
He did well not to flinch, although probably didn't have time to flinch, did he?
No, he was, I think, falling backwards, as is only human instinct. But it hit some part of his anatomy. Tom Wood, and rebounded. A technical chance, although you wouldn't really have expected him to hang on. Scrimshaw bowls, short delivery. Ul Hassan ducks underneath it. Well, I suppose there'll be some encouragement for this leg theory from that technical chance. But it doesn't feel as though it's going to be hugely productive. I may be proved wrong. 208 for 1, Glamorgan. 42 runs ahead, away from their first batting point. There's Scrimshaw bowls on leg stump, slightly fuller of a length, and played by Ul Hassan to mid-wicket where Thompson fields, and there's no run.
I think Tom Wood will be delighted that he spent so much time in the gym, so that his body is taut, which is why he didn't feel any pain there. A huge bruise, I would imagine, on his... I thought it hit him in the chest. He is no stranger to the inside of a gym, Tom Wood. He's a very large human being.
There's Scrimshaw in again, short of a length. Ul Hassan ducks, gas takes. Yes. 208 for 1. It does have an air of futility. I mean,
Doesn't it?
Don't like really to criticise opposition sides. I'll leave that to you. But
well, I think it's got an air of futility about it, Nick.
I'm glad that you were willing to take on that particular baton.
I don't think there's any doubt. Sam Connors is going to continue. It's the third over of this particular spell. He's conceded 15, but also conceded those 4 byes. So hasn't been at his best in this little spell so far. And he comes in and bowls to Ingram, who covers up nicely, pushes it into the offside where Tom Wood does the fielding, and there's no run.
Edward brings news from the scorebox. This is a record second wicket partnership from Glamorgan against Derbyshire, beating the previous effort at Cardiff Arms Park in 1951.
1951.
By Emrys Davis and Gilbert Parkhouse.
Lovely. In goes Connors and bowls, and that's a short of a length delivery that's just turned into the leg side gently by Ingram for a single. He moves on to 109. The score on to 209 for 1.
2 famous names in Glamorgan history, although before our times.
I'm just fascinated that they were able to play cricket at the Arms Park. I know it's all been reconfigured and everything in since the millennium, or just before the millennium, whenever it was that the stadium was built. But is it in the same place, behind the hotel? This one, the hotel probably wasn't there. This one is guided down into the ground. So was it was it a bit like Swansea?
The cricket ground was next to the then National Stadium.
Right.
So you had one rugby stadium, you now have two there.
So there were, oh, right, okay.
It's where
Okay.
the Cardiff Rugby and Cardiff RFC club ground is
Right.
now, because Cardiff club used to play at the main stadium.
It's all becoming clear. Connor's balls, full delivery, driven nicely by Ul Hassan, but moving smartly to his right. Liz Deploy can do the fielding to prevent a run from being taken. Right, now that all makes more sense, certainly in my mind.
So, yes, it was one rugby ground and one cricket ground, and it's now two rugby grounds.
Yeah. Would have been handy if it had still been the cricket ground, because my hotel room last time looked straight out over it. Connors is in and bowls. This one's down the leg side, clipped away nicely by Ul Hassan, but there is a man at fine leg. It's Zach Chappell. So just a single for Ul Hassan, who moves on to 69, 211 for one.
I did see one cricket match played after the building of the new rugby ground, but it was farcical, frankly. It was some sort of benefit or charity game, but of course the boundaries were extremely short.
They played one inside the new stadium, didn't they? As this next one is bowled by Connors at an international 11 floodlit
Oh,
affair.
yes, they did. Yes, that was a joke as well.
Excellent, I've got to mention it. 210 for one with 6 overs to go until tea, I notice. Ul Hassan has 69, Ingram has 109.
I'd forgotten entirely about that. They had to
It
put
cropped up on Twitter sometime this week, actually.
Did it? Oh, right.
Yeah.
They had to put for some very large nets up, to my recollection, to prevent the crowd being peppered.
I just think it's fantastic. They have the British Speedway Grand Prix in there.
They
don't
do. Well, it's more suited, I would presume, to
Well,
Speedway
yes.
than cricket.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, as and when it chucks it down, you just shut the roof and carry on.
Indeed, and also suited to rock and pop concerts as well. They had Coldplay and Harry Styles separately, I hasten to add, there this summer. But
Any rock there at all?
are you suggesting that
No,
Coldplay do
just-
not rock? 210 for one. Politely, but...
Yes, very politely. Yeah, absolutely.
Scrimshaw is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who defends on the offside. Excuse me, do you mind if we rock? Chris Martin, of course, being a big cricket fan, the singer.
Is he?
Yeah. I think he was at the Test match the day before one of Coldplay's concerts on their last tour, which I actually saw last year at Wembley. They should have told me it was coming to Cardiff the following year, you see. And I would have waited for
Would
that.
have been handy, wouldn't it?
Scrimshaw bowls, short ball, Ul Hassan ducks. Now for Ul Hassan, they've only got the fine leg back. There is a slip leg gully in the form of Lewis Rees, as well as the short leg, the square leg, the mid wicket and the mid on. So Derbyshire are doubling down on their leg theory, as that is defended by Ul Hassan to gully, fielded by Dal. No run.
The bluff, the one on off stump. Tried to fool him there, but Ul Hassan has been out there so long, I don't think he's going to get fooled that easily.
There's several of the Glamorgan coaching staff wandering around. Darren Thomas is with them for this match, as well as Matthew Maynard and David Harrison, as that is outside off stump, and Ul Hassan lets it go through to Guest. Well, frankly, Ul Hassan doesn't really have much to do apart from defend the straight ones at the moment. It's in case he fends one off his body. We did see him drive one into the body of Wood in the last over. But by and large, he's been happy to watch them sail past. Scrimshaw Ball's short, on leg stump. Hassan ducks. Through to Guest, no run, dot ball.
We could just have a chat, couldn't we, and just assume that that's what's going to happen, unless something else happens. Because, yes, it's a plan, but I'm not sure it's a plan that's going to work anytime soon, personally.
210 for 1. We are in the 59th over. Thank goodness it's the last ball of it. Scrimshaw in, and that one was slightly more pitched up, and Hassan drove it to mid-wicket. It was a dot ball. 210 for 1 at the end of the over. Scrimshaw 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 21. 210 for 1, Derbyshire.
Another maiden over for
Glamorgan,
George.
having been put in by Derbyshire, it is another maiden over. But not a hugely threatening.
I almost feel like apologising. It's got nothing to do with me.
No.
By the way, I know. Just yeah. Sam Connors is going to continue with those. Oh, hang on. Alex Thompson's warming up, and so is Lewis Rees. We might have seen the end of George Scrimshaw. How many overs has he? How many overs has he bowled in this spell? 4 Connors bowls. It's driven by Ingram. Up towards Leas deploy.
Neil Thornycroft says Zain Ul Hassan needed that 50, get the 100, and he's opening next season. I suspect he may well be opening in the championship next season. Anyway, come whatever it is in April that we start. He also points out 10 for hitting the roof at the stadium.
Oh,
I don't
it?
remember that.
Right.
There we are. I'll take your word for it, Neil.
Quite a way up, I would have thought.
It is.
I've been in there once, I think. Long time ago now. Connors is in and bowls a short delivery down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest. I went to an FA Cup final.
I was going to say, what sport?
I think it was Manchester United against Arsenal. That would give away the year. I couldn't tell you the year off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was the early 2000s, wasn't it, when Wembley was being reconfigured. They staged, what, 5 or 6 FA Cup finals.
Halifax Town had a player who was player of the round in either the 4th qualifying round or the 1st round, and they've suddenly phoned me up and said, "Do you fancy going to Wembley?" I said, "Yeah, all right then." Waste of time, really. Connors bowls, and that one is clipped off his legs by Ingram down to fine leg. He moves to 110, 211 for 1. If I disappear very suddenly, don't be alarmed.
I shall do my best not to be alarmed.
Because I am about to do some kind of update.
All right, even though it's 3:37, which isn't an obvious time for an update.
No, I've just realised why there was no cue, because I had the wrong thing in the... What's it? Here's Connors in and bowls down the leg side. Of course it is.
Technical terms.
Yeah. I don't know what this song is either, so I don't know when it's going to finish. 211 for 1. It could be anybody.
Do you need me to carry on speaking?
Yeah, you carry on and I'll go.
Dave Fletcher miraculously disappears to a different broadcast line with 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. 211 for 1. Glamorgan have added 104 runs since lunch without loss, as Connors bowls a short ball that Ul Hassan ducks underneath it. Allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. This is the 60th over of the innings, last ball thereof, so 2 more to go till the tea interval as the afternoon session meanders along. As Thompson warms up, and over before tea perchance as Connors in. That's a frightful ball down leg side, and Zain Ul Hassan really ought to have hit that one into the car park, but he's missed. 211 for 1. Ul Hassan 69. Ingram has 110. Morgan having been inserted by Deploy at 10:30. And Glamorgan can look to build and build and build for the rest of the day. And we'll hope very much to be in a position to kick on tomorrow with the likes of Carlson, Root and Cook, all relatively quick scorers in the middle order. Ingram surveys the scene, which is now seen a remarkable 4 outfielders on the leg side. Well, this is quite astounding, really, that Scrimshaw has 4 men back for the misplaced pull or hook, which is a really odd, even odder field. As Ingram glances one down towards fine leg. Well, it's a competition to field it between Wood and Connors. And Wood, despite the fact that he's padded up, gets the ball most quickly, 212 for 1. Ingram onto Nelson, 111. And the field changes remarkably for Zain ul Hassan. From 4 out on the leg side, it's just now 1 out on the leg side, and the others coming in closer. So short leg and a leg slip. Mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on. Oh, that's caught and bowled as Ul Hassan gets a leading edge. It goes back to the bowler, and Scrimshaw hangs on to it gratefully. Celebrations for Derbyshire as Ul Hassan regretfully makes his way back to the pavilion, having done lots of hard work. He must have had a century in the back of his mind. He looks absolutely crestfallen. He doesn't need to be. He's done a fine job for his side. He's out for 69. It's 212 for 2. And Derbyshire do have a wicket in the afternoon session. As Derbyshire enthused. A round of applause for Ul Hassan on his first-class best, which is nice to see. 212 for 2, trying to turn it into the leg side, and in the end just clipped it back to the bowler. As we were saying, it's a fine spell from Scrimshaw, and it looked as though it would take a wicket at any moment.
Any moment, yeah. It was good. To be fair to him, I just said to Chris there on doing the update that it was a pretty good catch, because he's 6'8". The ball came back to him quite quickly, and it was about thigh high, wasn't it? And it was a decent enough catch by George Scrimshaw. And, well, they're on the slide now, aren't they, Glamorgan? 212 for 2.
With Derbyshire on the verge of a bowling bonus point.
Yes, well, yeah, they're fairly easy to come by, aren't they, in fairness? 11 fours? Yeah, I thought he batted really nicely, Zain ul Hassan. I'm glad to see the back of him from a Derbyshire perspective, and I'm sure that George Scrimshaw is as well. But now it brings out, we talk about lack of experience. We've now got Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram batting together. You probably wouldn't get more experienced duo, would you? Really?
Indeed. Northeast, 33 years old, but has been in the county game for so many years at the top level, with first Kent and then Hampshire. And after very brief visits to Nottingham and Headingley, ended up at Glamorgan, where he flourished last year, has not flourished to the same extent this year, although he does now have a century to his credit. He's got 414 runs at an average 27.6, and will be looking to improve on that. Right, there's also a short leg and a short mid-wicket and a leg gully for Northeast. Scrimshaw staying round the wicket and bowling a fast delivery that Northeast does well to defend to Kame, the short mid-wicket fielder. So in the end, Ul Hassan faced 183 balls and, as Dave remarked, hit 11 boundaries, but has been part of a partnership of 193 for the second wicket, a record for Glamorgan against Derbyshire, as North East indicates that he isn't ready. Maybe someone was still having a little word. Scrimshaw is in to bowl to North East. Short pitch ball. North East ducks underneath it. Practices ducking after the ball had gone past, and Guest takes it.
This is his 5th over of the spell, George Scrimshaw. He might get a 6th now. It'd be pointless almost taking him off before tea, wouldn't it, with 3 overs to go after this over is complete.
Oh yes, I think I might have got my maths wrong. So it was 2 overs to go and over a 2 ago, as that is a very short ball that just loops tennis ball style over the head of Sam North East. And he banged it in to such an extent that it became a no ball.
It's really a wide, isn't it? It's a wide. Why is it a no ball? That's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's a wide. But you get, I know you get two runs for a no ball.
So the batters would rather it was a no ball.
Yeah, but it is a wide, isn't it? By all definitions of everything, it's a wide.
Yes. Or a high.
Yes.
Scrimshaw bowls and North East flicks it, I think deliberately, down to third man for 4 runs. I believe he placed that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
Races away for 4. He's off the mark, 218 for 2.
Sort of placed it in a way that it looked as though he was trying to withdraw the bat at the same time, which is a clever thing to do, and which is why George Scrimshaw stood at the end of his follow-through with his head in his hands, I think. But
given that there was a slight lack of slip fielders, then he's perfectly entitled to place it in that area of the field.
No question. No question.
As Hyder Ali is the man entrusted with recovering the ball from the third man area.
I'll put another slip in place now, though. Might be a bit late.
Stable door, horse bolted.
Very much.
As Scrimshaw bowls and North East turns on the leg side, no run. Of course, you could use the word bolted twice in that phrase, couldn't you? You could bolt the stable door after the horse is bolted.
Yeah.
Showing the rich variety of the English language. 218 for 2.
It's come to this on day one.
We're not usually this whimsical on day one.
This is more the kind of conversation you have on day 3 when both sides have yet to complete their first innings. Lewis Rees just making sure his shoulders are loose, but I can't imagine that George Scrimshaw won't get another over. 3 to go until tea. Sam Connors will be bowling the 5th over of this spell. 18 runs conceded so far. Connors is on his way in around the wicket to Colin Ingram. Bowls a full delivery that Ingram gets his bat down on, pushes it out into the offside, and Tom Wood decides to hurl it at the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 218 for 2. Ingram on 111. North East just starting off his innings after the dismissal of Zain-ul Hassan for 69 during the update, which is always a good thing. Connors is on his way in again. Bowls to Ingram, who goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the onside, fielded by Harry Kame. And he throws the ball to Brooke Guest, who throws it straight back to him. He's entirely pointless. Doesn't show intent, isn't threatening. But they insist on doing it. And I've no idea why. It sort of drilled into them. Get it back into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Get it back to the bowler and you might finish at 6 o'clock. Connors in again. Played backward of square, or pretty much square on the offside by Ingram. Out towards Anujdal on the point boundary for a single. He moves to 112. 219 for 2. Have a look at the 16 wicket match at Edgbaston where they back out there. They were off for bad light. It must have been really bad because they've got floodlights clearly at Edgbaston. Warwickshire bowled out for 60. Middlesex 86 for 6. Somerset bowled out cheaply as well today. 170 they made. Surrey 4 for 1. As Connors is in again over the wicket to northeast, who drives very nicely out towards the cover boundary. Lewis Rees is chasing. The ball won't have the legs to get all the way to the boundary. They've run 2, and 2 is all they'll get. As Rees throws the ball back in from about 10 yards in front of the boundary away to our left-hand side, up towards the players' pavilion.
It is quite a longish boundary, I suppose, on that side of the ground. I suppose
about 60 metres either way, probably, isn't it?
Yeah,
I would have thought.
Although the ball probably isn't travelling as fast after the recent rains. It doesn't race over the outfield.
No, indeed. We're not talking IPL boundaries here. These are proper ones, as that one is left alone by northeast to go through to the keeper. I've just been asked to PNG, which is a system that we use to send things, as you know, Nick, obviously. Some videos I took last Wednesday night at Ilkeston Town. I hope I didn't delete them.
They're usually hanging around on the phone, aren't they, for a month anyway?
Oh, yeah.
I believe you can recover them from the deleted area.
I might need to try and do that then. Connors in at balls to northeast, pushes this out to Rees, who moves around from the covers to point to do the fielding. The one thing that I tried to send them by WhatsApp to the chap who needed them, but apparently the quality is not very good. And that's what he told me to do, because I'm not very good at this kind of thing.
Oh,
really.
the miracles of modern technology.
Well, yeah, it's rubbish, isn't it, really? Well, it's not.
Well, it's all right when it works. Can you imagine if 20 years ago you'd told you or I to record a video and send it over via a mobile phone?
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true.
I've been saying, where's the cameraman? And you'll have to wait till he drives back to the studio.
Yes, he's got to develop the film. Excellent. Oh, well, we'll see him a week on Thursday then.
2:21 for 2 as hello, we've got a change of bowling as Ingram drives the first ball through the offside and will pick up a couple of runs. This is Lewis Rees back to replace Scrimshaw, the over after he'd taken a wicket.
Well, I was convinced that he would get another one, because this is going to be the last over from the City end for the session, unless Derbyshire suddenly find 6 wickets in the next 11 deliveries, in which case tea will be delayed, but it won't be. I think we're all fairly safe.
Here comes Rees, left arm, medium pace over the wicket to Ingram, who drives into the covers. No run. What is the latest cunning plan from the home side? It's a conventional 3 on the leg side, 1 slip and 2 in the covers is about the only notable feature.
I think they're waiting for it to go dark and trying to sneak up on the Glamorgan batsman, in all honesty. Surprise them.
2:23 for 2 as Ingram drives again into the offside. Thought there might be a single there, but he hit it rather too hard to deep mid-off, no run. So, 20 minutes tea, which will ensue in about 9 deliveries time. And again, Glamorgan's 9 legitimate deliveries, unless a wicket falls in the over, etc., etc. Rees bowls, and Ingram tries to leg glance. He may not have got bat onto that. It is indeed a leg by signalled by umpire Bainton. The ball dribbled down towards fine leg. 2:24 for 2, which means that the afternoon session has exactly mirrored the morning one at the moment. 107 runs and 1 wicket.
117 this afternoon.
Apart from the extra 10 that they've scored in the afternoon.
Maths, don't do maths.
Sorry.
Never do maths.
Oh, it's...
Write it down. Get it on your calculator on your phone or something, but never do it in your head.
Careless. Would have known better. 224 for 2. Rees with 2 slips and a man on the drive for North East, who goes forward and then plays no shot when he gets there. So the wickets to fall today. David Lloyd caught guest bowled Chapel 19 with the score on 19.
Yeah.
Zain ul Hassan some time later in the 61st over. First wicket having fallen in the 5th over. He was caught and bowled trying to drive Scrimshaw on the leg side, but got a leading edge. Caught and bowled for 69 off 183 deliveries, a career best. Rees bowls to North East, who drives into the offside. It is well half stopped by the diving Scrimshaw, and he saves 3 runs.
I'm going brilliantly stopped by Scrimshaw. For most fielders, that was relatively standard, but that is brilliant from George.
Well, he's got further down to go than everyone else, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's by his own admission, potentially by his own admission, not the greatest fielder. And, did drop a catch at dropped a catch at 3rd man in the T20 at Old Trafford and got absolute dog's abuse. And it became worse when Liz Deploy decided to move him the very next delivery. And poor old Zach Chappell got the abuse that was should have been aimed at George, but it was a fairly straightforward catch.
Ah, contractual obligation, spinner.
Yeah. Alex Thompson, who's bowled 7 overs for 27, is going to bowl the final over before tea, with Glamorgan on 225 for 2. He'll be bowling to Sam North East, who's on 7. Colin Ingram at the non-strikers end on 114. He's gone from 51 to 114, but I won't be doing the maths. As Thompson is in a full delivery that's dug out and turned into the leg side by North East, fielded by Harry Kame.
Do you mean to say that he's had an extra 63 runs in the afternoon session, Dave?
Potentially, yes. But of course, he didn't bat the whole of the morning session. Thompson is in. Oh, now that one has turned, I fancy, and it's going down down the leg side, past the batsman, past the wicket-keeper, and for 4 byes. The 3rd set of 4 byes that we've had today, all off different bowlers. Scrimshaw, Connors, and now Thompson.
It's probably the first one that Guest can reproach himself for. As the others were wide deliveries down leg side.
That one merely turned past the batsman. 229 for 2. Thompson in conversation with Lewis Deploy, over 8 level. That's never a good thing. And Thompson is in again and bowled. This one's turned into the leg side by North East. And there's no run.
At least when the over 8 is level, you don't have the shenanigans that we had in the final session of the game at Cheltenham, where it took Gloucestershire 39 minutes to bowl 16 overs.
So they can do it. Next delivery from Thompson is turned into the leg side again by North East. Again, it's Harry Kame who fields.
Those overs being delivered by Zafar Gohar, fellow spinner Ollie Price, and some rarely used gentle seam from Chris Dent off a modest run-up.
It's unedifying, really, isn't it?
It is.
Lots of players on the leg side again for the off spinner. And as Dahl has gone in at a catching short mid-wicket. Thompson in and bowls, and this one is too full, turned away down towards long leg. They'll pick up a couple. Excuse me. Yeah, Zach Chappell rather laboured in his chase down there. My throat's gone.
231 for 2. North East moves on to 9 not out. Ingram is 114 as Thompson is in to bowl to Sam North East. That's a short delivery and just dinked on the leg side. Straight to short mid-wicket. Kame fields and everyone wanders off the field, with Glamorgan having added 124 runs in the afternoon session for the loss of the wicket of Zain ul Hassan for a career best 69. Colin Ingram is still there, 114 not out. Sam Northeast is 9 not out, and Glamorgan are well placed to pursue batting bonus points. They're 19 runs away from the first. 2:31 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. We'll be back with commentary in just under 20 minutes.
In and balls to Reed. 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 falls and a 6. And in comes Dahl and bowls to him, but he drives it straight back to him, does Ingram, and Dahl fields in his follow-through.
Brightening up half the tee. It was quite dark out there. I went for a little stroll. It was chilly and dark, and now it's bright and blue sky. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get a full day's cricket. Guest is coming up, Dave. Shows that this pitch is pretty good.
Yes, standing up to Anuj Dahl as Ingram clips this one into the leg side. It goes beyond Harry Cayman, gets past George Scrimshaw as well. But he turns around and scampers, almost like Bambi on ice, towards the ball. They'd already given up hope of a single there, the batsman.
Thought you were going to bring Barbie on in there.
No,
said Bambi.
No, I haven't. I'm not seeing that one.
I shan't be going to see it.
I don't have children of the age that it's necessary for me to go and watch.
I have grandchildren.
Yeah, no, I don't, fortunately. In comes Dahl, and that one is driven handsomely for 4 runs by Ingram. It beat Wood and Rees, who dived to their right and left, respectively. But it was hit with such force all the way along the ground by Ingram that it's raced away to the extra cover boundary for the first 4 of the evening session. He moves on to 118. It's 235 for 2. That was a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a brilliant shot. And of course, he's immensely strong. And every winter when he went back to South Africa, his dad and him, they have a big farm. He now is a resident of in Cardiff. And I'll tell you the story.
As Dahl comes in and bowls to Ingram, who, well, he had a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump, almost trying to guide it down to third man. There's a slip in place, no third man, of course, but he missed it, and he went through to Broadcast.
And to strengthen his forearms, etc., he had this huge mallet, and he used to hit it into the tractor tyres, which you get rid of once the treads are gone. Just hammer and hammer, and you know, when he middles it, don't want to get behind it if you can.
No, absolutely. Dahl bowls. This one's turned into the leg side, a little uppishly. Nobody there, though, so it's perfectly safe. And he picks up another single to move to 119, 235 for 2.
Crouching on a bit. You know, we say it every game. 200 comes. You're about to say there's the first batting point, but it isn't, of course.
14 more runs for that to encourage something. I'm not sure what.
Well, I mean, you know, the draw has gone down to 5 to encourage people to have better games. I haven't seen any of it.
Well, no, there have been a lot of draws in the second division. In a division where you can't be relegated.
I don't understand it.
No teams willing to take chances. There's a whole group of youngsters, I'd love to know where they're from. They're all wearing red caps. A group sitting on the front row of the grandstand, just to the right of the steps as we're looking. And another 4 of them just arriving now, so they're obviously all from the same place.
Red card, them, yeah.
Yeah. In comes Dahl again and bowls. That one is pushed by Northeast up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Deploy, and it's the end of the first over after tea. 236 for 2. Dahl 12 overs for 26. Northeast has 9. Ingram has 118.
This time of year, you've got a lot of schools coming on tour from Australia, South Africa, which is their winter, of course, and they come and play lots of schools in this country, not only public schools, because state schools, sadly,
don't play much cricket, do
I'm
they?
going to start on that again. I've been ranting most of the year about it, and sadly they don't.
Doesn't sound like you, that, Edward, at all.
Well, I've had a rant in the tea interval, as you well know.
I did hear it, yeah. Well, I heard some of it.
Well, I'll tell you, in one of today's newspapers, a journalist who should know better has written an article saying 4 reasons why there's not much point playing county cricket if you be a test cricketer. Well, how on earth are you going to recognise test players if you don't have county cricket?
Well,
well, some of the stuff that is written today.
Cricket
Can you answer me that question? You're not going to have any.
Well, no,
you know,
cricket,
don't bother now.
Cricket does itself no favours, does it, with
No.
the people who cover it, trying to finish it off.
Chappell is in and bowls to the left-handed Ingram, and he gets behind that, chips it away on the offside, on the onside, but there's no run. It is a purely defensive field here. Just the one slip, no third man, a deep point on the boundary, and then we've got a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's a thickly populated offside, then a long leg, a straightish mid-wicket, and a mid-on who's quite deep, who is in fact putting his hands on his hips and wondering how can we get the next few wickets here. Here is Chappell in past the umpire and bowls short, clipped away down to the man on that, I suppose you call him third man or deep point, one or the other. And he gets a single which takes him on to 119. Or should that be 120?
No,
just wait, 109.
Yeah.
His best score for Glamorgan in the championship, of course, is 178. So he's got a few runs to get before he gets to that landmark.
He could get there before the close-off. He's still there. You wouldn't put it past him, would you? You wouldn't put it past him.
Northeast, right-handed, faces 2 slips in for him as in comes Chappell, bowls to him, and he clips that away down to the vacant third-man boundary and gets 4 runs. He's had 2 boundaries to third man. The score is 237 for 2. I rest my case.
Yeah. Well, they've got 2 slips in place that you would say were relatively redundant, but no third man.
241 for 2. Glamorgan just 9 runs away from this first batting point. And Derbyshire 1 wicket away from their first. Northeast moves on to 13. But not the best of seasons. He's sort of stuttered getting a good score, then a couple of low scores, then a good score. It's not been as prolific as last year, of course, when he got that enormous 410 not out. Here comes Zach Chappell again. Bowls to the right-handed Northeast, who comes forward to a good length ball, plays it back down the pitch. No run.
Joe Shakic has been in touch. He was on Sports In at 6 a couple of weeks ago on Derbyshire supporters. Any worry of us aiming at the stumps or 4th stump at all? Well, just putting 2 in the same place in successive deliveries would be a start. The bowling has been too erratic.
Chappell, in comes pass umpire bowling, bowls clipped away, but straight to square leg by the batsman, Northeast. We have got, after this 1 ball, 14 overs to the new ball. Chappell will probably be rested, Dave, because of his, he'll be sharing the new ball,
Yes.
you would have thought.
With presumably Connors, because he's the man who's taken the new ball most of the time. I'd give it to Scrimshaw all day long. Hard, bouncy, shiny ball.
Just to complete the over, and he comes and bowls. That's a nice looking drive, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Lewis reached the fielder there. That completes the over. Glamorgan 241 for 2, having been put into bat at 10:30 this morning. They lost David Lloyd, who, of course, to remind you, will be playing here next year. He made 19, and then Ingram and Hassan made excellent 69. It took him a long time, but did exactly the job that was needed. The partnership was worth 193 for the second Glamorgan record against Derbyshire for that record. And Colin Ingram is 119 not out, and Sam Northeast is 13.
And Alasdair will continue from the city end. Second over for him after tea. Bowls to Ingram, who pushes it into the leg side where it's fielded by Harry Kame, and there is no run. Just the 1 slip now, and catches either side of the pitch on the off and the on side. Tom Wood is at extra cover, and Harry Kame is at catching mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket as well. George Scrimshaw. Sam Connors is down at backward square leg. Alex Thompson is on the cover boundary. In fact, George Scrimshaw is no longer in close. That's now Harry Kame, because Scrimshaw has gone out onto the mid-wicket boundary. As Dahl is in, and that one is pushed into the offside. Wood hurtles in, picks up, gives it to the keeper, who gives it straight back to him. There's a man at, he's almost like a deep extra cover. Lewis Rees, mid-on and mid-off as well. Looks like we're going to get away with the weather today. It's going to stay dry.
I think it's dry for most of tomorrow, and then in the evening,
so there's heavy rain sort of overnight, isn't there? Which
and into Thursday, which is good again.
Yeah, hopefully that won't affect play in any way, as this next delivery is over pitched by Dahl and driven away by Ingram to the extra cover boundary for 4. just put the ball too far down the pitch there, Dal, and Ingram was on it like a flash. He moves to 123, 245 for 2.
A few heads going down and shouting for the bowler. No encouragement. It's that sort of day, I'm afraid, for Derbyshire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not been a good day for Derbyshire. We've had a few disappointing days this season watching Derbyshire. This is right up there. Relatively dispiriting as Dal bowls and beats the edge of Ingram's bat. Bale singular taken off by Brooke Guest. Ingram hadn't left his crease. He knows the keeper is there. That drip is becoming slightly worse from the television country.
When I heard the hammering, I thought they were doing the job up there.
No. Building the faith room downstairs.
Yes, we've got one in Cardiff.
Dal bowls, and that one is guided very nicely to a backward point. There's nobody down at third man, so it's just a retrieval job for Lewis Rees as the ball goes over the boundary rope now. Ingram moves to 127. 249 for 2. That's his 21st 4 to go along with his 6 in this knock of 127. Colin Ingram. Yes, the ball's gone past the edge of the bat, but Nick was saying earlier, he's a very good manipulator, very good at finding the gaps, knows exactly where the fielders are, as all top batsmen do. And if the ball is there for him to place into a gap, that's what he does.
Or hits it over the boundary for 6.
Or indeed, yes, it takes the fielders out of the equation. Dal bowls on the stumps this time, and it's defended by Ingram up towards Harry Kane. It's the end of the over. 8 runs came from it. Possibly 12. Either way, and as Dal has bowled 13 overs for 34 runs, so 8 runs did come off the over. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 34. Ingram has 127, Sam North East has 13, 2, 4, 9 for 2.
And if Glamorgan, and there's no reason why they shouldn't go on at this rate with the batting order they've got, then there could well be 5 more batting points with them, which would be an achievement. But then at the back of your mind think, well, Derbyshire should bat well on this.
Should.
As Chappell starts on the over, bowls to North East, who comes forward and pushes it way back down to the extra cover position. There's no run. 249 for 2, 1 run for the bonus point, says he, pen in hand. Just a mark.
Poised.
Poised to give a little
Poised
tick.
and ready. I'm sure they'll get there in this over.
North East on 13. Waits as in comes Chappell. Short, and that's pulled away. He's going to be caught at mid-wicket. He got an edge, it might have been a bottom edge or a top edge, and it was the easiest of catches for Dal. And again, disappointing innings for Sam North East, caught by Dal off the bowling of Chappell for 13, and it's 249 for 3, and Derbyshire strike first for the bonus.
I've just got to nip off and do this. Well, I'll do it on here, shall I? I'll do it on here. Here we go.
Yep.
13 off. 23 balls. No, it isn't, Chris, but they've just taken a wicket early in the evening session. Sam North East out for 13. Caught by Anuj Dal off the bowling of Zach Chappell. Got a little top edge onto a pull shot, and it just looped up to Dal at mid-wicket, who took a comfortable catch. But 249 for 3. Glamorgan, after they lost the toss, and Leas Deploy put them into bat. It's not going well. David Lloyd, here next season, of course, in Derbyshire colours, was out first for 19. Score on 19 for 1. He hit 2 sixes in his innings. Then we saw a second wicket stand of 193 between Zain ul Hassan and Colin Ingram. Ul Hassan going for 69, the only wicket to fall in the afternoon session. Colin Ingram still there on 127. And the free-scoring Kieran Carlson has just come out to bat for Glamorgan with the score on 249 for 3. That all fitted in very nicely.
It did, yes. If, of course, we never know, Kieran Carlson does get in and scores as he always does, and we could be in for a very entertaining, as far as Glamorgan's concerned, not, of course, the Derbyshire supporters. He got off the mark last week with a 6. It's a sort of
We're all here to be entertained.
a very, very good season so far. Chappell is in, and Carlson gets behind that, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Just bounce a little more than he was perhaps expecting, because
It's short.
He'll need to get used to the pace, won't he? Or lack of the pitch. 2 wickets for Zach Chappell as well, 2 for 44.
Yeah, he's one of the better bowlers we've seen today. Ingram has a word with Kieran Carlson, who in the last game got 76 off 70 balls at Cheltenham. He waits right-handed as in comes Chappell, bowls to him and defends outside the line of off stump. And again, there's no run. 249 for 3. So Derbyshire, you can see we got to the bonus point before you did.
Just heard the Burton Albion manager in my ears there, Dino Marmry, ahead of their big game tonight against Stoke City at the Bass Vase, the Bass Charity Vase.
Where's that game?
At the Pirelli Stadium. Get yourselves down there.
The where?
Pirelli Stadium where Burton play, yeah.
Right. In comes Chappell, bowls, driven. Good stop there at mid-off, or perhaps he made the most of it. And Lewis Rees dived to his left. Nicely timed. No run.
He hit it pretty well, didn't he? I think it's important to keep him on naught as long as possible. So therefore it was a good stop.
But he doesn't like to be reined in, is Kieran Carlson.
I was showing Nick a picture of the Bass Vase. Look at the size of that trophy, Edward. You'd want to win that, wouldn't you? Big trophy like that.
Lord.
Yeah.
When you carry that. To complete the over comes Zach Chappell. That's cut away. Played there. He goes again off the mark of the boundary. Perfectly well controlled all along the ground. Carlson's off the mark of the 4. Glamorgan get their first batting point, 253 for 3. So
Didn't manage to keep him on naught for very long, Kieran Carlson.
no.
And there's your bonus point.
Yeah, 1 apiece. And after 250, of course, as we know, as it was always after 200, they come, if you're batting well and got wickets in hand, they come pretty quickly. It's every 50 runs now. It's the first 250 that you've got to, get your head down and graft.
Alice Dahl to continue. The Bass Charity Vase first played for in 1890, that big trophy. Always good to see it on display. As Alice Dahl is in and bowls to Ingram, who plays it back not too far away from Alice Dahl, who put the dive in to try and stop it. Didn't get anywhere near it in the end, but a good effort nonetheless from Derbyshire's best fielder.
Was that on radio tonight, even though you're not there?
Just updates on Radio Derby this evening, yeah.
Right.
Just updates. They tend not to do commentary of. It is effectively a pre-season friendly.
Yeah.
Here comes Dahl again. Bowls to Ingram, clips this one into the leg side, and they pick up a comfortable single out to George Scrimshaw.
11 or 12 overs to the new ball. I suppose they'll give Chappell 2 or 3 and have a rest before that new ball comes. And bowl perhaps Scrimshaw or Alex Thompson just to fill in and run through the overs and get the new one.
They might as well get there as quickly as they can.
Connors, of course, hasn't bowled particularly well today, his figures.
No.
52 or 14.
Dahl is in, and that's edged in between the slip and the wicket keeper by Kieran Carlson for 4, down to a very fine third man. Genuine edge. Keeper didn't go for it, slip didn't go for it, and the ball thuds into the sight screen below us. Carlson moves to 8, 258 for 3.
And when you're in such good nick as Carlson's been throughout the season, that's what you get. You get a bit of luck, and you think, right, I've got 2 4s, I'm on my way, and that's how I'm going to play. They looked at each other, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah. it was immediate. I mean, he's not at first slip, Haider Ali. He's more second
yeah.
slip.
No,
As a result,
he's heard you.
yes, he's moved closer to the keeper now. Horse and bolted, not for the first time. As Dahl is in again and bowls. This one is guided by Carlson to backward point when it's fielded by
He's looking
Sam
for runs,
Connors.
isn't he?
Yeah,
You can
always,
see by him.
always looking for runs.
Brings his downfall now and again, but basically he's been in fine form. Captain of the one-day side, you'll see him leading Glamorgan out here
Nah,
next week or whenever it is.
not far. Sunday afternoon, I think, isn't it? Is it a Sunday? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
Dahl is in bowls to Carlson, who's beaten by that one. Good ball from Anuj Dahl. Goes through the broadcast. If you bowl it in the right place, Edward.
We've been saying that all day,
If
haven't
you
we?
bowl it in the right place, you're more likely to get a wicket than if you bowl it in entirely the wrong place. It's fairly self-explanatory, really, in all honesty. 258 for 3. Dahl in conversation now with Lears to Ploy. With the over 8 level, Derbyshire will chat and make sure we don't finish till 6:30. 27 overs left in the day's play after this final delivery of the Dahl over, and Carlson takes a step towards the bowler. Carlson pushes it out into the offside. Ingram thought there might have been a single there as Harry Kane did the fielding. There wasn't. And
Ingram was halfway down the pitch.
he took 2 steps towards Anuj Dahl. And the keeper is standing up, so it's a little bit of a risk. But he made contact with the full face of the bat out into the offside. And the over comes to an end. Anuj Dahl, 14 overs for 39. He's bowled quite well, to be fair to him, Anuj Dahl. Taking a catch as well to supply the second wicket for Zach Chappell.
Zach Chappell gives a great impression of Angus Fraser walking back there.
Yes, it does look laboured, doesn't it?
A bit laboured, and the whole world is on my shoulders walk. Here he is then, coming in again from the racecourse end and bowls to Ingram. Pulls out towards mid-wicket. It might, yes it will be stopped out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Short ball, pulled away, and they go through for a single. 259 for 3. Ingram is on to 120. And they bring Carlson on 8 from just 5 balls. And if he does stay in for a couple of overs, I think the second slip will not be fielding there. He'll be in a more or less run-saving position.
We'd be better off with the third man, surely, but there we
Surely.
go.
Chappell, over a wicket he comes. Medium fast, bowls. Oh, that's very wide of the off stump. And even Carlson has nothing at all to do with it.
They have a long leg. They always have a long leg rather than a fine leg, really. It's too square to be fine.
Every side seems to imply that. I've spoken about it this season, you know. Duncan Fletcher, when he coached Glamorgan, said, I don't mind you being beaten on the outside, but I will not have you beaten on the inside. If you do nick it, it's going to go straight down. Chappell is in, bowls. It's pushed away to mid-on this time, and there's no run.
Harry came clapping furiously at first slip, as ever. Must have sore hands at the end of the day, Harry came. He never stops clapping.
I wonder how many people have thought you said Harry Kane.
Oh, lots, I think, yeah.
I don't think Harry came with an M. It's near the bank balance, anyhow, Harry Kane. Good keeper, though. I've been impressed by him, and a batsman. This is flicked away down towards fine leg, and having said that, it went straight there. He moves on to 9, 260 for 3. It's been an entertaining day's cricket. Disappointing if you are, of course, a Derbyshire supporter, because the bowling has not been up to scratch. But certainly Glamorgan supporters, and there are some of them here, would be heartened by the batting of Colin Ingram, certainly 129 not out, and he has strike now against Chappell. Just the one slip. And he comes, bowled off the back foot. This is hit quite firmly, but straight to Tom Wood, feeling at cover. Clouds about, dark-ish, but bright behind them. They move quite quickly. We do say year after year when I visit, the locals say that you do miss a lot of rain. Would you subscribe to that?
Yeah, we seem to. The river seems to take it away. The River Derwent seems to take it away for some reason. I don't know how these things work, but
Zach Chappell bowls to Colin Ingram, and he plays it out into the offside. There is no run as it's fielded. That is the end of another over. Will Zach Chappell be now rested before the new one, which is in 10 overs time?
He'd only have 5 overs at one end off, wouldn't he? So you'd think he might be. Sam Connors is wheeling his arms around. So that,
Is he?
yeah, he's just done it down here in front of us. So that might mean that they're going with George with the new ball. Who knows?
Scrimshaw.
Absolutely. Well, he'd be my choice, but I'm not in charge. There he goes again. Sam Connors
Yeah, I
is
can see him.
wheeling those arms around. So it's going to be Anuj Dal to continue, though. 15th over, he's bowled today. Bowls to Carlson, who turns it into the leg side, fielded by Tom Wood. And there is no run. No S on Woody's name. Of course. 260 for 3. Further inspection planned in Scarborough for 5 o'clock. Could be a late one there. They're also off at Trent Bridge for rain, as that one is guided down to you know where.
You know where, yeah.
Third man by Carlson. He'll pick up a couple of runs as Connors comes down to field it. Carlson moves on to 11, 262 for 3.
I do say every year, I never get down to it, that I'm going to count the number of runs that go for 4 down to that vacant third man area.
You'd spend a lot of time doing it, Edward, I think.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Dahl turns at the top of his mark. 262 for 3. And he is in now. And that one is pushed out into the offside by Carlson, straight to Kame. He can't keep still, really. I think he's had too much orange juice at tea time. Leaping around all over the show. Eventually throws the ball back towards Anuj Dal, although it goes to Zach Chappell first, who drops it. I don't think they have any respect for a ball that is in its 71st over. Here comes Dahl again and bowls to Carlson, who has a swing at that one and misses it. Goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Almost like a short arm jab at that one outside the off stump. Then taps a couple of areas on the pitch. I don't think it was anything to do with the pitch, that. It was just a poor shot selection from Kieran Carlson.
You might think, look, 260 odd for 3, I got license.
Well, that is true. Carlson waits, and this time edges one down to, do you want to tell them, Edward, or shall I?
You know where it went.
The vacant third man area for 4.
Now, since Carlson's come in, he's had 2 down to third man on the far side. He's had 1 down here, that's 12, and another 2 all run.
So 14 of his 15 runs have come down to third man, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And they probably ought to do something about it. There we go. Hayder's asking, but what they're going to do instead is reinforce the slip cordon. 266 for 3, Carlson onto 15. With that edge. You know where it went. This next one is down towards. Well, it would have gone to third man had Hayder not been at 4th slip. It goes straight to him.
See, I think by now, Nick used to years ago start smiling and laughing when I was ranting on about third man. And now, at last, he's agreeing with me.
We love an Edward.
And do you agree with me?
Well, yeah, I never disagreed with you in the first place. I would never presume to disagree with you. Edward Bevan, the voice of reason.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm not sure I would ordinarily. Sam Connors is back, which might give us a hint as to who's going to take the new ball. It could be George Scrimshaw, possibly.
Surely it
Who'd have thought The fastest bowler that they've got, taking the new ball. Although that isn't confirmed yet.
Unless Connors goes straight through. Sam Connors, not. How's he gone for this? We'll see it in a moment. His analysis. Anyway, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram and bowls to him, and Ingram drives, but this goes up to the bowler. Connors is figures 14 overs and 1 ball, 0 for 52. Chappell 2 for 50 off 17. Rees 0 for 47 off 8, very expensive. Dal 0 for 45 of 15. Scrimshaw 1 for 28 off 9. As the next ball comes up and is pushed away straight into the offside, there's no run. This is fielded again by Tom Wood. And Thompson's off spin, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29. The over 8 is level, and there are 24 overs and 4 balls remaining this evening, and it looks quite bright in the far distance. And I think I put the world at rest. Connors turns from this racecourse end and bowls, covers up to Ingram and pushes it away onto the offside. 129. If he scores another 50, that'll be his career best for Glamorgan. As I mentioned earlier, 178 is his best 4-day. Played extremely well here. Connors has reached the end of his run. Now he turns. Comes in, bowls again. This is a good-looking shot out to deep extra cover with Dal is patrolling that area. There's only the single. It really is a run-saving field now. 2 men on the onside. It does change for Carlson. The 2 slips go in, thinking, well, look, he's had a couple of edges, scrappy shots through slip. We'll have 2 slips for him because he will attempt it, you know, Carlson is like. And the second slip has gone into a, what, second, third, fourth, 5th slip come gully, if you know what I mean. Right-handed Carlson wait. Here comes Chappell and bowls. That's very wide of the off stump. Not even Carlson's interested in that. And it goes through to the keeper.
Just been described as on Twitter by a local. They do a podcast about club cricket as knowledgeable and affable. I think they've got the wrong person. Didn't hear me fall out with a Sussex supporter last week.
Did you? Yes. Oh, I'd love to hear that. Yeah, it's Connors bowls. And, he's opened the face, but this time didn't really time it, and it trickles away to slip. Oh, you must tell me later about this.
No, it was that no ball business with
oh, right.
George. Yeah. You're standing very menacingly. And knowledgeably.
Yes. I think he's telling you to go and have a rest.
Me?
Nicely, because I haven't been on for long. There'll be all sorts of things. I've got a Welsh language report to do at 10 to 6. Nick has got something at 6. You're always busy, Fletch. It all goes, isn't it? The start of another over, which the first ball has been driven out to deep extra, and there's 2 more runs to Ingram. And the score moves on to 269 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ingram 132 not out. And it's Dal in his 16th over. And he's bowling to the left-handed Ingram. And he comes round the wicket. That's pushed away to backward point. No run. Cloudy day, but thankfully we've got a full day. Only one of 2 games. We've heard from Dave Fletcher there, the game might start. There's an inspection shortly up at Scarborough. In comes the next ball. And that's played nicely down to
The vacant third man position, some might say.
I'd say. 4 more to Ingram, 136 to him, and Glamorgan 273 for 3.
There's no saying, of course, that if there were a third man, that Ingram wouldn't find a gap elsewhere in the field. He does place the ball very well. One of his
I
skills.
would agree, but it would be 20 or 30, if not more runs less, wouldn't it? Dahl again. In bowls to Ingram. Bowls him. Tucked him up completely in that a bit of a surprise, having chopped him down to third man, and lots of the Derbyshire players come in, and it's rather nice to see tap Ingram on the bat for a very good innings of 136, and that surprised everyone. It probably surprised Ingram, Nick, and surprised us.
Yeah, didn't see it coming. He hit 22 fours and 1 6, a straight 6 off the spinner Thompson, and Derbyshire just starting to work their way back into the game after that huge stand of 193 for the second wicket. They've got Glamorgan's top scorer, Colin Ingram, for 136. Eventually bowled by Dahl. He has 1 for 51 now. Ingram facing 200 balls. That may become 201 on the screen. But Derbyshire have got something to work with now. Glamorgan 273 for 4, 2 relatively new batters at the wickets. Billy Root, though, is in decent form this season. 602 runs at an average of 50. And he comes in with 273 runs already on the board.
Yes, and the game moving forward here, which was unexpected because Ingram didn't look in any trouble. And well done to Dahl, who's kept a steady line and has bowled accurately. The other batsman, Kieran Carlson, has had his moments against Dahl. He's nicked a couple through the slips. And it's raining.
Oh, good heavens. Having been so pleased about the lack of rain.
Colin Ingram must be pleased.
Yes, getting out just before a rain break is absolutely infuriating, but we can't say the weather has anything to do with his dismissal as the players make their way towards the pavilion. Don't start losing overs for half an hour, of course, on the first day of the match, and a group of youngsters in red caps in front of the pavilion. They're the Wales under-15 side who beat their Derbyshire.
We were wondering who they were.
Beat their Derbyshire counterparts quite quickly today, bowling the home side out for 90 odd, and therefore getting an afternoon off to spend watching cricket instead of playing it. They apparently got 3 matches, I think I was told, up in this.
Oh, good for them.
Neck of the woods, generally, well, this part of England. I think they're travelling further north as well. 273 for 4 as the.
Can you see any rain?
The umpires now are staying out in the middle.
It's a passing show. Surely they should have.
And it's just having a chat to Dean Koska, the former Glamorgan bowler, who's now one of the match officials, but is here in a parental capacity because his son was playing for the Wales age group side. So well done to them. 273 for 4. We've got the covers being brought out into the middle. The teams have disappeared, but the umpires now are slowly making their way off as the.
Well, surely they'll be back.
I'm sure they will. But,
and that means we'll be here later.
Unfortunately, so.
Work?
Yeah, they can add 8 overs, can't they, on the end of the day? So I'll just run through the scores in the other matches while we wait to see if anything further will transpire in the immediate future. Still no further play at Scarborough after Yorkshire reached 113 without loss. It's the only other match in Division 2 because Gloucestershire and Worcestershire start tomorrow at Cheltenham. In Division 1, Hampshire were bowled out for 120 by Essex, 5 wickets for Jamie Porter. In reply, Essex is 73 for 4, so a low-scoring affair at Southampton. Likewise at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire were skittled for just 60 by Middlesex, with Ethan Bamber taking 5 for 20. Middlesex are in the lead, albeit limping rather, at 143 for 6 there. They were 77 for 6. So low-scoring affairs at Edgbaston and Southampton. At Old Trafford, Lancashire against Northants. Northants 249 for 3. Emilio Gay is 125 not out. Seem to remember him getting some runs for Northants in the One Day Cup, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, we were up there.
A very hot day at Northampton last August.
Oh, do you remember those? Yes.
Scorchio. Trent Bridge, Notts 190 for 4 against Kent. Ben Slater made exactly 100. At Taunton, Somerset against Surrey. Somerset bowled out for 170. Surrey, in reply, are 78 for 2. In the T20 qualifiers, Scotland beat Austria by 166 runs, which is quite a margin for a T20 match. And in the women's ODI over the Irish Sea in Dublin, Australia piled up 321 for 7. Elise Perry, 91, was the top scorer, and they'll complete a comfortable victory with Ireland women, 155 for 7 in reply. Test match going on in Sri Lanka, where Pakistan are completely on top. In Colombo, Sri Lanka 166 all out, Pakistan 178 for 2. And though there's not much in the way of rainfall here, the covers are staying on for the time being, and I think we'll be able to take a brief break, Edwards, and we'll be back with you on BBC Sport Online and on the county streams as and when the players re-emerge. Just before it started to rain, Colin Ingram bowled by a bowler for 136, 22 balls and 6 in his innings. And then it started raining with Kieran Carlson on 15. Billy Root came out to the middle but hasn't faced the ball. The colours are on the pitch.
Colin Ingram, the last action before the shower was for him to be bowled. So the new batsman is Billy Root, and he's on strike now. Anuj Dal is in and bowls to him, and leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Another left-handed batsman. They're not all left-handers, clearly, because we've seen some right-handers, but there's a lot of left-handers, isn't there, in this team?
Yeah, it's unusual for Glamorgan, really. They've had comparatively few over recent years, but Hassan joining Ingram and Root. I think that's all Glamorgan can manage in this current lineup.
Derbyshire have got 2 front-line batsmen who are left-handed. There's Dahl to complete his 16th over. 1 for 51 his figures, and that one is guided down towards the backward point boundary for 4 runs by Billy Root to get off the mark. That's a decent way to get off the mark. It is being chased by Lewis Rees, but he was never going to get there. Root has 4, Carlson has 15, Glamorgan 277 for 4 with 23 overs to go, which is around about, well, should be an hour and a half, but clearly won't be. It will be closer to 7 o'clock than not. Going to be quite the race to get the interview and get to Burton for a 7:45 kickoff, but
yes,
a challenge I'm prepared to take on.
How far is it to Burton from here?
12 miles, something like that.
Have you got a car park space?
I do. I've even got my permit. Yeah.
You'll slide in seamlessly then.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Just to see the players taking the field, and you can try and work out who they are for your first commentary of the new season. As Connors runs away from us and bowls, and Carlson defends. When's the Football League season start for the Albion?
A week on Saturday, ludicrously. But the good thing is, Derbyshire don't play on Saturdays anymore this season.
Indeed.
Madness. Why would you want to encourage somebody to come at the weekend?
As Connors is in to bowl to Carlson, and he jabs it away on the offside. It's well fielded at point, but they're through for a single by Alex Thompson, flinging himself to his right and earning a low 5 from one of his teammates.
It's worth no more than that. It was excellent fielding by Thompson. Zach Chappell just about found the energy to go and give him that low 5 because he isn't half stiff. Look at him. He's already been asked if he'll do the post-day's play interview.
Oh, if he can make his way down the dressing room stairs.
We might have to go to the top of the steps to meet him.
Connors then, right elbow strapped, motors in and bowls to Root, who plays it into the offside. There's a sliding stop by Wood, helped by the modicum of rain that's fallen in the last half hour. And there's no run.
He might get a low 5 here.
And Stahl wanders over. Is contact made?
No, low 5.
No low 5.
Controversial.
278 for 4. Connors runs away from the racecourse end and bowls to Root, who defends to mid-on. And there's no run. Derbyshire operating with a first slip, or is he a slip and a half?
I think it's more of a half. Well, he's moving around, isn't he?
He's a slip and a half. And the next one is 4th slip. But Derbyshire would be well advised to use that area of the field, because Root plays quite a lot. Square of the wicket on the offside, as he plays straight on the leg side, and it's intercepted by the right boot of Zach Chappell, moving round from mid-wicket and pulling off a traditional fast bowler's stop. Who wants to be wasting your energy by bending down, eh?
Well, the best exponent of that I've seen with my time at Derbyshire was Ravi Rampal. Magnificent footwork.
Root waits. Connors is in, and Root drives into the offside on the bounce. It flies straight to Tom Wood at cover. No run. 278 for 4. And we have had 74 overs bowled, 22 to go. So Yes, it will be close to 7 o'clock by the time we finish.
Inevitably.
And Mr. Chappell will not be long detained by yourself, I guess.
I only need 30 seconds from him.
Sum up the day for us, Zach. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a good evening. He's a good lad, Zach Chappell. The question is, do I take my car round to the car park or do I'll leave it here, I think. Mitch Wagstaff is back, replacing Tom Wood temporarily, and he's gone in at shortish extra cover. Interesting. 278 for 4. Carlson waits as Dahl bowls to him, and that one is defended up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Deploy. And there is no run.
In some ways, the balance of today is still there to be decided, because if Derbyshire can pick up another 2 or 3 in this remaining 22 overs, they might think they've done reasonably well to restrict Glamorgan after that excellent start.
Yeah. Have they, though? Dahl bowls, pushed into the offside by Carlson. Rhetorical question. No run, as it's fielded by Wagstaff. This is the time of day when they start asking me questions about what time are you finishing? Can we have you in here? Can we do that? Yeah. Next delivery is guided down to,
Edward.
I hesitate to say it really, the vacant third man area by Kieran Carlson for 4 more. So that's 20 to Carlson, 19 of which, or 18 of which have come down to the vacant third man area. 282 for 4. Carlson is just feeding, it's like a feeding frenzy for Edward Bevan.
Well, the arrival of the Wales under-15 side certainly increased the number of Welsh supporters considerably, unless the balcony is a hiding, because I've seen very few pieces of Glamorgan attire.
The problem with the under-15s, as Dahl's next delivery to Carlson is pushed into the offside, is that because they are under-15s by very nature, they're not watching the cricket, they're looking at their phones. I can't see a single person amongst them who isn't looking down.
Perhaps they're watching on their phones.
Well, they could be.
So they can listen to us as well.
I think that would be unlikely. I'm sure we have some younger listeners.
We'll have to get a hashtag going on Twitter.
Find the youngest listener. Dahl bowls. Carlson pushes out square on the offside. Connors fields.
Did see a gentleman with a couple of probably primary school aged children in tow on my circumnavigation of the ground.
Which took you how many steps, did you say?
It's only about 900, I think.
It's
rather disappointing.
A very long stride. 282 for 4. I don't count my steps. Barely worth doing. This one is defended by Carlson up to mid-off this time. Anuj Dahl's over. His 17th comes to an end. He conceded 4 runs from it, 1 for 59. His figures 282 for 4. Glamorgan. Carlson has 20. Root has 4. Barely registers on my phone. I don't even know where they are actually, where you find your steps.
Yes, on an app. Which means that you have to stick your phone in your pocket every time you go for a walk, whether you want it or not.
It's George. 5 overs to go until the new ball. And George is back.
He might continue into the new ball period, I suppose, but
Yeah.
Big G is to propel the old one for the moment. Hoping to add to his haul of wicket today. 5 in the last match, 5 for 49.
Big G.
Big G. You cannot deny he is big. He's probably even taller than Mr. Fletcher
He's a
here.
lot taller than me.
As Scrimshaw comes in, right arm around the wicket and bowls a short ball that's helped. Is it down the leg side for 4? No, it's just 4 byes. No touch on it as Root went to hook. I thought he might have gloved it. But it is, I'm afraid, a 4th set of byes debited to Brooke Guest's account.
Yeah, second off the first ball over George Scrimshaw. He's just stretching out his right leg. He is feeling his right hamstring. Whether that's because it was 4 byes and he's embarrassed, or he's actually done something, we'll keep an eye on that.
As Scrimshaw is in again to bowl to Root, who plays it into the offside. Good scrambling stop by Dahl at backward point, just the single. 287 for 4 then Glamorgan. Having lost Lloyd for 19, Hassan for 69, Northeast for 13, and Ingram, his innings the centrepiece of the day, 136 off 200 balls, 22 fours and a 6. Something of a surprise when he got out because he had hardly played a false shot during the course of those 200 balls. Scrimshaw to the right-handed Carlson, who has to stretch to reach a very wide half-tracker outside the off-stump and will just get a couple of runs off it because he was stretching so far that he didn't get the meat of the bat on it.
Did well to reach it. He's now feeling his hamstring, both hamstrings now, George. Stretching both out. Is it cramp? I'm not sure why it would be.
You would hope that he'd give them a stretch before his bowling.
Well, yes,
spell.
Perhaps it caught him by surprise.
289 for 4, Carlson to 22. As that is up and over from Carlson, a thickish edge. I think he was playing it deliberately in that area. It flew up over 4th slip and away to the members' area for 4 runs. 293 for 4, Carlson's 26.
11 runs off the first 4 balls of the over, including those 4 byes. Only 7 go against Scrimshaw's name, but yeah, he's definitely feeling both of his hamstrings now. That's excellent news.
Glamorgan close in on a second batting bonus point. Scrimshaw into Carlson, who cuts, and again it's well stopped at backward point, and Carlson does not get any runs, and that one is worth a sort of medium 5.
Yeah, Tom Wood with the fielding, and now he's going out to the boundary where he can actually do the fielding with slightly more leisure.
But on the other hand, it's an easy single to Carlson.
Indeed.
If Scrimshaw persists in bowling short and wide, he bowls rather closer to the stumps, and Carlson on the defensive plays it out towards point. There is no run at the end of the over. It's 293 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online.
Conversation between Liz Deploy and George Scrimshaw. Pat on the back from his skipper and from Hayder. And he's going to stay out there, which is good news. So it suggests that it might be cramp rather than anything more serious.
Neil Thorncroft asks, was it contemplated that Zainul Hassan would open when he signed? I'm not sure. I don't think he opened much, if at all, for the seconds. As the
Dahl's first ball, he sneaked up on me. It's turned down to, or played down to a wide third man / backward point for 4 runs by Billy Root. I was getting slightly distracted because I have an update coming up. They're in the weather at the moment. Is there any more rain to come is the big question. Yes, and the answer is yes and no, which is terrific from a weather forecaster. Thanks for coming.
That's what they're all asking in Britain permanently.
Yes. Dahl is in and bowls to Root down the leg side this time. Good take by Brooke Guest, diving away to his right. He gets the low 5 from Harry Kane. Quite right too. It's a fleeting visit from Mr. Bevan. 7 degrees tonight though. Get the woolies out. I'll have to go under the bedclothes. 297 for 4. Dahl is in, and that one is, oh, what on earth has that come off? It's come off the bat, and it's, well...
Inside edge?
Must have been inside edge, because it was outside the off stump. A dive away to his right by Brooke Guest. It didn't get there, and the 300's up for Glamorgan. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. 300 up for Glamorgan in the 77th over, 76 overs and 3 balls.
Well, that didn't have any degree of conviction, obviously, about it from Root, who might have been caught behind or bowled. But neither transpired, and the ball flew past Guest to the fine leg boundary.
Could you take over for me, Nick, please?
Certainly, sir.
Okay.
Kame trots back to his position, and Dahl is in again, and Root is forward, playing out on the offside where the ball is fired in by a fired-up Tom Wood. 301 for 4. Still chance for Derbyshire to get a foothold back in this game with 19 overs to go this evening here on BBC Sport Online. Dahl in, Root forward, playing cautiously up to mid-off, and there's no run. Hasn't been a torrent of scoring for any length of time today. Colin Ingram hit the ball firmly, fluently for nearly all his innings, as Root turns that one on the leg side. There is no run. End of the over from Dahl. 301 for 4. Carlson 26, Root 13. No particular urgency for Glamorgan. They've got a further 33 overs to try and accumulate the remaining bonus points. Remember, it goes 250, 300, 350, 400. So you'd have thought they should get to the 400 mark at least, with 6 wickets in hand. 33 overs for the 2 teams to try and get bonus points. Scrimshaw will continue from the racecourse end as Dave updates BBC radio listeners in the background. And the tall figure of Scrimshaw into his 11th over. Scrimshaw is in to bowl to Carlson. Bowls a short ball that Carlson just moves inside and ignores as it flies through to Brooke Guest. 301 for 4. Can Derbyshire strike back and prevent Ingram being the sole headline act of the day? There's no slip at the moment. It's a third man, a point, a cover, mostly a leg side field. Scrimshaw bowls to Carlson, who works it onto the leg side. It's fielded at a short fine leg position, or leg gully if you prefer. Derbyshire have gone back to the leg theory. There's a short leg and a leg gully, and no conventional slip or gully. There's Scrimshaw bowls, and that's down leg side. Carlson tries to help it on its way, but maybe, luckily for him, doesn't get a touch. Through it goes to a diving Guest.
It's a remarkable field, isn't it? It's 7-2.
It's 7-2 now. No, it's 3.
Oh, no, there's
3
a
on the off.
the third man area is not vacant anymore. I missed him.
No, third man has been filled due to demand from Bevan E.
From Edward Bevan. Madness.
They call it madness. Scrimshaw is into bowl, and there's appeal for LBW, led by Scrimshaw. Not really.
Nobody helped him, did they?
With any convincing backing vocals.
Would pitched outside leg stump, wouldn't it? He's not swinging it. George doesn't swing it at that pace. I wouldn't have thought.
Well, this is not quite the eccentric field setting of Godalming in that match to which you referred to.
No, we haven't got a backstop yet.
5 years ago. No backstop. But Carlson pulls this one down to fine leg for a single. Carlson is not likely to be deterred by the presence of so many fielders on the leg side, I don't think. The way he plays, he will just try and take them on. 302 for 4, Carlson to 27. Everyone shifts round, and that's a lot of shifting round for this particular field, for the left-handed route.
Has Carlson played for the Welsh Firemen?
No.
No.
Carlson has not so far been selected for 100 duties.
Okay.
Didn't have a great blast last year, to be fair. As Scrimshaw is into bowl, and that's defended on the leg side by Root. There's no run. Only 2 Glamorgan players involved in the 100 for Welsh Fire, or for anyone indeed. Chris Cook and Dan Douthwaite, neither of whom was actually born in Wales, although we'll claim both by adoption these days.
Yeah, as I said earlier, we don't touch the alternative cricketing entertainment in August. Trying to desperately find ways of not saying it.
Scrimshaw will be in Cardiff.
He will.
Who else is elsewhere?
Ploy went for £125,000 to Hampshire, or whatever they're called. Wayne Madson's at Old Trafford. And Zach Chappell, I think, is at Lord's. He got a wild card. In comes Dahl and bowls edged and dropped by Haider Ali. Carlson has been dropped. That was a fairly routine catch, really. It's a gully position rather than slip. But Carlson gets a life, and, well, you can't be giving players lives when they've already got 302 runs on the board.
No, that went reasonably rapidly, but it was chest height, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Should have been taken.
Should have been. Wasn't. Story of the day. In comes Dahl again and bowls. And, well, it isn't the story of the day at all, because there have been that many chances. Carlson pushes this one up to mid-on.
Frustration for the home side has been largely the story of the day.
Yes, I'll take that one on board and run with it. Harry Kane claps. Of course he does. And Dahl moves back. Was it? No, it wasn't off. Was it off Dahl that Wood? Can't remember. Next delivery is pushed. No, it was George Scrimshaw. Pushed up to mid-on. This one by Carlson to Liz to Ploy, and there's no run.
What, the chance
Yeah,
to...
the one that went into Wood's chest off...
Hassan, it only cost
Hassan.
them 1 run, though, so I don't think we need to worry too much about that in the course of the day.
No, indeed. I just thought if it was off Dahl, we might be able to find a theme there. Here comes Dahl once again, balls to Carlson. It doesn't really have the first idea where that ball's gone. There might be a shot at the stumps as well at the non-strikers, and it hits, would you believe, from wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, but Carlson had scurried in sufficiently quickly to get over the line.
Some impressive stuff from the keeper, though, to be able to get the ball, get his glove off and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end.
I'm always impressed when anybody hits the stumps, in all honesty. 302 for 4.
Forcing Neil Bainton to rebuild the timbers.
303 for 4. I don't think that single's been put on. Root on strike now as Dahl bowls to him, and he's absolutely tucked up, and it strikes him in the stomach, and he's down. Dahl has a look at him, asks him, I'm sure politely, if he's all right, because Anuj Dahl is one of the politest men you could wish to meet. Jane's just stopped doing the scores now, so we're in trouble. She's disappeared, talking to the match referee at the back of the box. That's not ideal. 303 for 4. Leaving Andrew Hignell as the sole arbiter of runs, which is perfectly fine by me. A fairer man you could not wish to meet. As Dahl is on his way in again at bowls to Root, who... There's no run there, as you might have heard in the effects microphone. Carlson with a very, very loud shout. George Scrimshaw picked up the ball threw it in. Now we'll get the update, I'm sure, of the scoreboard. It's 302 for 4 at the end of the over. Zach Chappell going through his bowling action, and one more ball until the second new ball is available.
Just wondering why there's so few people in this little area down to our right. There's a total of, I think, 9 approximately spectators in an area that's reasonable viewing.
Yeah. I think you're better on that side, though, because you'd be close to being behind the bowler's arm. Those people down there are always down there. That's where they sit.
Scrimshaw into Carlson, who pulls. Shouts of catch it, but of course it arrives at fine leg on the bounce. And a single to Carlson. 304 for 4.
James back. And well, I think it's 303. I'm not sure, though. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I'm going to stick by my guns and say 304.
Are you?
So again, the leg side is thickly populated. What is this? The 80th over. As Root is again struck somewhere amidships, not as painfully this time, possibly the top of the pad, and it flicked up to keep aghast, but surprisingly, there was no appeal for either LBW or court.
It's 304 for 4. Who'd have thought?
So the field at the moment in this last over with the old ball, or what should be, contains a short leg, a leg gully, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Scrimshaw bangs in a short ball that is a wide, and it's gone for byes, so that's 5 wides.
Yes. So
Oh, sorry, was it a no ball? No, I think it was a no ball.
Oh, was it?
I think that's 6 on the total, 6 no balls.
Yes, it is.
It's a lot of extras. 6 on the total. Yeah, umpire Baldwin, quite rightly, debiting them to the bowler rather than the wicket keeper.
Yes, I was going to say that's the one saving grace from that.
310 for 4. Scrimshaw bowls. Root slaps it away, backward a point on the offside, short and wide, and he's put it away for 4 more. 314 for 4.
Going well, though. Scrimshaw's 1 for 43 from 11.5 overs doesn't tell the story, does it, really? Because he's had 2 lots of 4 byes that poor old Brooke Guest had no chance with. And really, I'm inclined to agree with you that there should be some way that the umpires can say, nah, the wicketkeeper didn't stand a chance there. And now Sam Connors is having a word with George Scrimshaw. Where's Alistair Ploy's at mid-wicket?
Where's the long stop? There's a leg gully. Scrimshaw bowls to Billy Root, who's forced into a defensive shot from a perfectly decent delivery from Scrimshaw.
The over rate has just changed to -1. We're all right with that, but anything worse, it becomes an issue.
Chappell appears to be doing some limbering up exercises as though he's about to propel the new cherry. 314 for 4. Scrimshaw in to bowl. Streaky shot from Root, but since there's no slip, it's perfectly safe. I think it was wouldn't have carried slip anyway. Runs down to third man. Single taken. 315 for 4. And everyone changes round with no huge urgency between right and left-handers. You would have thought they knew their places by now. It is a leg side dominated field still. 6-3 leg side field. Don't see that hugely often. Scrimshaw sending his fine leg a little bit finer in front of the temporary permanent stand, or the permanent temporary stand. Scrimshaw in bowls, and Carlson hoiks it away into the leg side, and it will pick up a single as Connors made ground around the square leg boundary. And quite a dramatic single, really. Looked as though it might just carry the fielder for a while, but in the end, Connors had no chance of getting to it. 316 for 5. Carlson moves to 30. Root for 18, and 16 overs remain of the day's play, which is round about an hour. So that should be about 10 to 7 finish. And Dahl is going to continue. Any sign of new ball?
No, they haven't taken it. Dahl from the city end bowls to Carlson, who turns this ball into the leg side. And there is no run, fielded by Lewis Rees. A gull who's couldn't be further from the sea. Flies away. It's not far from here, the point in England that is furthest from the sea. I'd love to know where it was. Somebody will probably tell me. In comes Dahl again and bowls. That one's down the leg side. That's a terrific stop. Half stop really by Brooke Guest, who's been put through it today. It's gone through for a bye. 317 for 4. Come on, Nudger. There's the cry. Nudger will have been disappointed with that last delivery. Although he'll have been very, very pleased indeed that Brooke Guest was able to stop it from going for 4 byes, which it looked destined to do until he got both hands to it. Diving goalkeeper style to his left. Dahl's in again and bowls to Root, who seemed to change his mind halfway through playing that shot and pushes it out into the offside. It's Tom Wood, who's still got the fielding pads on.
Back on at Scarborough, Yorkshire 130 for 1 against Durham in the only other second division game of the day. Gloucestershire and Worcestershire starts tomorrow in Cheltenham.
Well, Gloucestershire need that extra day, don't they? Having played there last week. Thank you very much, Sam. Here is Dahl again, bowls to Root, who just sort of reaches for that one outside the off stump, really. Not playing any kind of shot at it. Goes through to Brooke Guest.
No one has found batting hugely easy in terms of rapid scoring, apart from Ingram, really, today.
Yeah.
Hassan was patient.
David Lloyd scored quickly.
Lloyd, yes, scored quickly, but then got out quickly.
Here's Dahl. 2 balls with the over to go. Balls on the leg stump, turned into the leg side by Root to Scrimshaw, who picks up a mid-wicket.
These two have played and missed a bit, and
yes.
Carlson's been dropped at gully.
So that remarkable shot by Hassan when he was down on one knee trying to play a slog sweep that looped into the air over the wicketkeeper's head. So yeah, you're right. I'm not going to get overexcited though. As in comes Dahl to complete his over, and that one is driven but nicely stopped, going down onto his knees at cover by Lewis Rees.
Now, are we going to see the new ball propelled from this end by Scrimshaw? Scrimshaw's going to bowl, but not necessarily with the new ball.
Concerned about how quickly it might go to the boundary, possibly. They've been on the back foot for pretty much the whole of the day, Derbyshire, despite winning the toss this morning.
All somewhat peculiar. This will be my final over for the time being. I've got a bulletin piece at 6, so Edward, having delivered his update in the language of heaven, will come in, and first ball of the Scrimshaw over is cut away by Carlson. There is a third man there, Edward, but he was not able to stop it.
Barely moved.
It was about 20 metres from him, and Carlson just guided it to where the fielder wasn't, which I understand is a good batting strategy.
Yes, I believe so. But,
I must try it sometime. 321 for 4. So Scrimshaw continuing with the old ball. There's no slip in place. Another short ball. That one could be out as it's hooked away by Carlson, but it's not firmly enough hit to reach the outfielder Connors, and they go through for a single. And Carlson needs to either rein this in or play those shots with more conviction, because that's a couple he's scooped up on the leg side and had Connors briefly interested. Trouble with this particular far spread field is that if it's far spread on opposite sides for right and left-handers, so it's taking quite a time for Derbyshire to get through their overs at the moment. 3:22 for 4. Scrimshaw to Root. Short ball down leg side. Root ignores it disdainfully as it goes through to Brooke Guest. Yes, there is a short leg around about 8 metres from the bat. Also a leg gully and a fine leg. Scrimshaw, tall man, trying to get bounce, trying to get the miss-hit shot, as that's deflected by Root, wide of leg gully and down to fine leg for a single. Got on top of it perfectly competently. 323 for 4. Since Ingram went, it hasn't been necessarily the most thrilling of cricket.
No, he was great to watch, but he is great to watch, isn't he?
He's still scoring at a reasonable rate as Scrimshaw bowls, and Carlson just flicks the bat on it and sends it down to third man for a single. Whatever Scrimshaw's plan is, he's not executing it consistently enough.
Well, that's been the major issue of the Derbyshire bowlers, hasn't it? That they haven't been consistent, apart from in their inconsistency. All day.
Chappell 2 for 50 off 17 is just about respectable enough to earn him an interview.
Oh, he's going to get one.
As the sun comes out and illuminates the county grounds, and Scrimshaw bowls and beats Root's defensive prod, and Scrimshaw bizarrely kicks in the air. Well, lucky he didn't kick the pitch. And has a word.
I think that's what Paul Baldwin was saying.
Perhaps he did catch the pitch as he looked as though he was volleying one in from 30 yards. It was just pure frustration, not aimed at anyone else, but if Baldwin's saying maybe that's not the best idea. 3:24 for 4. Edward and Dave will continue the story for you.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Scrimshaw frustrated. All the Derbyshire bowling attack frustrated. The Derbyshire fans frustrated. The commentators get in there. Here comes Anuj Dal and bowls to Carlson, who drives, having taken a couple of steps towards Dal, who tries to stop it. Diving to his right, but misses it. It's eventually picked up by Leas Deploy, the Derbyshire skipper, who decided this morning that his bowlers would have first go on this pitch, which is looking slightly less green than it was, but it's still very green. Still very green. Beautiful evening here in Derby.
Glorious, isn't it?
As ever. Here is...
Beg your pardon?
Here is Dal, who bowls to Carlson, tries to clip it into the leg side, hits his pad and dribbles out too.
I think that was the old sign from down the legs. I guess was already there, looking for the stumping, you know. I sympathise with Guest today. He's been talking about a goalkeeper.
Yeah, leaping all over the place, hasn't he?
Sprawling in the dirt, trying to catch wayward deliveries from Scrimshaw mainly.
There have been 21 byes as this next delivery is driven by Carlson, but not stopped by Leas Deploy, who perhaps should have done, and they scamper through for a quick single. 3:25 for 4. Carlson moves to 37. So the extras, 3 leg byes. There have been 4 no balls, which account for 8 more runs, and 21 byes, 32 extras in this 325 for 4, which is probably too many. The current partnership is 52 off 60 as Root just guides this one down to backward point. They come back for 2 runs out to Alex Thompson away to our left-hand side. Root moves to 21, 327 for 4 now.
I think it's 4 runs and over now, just about 4.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, well, within a run.
Yeah, it says 3.96 on my computer, which is close to 4, as makes the difference.
So they'll be not far off 400 tonight. If they go on at this rate.
There is Dahl. And again, and balls. That one is just pushed into the leg side by Root. There is no run as George Scrimshaw fields. In the last 5 overs, the run rate is more than 5 and over. 26 runs in the last 5 overs. So,
why do you think new ball hasn't been taken?
It's a great question. The only thing I can think of is that they're concerned about how quickly it will come off the bat.
That does happen often, but you must trust your bowlers with the new one, surely.
Well, if you win the toss and decide to bowl first, you sort of trust your bowlers, don't you? And they haven't repaid that trust. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket.
No, it's well outside the line.
That is extinguished fairly quickly. And it's the end of the Dahl over. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 71. Anuj Dahl, 327 for 4. Glamorgan with 13 overs of the day remaining. Carlson has 37. Root has 21. And Scrimshaw to continue.
Very strange. Perhaps had he not thought that the overs were ticking by and given Connors too many overs, and now he thinks, oh heck, what have I done? I need
Connors
him to bowl. Let's give him a rest, and Chappell a bit of a rest, and came charging in for the last dozen, or what? I don't know. I can't fathom it. But there we are. What do I know?
Anuj Dahl appears to be leaving the field, which suggests a change of bowling at the City end next over. Because Nick Potts has come on. Dahl's taking a helmet off, which means that the wicket-keeper Brooke Guest won't stand up to the stumps any longer. But a slight delay as Kieran Carlson had a drink and a wipe down.
And, well, quite amazing to me, it will be Scrimshaw to continue.
13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52. Doesn't take into account all those byes that he's conceded.
Here he is. He's coming round the wicket in gorgeous sunshine now and bowls down the leg side. And Carlson tries to work it away. Didn't quite know where the ball had ended. Well, poor Guest had to run for it this time because there's nobody in the close vicinity. He had to run, throw his glove off and hurl it at the non-striker's end. Carlson is on all 4s. Might have got hit by the ball then. And he's having a word.
You carry on, Edward. I'm just going to do an update. You carry on.
He's having a word with Paul Baldwin, the umpire. I think he's all right to carry on. 328 for the loss of 4 wickets. Glamorgan with those 2 batting points and on the way to 3, certainly. Just another 22 runs. The left-handed Root waits as in comes Scrimshaw bowls, and this is played away on the offside. First time today I've been on commentary, and I can tell you that the field is a 3rd man for the first time. A very deep fly gully, if you can work that one out. A cover, an extra cover. So just 4 men. And then you've got a leg slip, forward short leg, a fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Scrimshaw in bowls. That was probably the best delivery he's bowled. It pitched and left at some pace as Root, which tells us, yes, if, you know, we've been repeating ourselves perhaps, but if you do land it in the right place, the pitch is helping the seamers, but they haven't been doing it. And Scrimshaw now has a word with his captain. And they look at the field and decide that they surely need a slip. No, his captain, Lewis Deploy, is going from mid-on. He's going to have a slip because he beat Root with that delivery. And now there's a big gap on that offside. And Scrimshaw comes in, bowls, and it's guided away up towards short leg, and there is no run. I hope now that Scrimshaw doesn't bowl anything hittable outside the off stump, because the only man in front of the bat is the man fielding at a wide-ish. Well, he's an extra cover, and that's it. Scrimshaw to the left-handed route, comes in and bowls short. He's bowled it. A short ball outside the off stump, which has been hammered away up towards the boundary. It's roped in just inside, and Kieran was very, very fast, just about gets there. That was a former Welsh Schools outside half. He ran like a hare. It was a risky run, but 3 more runs, and Glamorgan a 3-3-1 for 4.
Root was always the one who looked like he'd hesitated slightly, and
Carlson was away.
Yeah, Carlson was always going to get there. Well, he just
One
did.
ball left, and I sense perhaps we might have a change to have the new ball after this over. Maybe wrong. Dahl has gone in, and that's a bouncer. Guessed. Just down that leg side, like an athlete taking that ball. End of the over. 3:31 for 4. Carlson 37, Root 24. And this little little partnership.
Decent.
51. Decent partnership, and in that way, it's had its moments, especially with Root. But it's obvious from the approach that they're hell-bent on getting runs quickly.
Sam Connors is coming on to bowl, and he didn't wave it around, but he has given him the new ball. And I'm going to guess that the new ball
There it comes.
Taken. Yeah, there we go. With Morgan on 331 for 4.
They must now, I think, they bowl as well as they can, because they've got an opportunity to take a couple of wickets before the close, and they've got a bowl because they've got 2 slips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think...
Scrimshaw at long leg. No third man, of course, Edward. No third man.
Well, we've had it for 5 overs. Come on.
There's a man at quite a deep backward point. As Connors begins a new over, the first ball with the new ball is crashed away for 4 runs by Billy Root. Out towards that backward point region. Squarer than Nick Potts, the substitute fielder, was standing. Root moves to 28, 335 for 4. 11 overs after this one.
3-3-5, yeah.
Partnership 62 off 70. I mean, they've not hung around, these two.
They've had some indifferent bowling.
That's very true. Connors around the wicket to Root on 28. He's in now, and Root leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. A lot of batsmen well used to facing new balls. They want the openers to see off the first one, then they can come in and score a few runs and then see off the second one themselves.
That's right.
Cook and Van der Hookton, Gorvin, McElroy and Schwepson.
Yeah.
Still to come on what has undoubtedly been Glamorgan's day. 3-3-5 for 4. Can Derbyshire do something about it? Well, not with that delivery that's short and wide outside the off stump. It's missed by Lewis Rees and goes away to the cover boundary for 4.
So there's 8 now off the new ball. You've got to bowl better than that.
They just know, like he left the previous delivery because he'd hit 4 off the first ball of the over, and he probably knew that, well, there'll be another poor ball coming along soon, and Derbyshire simply haven't bowled well enough.
Well, you've got to have a man sweeping. They're just galloping along, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, you don't need 2 slips.
And they're now sending Nick Potts out to the point boundary. Quite a sweeper, but Connors is in and bowls, and that one is defended by Root. And there is no run, which is an absolute blessing. This over has gone 4-4. What will come next? We shall wait and see. 3-3-9 for 4. Turns at the top of his mark, does Connors, and he's in now. Bowls to Root, who crashes this one away down towards that backward point fielder Nick Potts, and they're only going to get a single this time. Root will move to 33, 340 for 4. They
just as well he put him there, because that would have been another boundary.
10 away from the third batting bonus point. Just 84 overs and 5 balls been bowled, so 25 more overs to get another 100 runs after this for maximum batting bonus points. They can bail out and have a go at Derbyshire in the morning. Connors is in, bowls to Carlson, full delivery, manages to get his bat down on it, pushes it up to mid-on where it's fielded by Leicester-Ploy. The over comes to an end. 340 for 4. And George, well, what on earth are the umpires talking about here?
Bad lad. I wonder if he's given George Scrimshaw a little warning.
If he is, George is down here.
No, he did have a firm finger-wagging chat with him.
Yes, he did. He did after he kicked the ground in frustration, didn't he?
He might have just kicked the pitch, you see.
He kicked well, he was off the pitch when he kicked it.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't see much in it. It was frustration, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying have a go. Now, thankfully, the weather forecast, I haven't seen the recent one, and I do. I'm faithful now to the Met Office, I
Yes,
suppose.
I like the Met Office.
I think this rain could arrive late in the evening, which would be ideal for us. And I mean, us as commentators and the spectators, not the cricketers, because it'll give us nearly a full day.
Yeah, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. It's scheduled to arrive.
Chapel starts a new over with the new ball, and I thought, is this his run in? He labours in these, whether
Yeah,
it's...
he's very stiff, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's bowled quite a lot of overs this season, probably more overs than he's
Is
used
he?
to bowling, because he's had a lot of injuries through his career. He played at Notts, where he wasn't playing every week, of course, because they have a stable of 700 bowlers that they just signed from everybody. Went on loan to Gloucestershire in the First Division towards the end of last season.
Here's Chapel, in pass umpire Baldwin, bowls to the left-handed Root, beats him as he pushes forward, good delivery, expect that from the new ball, well propelled. Carlson is on 37, Root on 33, partnership is 67 of 77, it's good going. And I think if that Chapel walks this straight back to his mark, we shall be here quite long time. I've been given directions to a good public house stroke restaurant tonight by one of the press boys, and I would like this game really to finish as quickly as possible tonight. Chapel in. Another good delivery. Absolutely beat Root outside the off stump. But I shall go, I hope, when I get back.
Only Sam Connors has bowled more overs this season than Zach Chappell. Connors has played 8 matches, and Chappell is playing in his 7th, so that's how much workload Chappell has had.
Looks a tired man to me. Anyway, he's bowled a good over so far. He's beaten Root twice in 3 balls, and he comes again and bowls. And this time that swung a long way. Root thought about it, then just pulled his bat away. 4 balls in this over gone so far, no runs. Time now is 6:10. And how many overs have we got remaining this evening? 2 balls and then 10 overs, which 10 to 7-ish.
Right, so
Chapel. In he comes again. Bowls to Root. Root drives through the offside. There'll be runs here. He just pushed it, but it was beautifully timed, and it's going to run away for 4. So the over spoiled there for Chapel as it was played. A lovely shot. He does play that shot so well, does Billy Root. And he moves on to 37 and is equal to Carlson's, who is also 37. 344 for 4 then.
finish for the day at Scarborough with Yorkshire 142 for 2. They've had just 38 overs today.
Who are they playing there?
Durham.
Battle of the North.
The north and the far north.
Yes. Last ball of the over. And this is played wide of mid-off. And, the captain deploy has to move to his right. Counted well there, Billy. That's the end of the over. And he retains strike. He moves to 38, 345 for 4.
Lancashire managed to bowl 96 overs in plenty of time. They finished at Old Trafford with Northampton on 302 for 5.
Emilio Gray got 100, did he?
Hmm?
Emilio
Gay, yes, he was doing well, wasn't he? But
did he get 100?
I shall tell
No,
you.
no.
And no, it's not an issue. And Emilio Gay was made 144.
Did he? Did he get 100? I said. Yeah. He impressed me last year to get 100 against Glamorgan in the one-day trophy.
In comes Connors, bowls starts a new over. That one is edged down to, well, you fill in the rest.
No, I won't.
Third man vacant, that kind of area, and 4 more to the total. Root moves to 42. 349 for 4.
I'm just going to say it once again. You've got a new ball bowler. He has
this
2 or
every
3
month.
slips. Where is the ball angling to?
Yeah. Third
Glenn
man.
McGrath, he admitted when he was bowling well, he'd do away with his fine leg. He said that.
Ricky Ponting said something interesting on the television the other day. I know that might be a surprise, but I'll come to that when Connors has bowled this delivery. I might have an update as well shortly. Here's Connors then. Don't let it get to you, Edward.
No,
Don't let it
doesn't
get to
me.
you. Connors in and bowls. That one is guided down to backward point where there is a fielder. And Root picks up a single to move to 43. The 350's up for Glamorgan. 350 comes up in the 87th over. 86 overs and 2 balls. The last 50 has come in under 10 overs. That's how quickly it was. Here we go. So I'll just switch you off a moment, Edward. Here comes the update into the sports news. Connor's on his way in. Glamorgan are 350 for 4 now, Mike. Yes, 350 for 4. Stopped there by the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. A century earlier on today for Colin Ingram, a half century for Zain-ul Hassan, and Billy Root and Kieran Carlson are heading towards half centuries as well. Root's on 43, Carlson has 37. Glamorgan putting to bat this morning. They're 350 for 4. I thought that was going for more buys down the leg side. But it wasn't. It was well taken by Brooke Guest, moving away to his left-hand side. Here's Connors again. Halfway through his 18th over, bowls to Carlson, who pushes it out into the on the onside. It was a very weary-looking, it's a no ball as well, 352 for 4. It was a very weary-looking Lewis Rees, who didn't bend down sufficiently to stop the ball. Just flexing his right knee now. He does wear a bandage on, I think it's his right leg. Has a knee issue.
We probably told you throughout the day, but Wayne Madsen not playing for Derbyshire today.
That's Connors, he's in and bowls. That one is driven
Shot.
for 4 runs to the extra cover boundary by Carlson. Glorious. He moves to 41.
That's the best shot he's played.
Races to the boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. 356 for 4. He didn't play much for Italy either, by all accounts.
But a first bowler.
First bowler. Yeah. Italy beat Denmark, though, so they've kept alive.
What was the feeling of the club here, do you think, when country before club? About being selected because...
He missed the first game of the qualification because Italy played Ireland when Derbyshire were playing Durham, and he played in that game. He said the club were very, very accommodating.
There we are.
356 for 4 as Connors is in and bowls. That one is whipped into the leg side this time by Carlson, only for a single. There is a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Potts. Carlson moved to 42, 357 for 4.
They could just about get there, couldn't they? 400
Yeah,
tonight.
absolutely. Still 9 overs and 1 ball to go. If Italy do qualify for the T20 World Cup, which, as you know, Edward, is in the West Indies and the United States, next June, if if Italy qualified, then Madsen wouldn't be able to play in the T20 Blast next year, which I don't think would please his employees
I wouldn't have thought so.
very much, given that he scored 550 runs in the T20 this season. As in comes Connors again, bowls wide of the off stump. It's allowed to go through to the keeper by Root. It's the end of the over. 3-5, 7 for 4 with 9 overs to go, which means it will be closer to 7 o'clock than 10-2.
And there's hardly a cloud in the sky. It is a glorious
now,
evening, yeah, in the city of
Absolutely
Derby.
beautiful.
And,
Never any doubt that it would be a beautiful evening.
I got a bit concerned, as I said earlier on commentary, that last week it said Wednesday and Thursday would be full of rain each day. I thought, well, there are a few films I want to see, Mission Impossible and Oppenheimer. Not so keen on Madam
Barbie, you're not going to see Barbie.
No.
Wait for the grandkids.
Might be there. Chappell is about to start another over. Bowls down the leg side. And it goes through to Guest.
When you go to see Mission Impossible, see if you can spot the Derbyshire countryside.
Is it? That's filmed up there?
Yeah, there was a train goes over the edge of a cliff apparently, and that was filmed up in, I've never seen the film obviously, but yeah, lots of it, or a certain amount of it filmed in North Derbyshire.
Tom Cruise was spending his time up here?
He did, he was here.
Was it in the winter or the summer?
Oof, that's a great question.
Might have been down here, watch a bit of cricket.
Yes.
Here's Chappell. He's in and bowls. Root is forward. Lays it back down the pitch. He gives the sort of impression, doesn't he, Zach Chappell, that he doesn't want to bowl. Obviously, he does want to bowl because he's a true professional, but just walks back at slow rate and thinks to himself, hang on, it's 6:20. I've been doing this since 11 o'clock this morning.
He'll be happier when he's only bowling 20 deliveries in August per game.
Yes. Here he is again. Passes umpire bowling on his way over the wicket. Short and pulled away viciously by Carson. And that's going to bisect the two out there. Mid-wicket and fine leg. And go for 4. There's 1 4 or 2 4s every over now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that previous over bowled by Sam Connors, 12 runs came from it. A couple of 4s, a no ball, a couple of singles.
He's moved on to 46, just ahead, 3 runs ahead of Root, who's on 43. He only faced 60 balls, Root. Root has faced 50 balls for his 43. There's Chappell to the right-handed, Billy. Carlson, who plays it back down. And Chappell, who's probably a little bit of annoyed with things, threatens to throw it back at him, but he doesn't. Yes, he got runs last week at Cheltenham, just 70 balls for his 76 Root. Made a bit of a sketchy start, didn't he? Through his innings.
Yeah.
One went through, 2 went through slip here for 4, 1 down the other end, but he nearly hauled out at mid-wicket then for Skyer, dropping quite just short. There's Chappell over the wicket, bowled, that's played or glided away to deep point, and they just amble a single. Field changes for Billy Root.
The excitement of those 2 wickets falling in relatively quick succession, 249 and 273, has subsided almost completely.
3 wickets fell for 62, in fact, after that big stand. Here's Chappell then, bowling to Root. Root is forward, plays it up to mid-off. He stoops.
Slowly.
Not like she stoops to conquer, or he stoops to conquer, but he didn't conquer. 362 for 4. Carlson on 47, Root on 43 in this partnership now developing. It's 89 off 94 balls. Nick is behind. Normally he tells me to finish off for the day and then he'll do his report.
Well, it's a bit long to finish off, isn't it?
Do you?
8 overs.
Wherever you like.
Sam Connors from the City end, bowling to Kieran Carlson. Who, that one's gone up in the air and it's looped over Anuj Dal at backward point. I was looking for the ball in the leg side, which is where he was trying to play it. And they'll pick up a couple of runs, fairly streaky runs, but runs nonetheless. And Carlson moves to 49. 364 for 4. There are many commentators Edward wouldn't have stayed on with, I'm sure. No names, no pack drill. It's Connors turns again at the top of his mark. In and bowls to Carlson, who drives up to Leas deploy. Again, there's no run. I'd have taken up his offer there, Edward, if I was you. I'm going to do 2 more updates as well, so one at 1:30, one at 1:45.
Right.
And then one at the end, which is probably...
Well, Nick could...
No, well, I can do them on it. I can do it here. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. Currently playing Dino Marmorey's interview that I did on Saturday out at the moment. In comes Connors again and bowls. That one is glided down to backward point for 4 runs by Carlson, and there's his half century. Really well played by Kieran Carlson. 65 balls for his half century. That was his 9th 4. And Glamorgan move up to 368 for 4. So effortless.
That was a lovely shot. More or less glided down, wasn't it?
Yeah, all the way along the floor. Not a moment that the ball was in the air really off the bat as he met it on the half volley, wide outside the off stump. And away it went. There's one of the boundaries for the over. 368 for 4, 6 off the over so far. We're only halfway through it, and Connors is in again and balls. That one is guided again, same area, this time off the full face of the bat, and Dahl won't catch that either. And if Dahl can't catch it, nobody can. And Carlson moves to 57, 372 for 4, 10 off the over. Poor old Edward Bevan is climbing up the wall next to me.
Well, not really, because obviously, as a Glamorgan supporter, I'm glad to see them doing so well. But I just cannot understand it. What are your thoughts? Never mind about me.
Well, they should have a 3rd man.
Going back to what I said.
So they've left Dahl out there now, but he's already got 2 falls from the over, so he doesn't actually need if the next 2 deliveries aren't on target. He's more
deep
at
point.
Backward point, isn't he? Yeah, on the boundary. In comes Connors again. This one's turning to the leg side, straight to Lewis Rees, who's close in at mid wicket. And there is no run. Plenty of encouragement for Sammy Boy.
99 the partnership, yeah. Second 100 partnership coming up.
Off 99 deliveries.
Run a ball.
Finished at Taunton for the day, where Somerset were bowled out for 170. Sorry, 138 for 4, trailing by 32.
Good scrap there at the top of the Surrey and Essex.
In comes Connors again and bowls. That one is down the leg side. Is that going to be 4 more buys? It is. How many? Well, I can look it up. That's 4 more buys. Poor old Brooke Guest must be wondering what he's done wrong. It's putting me in mind of poor old Darren Smith up at Durham a few years ago when they went for plenty. 103 run partnership now. The 100 partnership coming up in exactly 100 deliveries between Carlson and Root for the 5th wicket. And that's just simply too quick. In first-class cricket, the last 5 overs, here you go, Edward, you'll like this. The last 5 overs, they're going at nearly 9 and over. 8.7 runs, 45 runs from the last 5 overs. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's not, yes. Zach Chappell is to continue. Bowls the first ball to Root, who plays a nice-looking shot straight to Dahl, who tumbles over. Are you all right?
Oh, he doesn't look all right, does he?
Well, umpire, I think, is laughing.
Yeah, he's going to get back up again. That's good news. There have been 25 buys, which is a lot more than you'd expect in your average innings. I think it's fair to say.
In comes Chapel. Oh, it's a lovely shot by Root. Midway, it was a wideish half volley, but he does play that shot so well, and it's getting rather monotonous. Another boundary, and that brings up Root's 50, do you say, or? I thought it was.
No. No, it might be, actually. I don't know. No.
No, 47 it is. I get rather excited there. 380
Stand
for 4.
easy, everybody.
Yeah.
This is all taking time, fetching the ball back from the boundary. We've got 6 overs and 4 balls to go. It's already 6:30. The crowd has thinned out appreciably.
They've all gone home for high tea or dinner.
Supper.
Chapel bowls. Yeah.
Decent delivery, that.
I just had a text then from a very excited daughter of mine because her son, my grandson, first ball tonight, he's playing with the under-19s, took a wicket.
Oh, excellent.
So that has cheered me up. So all that coaching you see I've given him.
Yes, I can imagine. Yes. It'd be a hard taskmaster.
In comes Zach Chapel. Such a glorious evening here now as he bowls. This is pushed away. They think of a single but decide against it. And the score remains on 380 for 4.
You carry on.
Dave is going to address the nation once again. Chapel now in his 20th over. He's been expensive with a new ball. In comes Chapel. Bowls. And this is a better delivery and just pushed back down the pitch. 57 to Carlson. Root 47. And the partnership now is 107. Better than a runner ball of 105 balls. Last ball of the over from Chapel. And he comes and bowls short outside the off stump. Root tries to cut to get 4 runs for his 50. Doesn't connect. Goes through to Guest. End of another over. And the score remains on 380 for the loss of just 4 wickets. Glamorgan have picked up 3 batting points, on the verge of picking up another one. And Derbyshire, I'm afraid, have just got the solitary bowling point. Remember that the points are finish at 110. So they've got a lot of work to do, Derbyshire, to try and pick at a maximum.
20 overs to go before the bowling points or the bonus points finish, and 70 more runs for Glamorgan. So just 3.5 runs and over will get them there. The overall rate of the innings is 4.2, and in the last 5 overs it's 7 3/4. There's a change in the bowling.
Yeah, so often you say with a new ball it can also be expensive.
Lewis Rees will bowl from the City end.
Well, hasn't bowled well again.
No, he hasn't. That is a fair point. He's replacing Sam Connors, who bowled 3 overs for 31 with the new ball.
And it's in a particularly defensive field. It's a very attacking field.
Lewis Rees 8 overs for 47. In comes Rees then and bowls to Carlson, who drives that out into the offside, and he's been caught by Sam Connors. It was a really low down catch to his left hand side, and Carlson has perished. No real celebrations, no joy from the crowd. Carlson goes for 57 and Glamorgan are 380 for 5.
And I was as surprised as you were then.
I'm not sure. I didn't think it had got off the ground, if I'm entirely honest with you. And Lewis Rees picks up a wicket with his first delivery with the new ball. It's his first wicket of the game. Carlson 57 off 69 deliveries. 10 fours in his innings. It was a very entertaining innings, as Kieran Carlson's innings tend to be. And they're going to send out another batsman, or will they go night watchman? That's the exciting.
No,
No?
I would have thought so. Not at 380 for 5.
Durham did. They sent Matty Potts out.
Chris Cook.
It is Chris Cook. They sent out a night watchman. I think they were 4 down, but they sent out a night watchman, and he went on to make plenty the next day. In fact, he saw lots of batsmen perish at the other end. Matthew Potts continued to bat and bat. God, dear, oh dear. We have seen some stuff this season here at Derby.
Well, the nominated night watchman is Tim van der Gooten,
Will he be next?
who has surprised so many people, including us here in the commentary box this year, because he's getting 50s and loves, he loves the night watchman job. And I can't remember him ever being outgoing in as night watchman. And he's played some splendid innings, so he's decided that he'll stay there as an ordinary batsman. Chris Cook has taken guard. His last innings was 86 not out.
Excellent.
A few days, so they're all been in pretty good nick and carrying on.
That's what we like to hear. 380 for 5. At least they have got another wicket. First wicket with the new ball, in fact. And Rees is in over the wicket to the right-handed Cook, who pushes this one out to Sam Connors. All of a sudden, the fielders have surrounded the batsman almost. It's like a complete ring field, apart from that square leg where there is a gap.
You're trusting your bowler to bowl well here because there's nobody out, are you?
No, nobody at all. There's a long leg away to our left-hand side, who I think is Zach Chappell. But apart from that, everybody is in a catching position. As Rees is in over the wicket, balls to Cook, who pulls it into the leg side, and he's going to get 4 runs for it as it bounces and dribbles over the boundary rope. He hasn't got the pace to bowl bouncers, Lewis Rees, and he pays the price, really.
So we've got Tim van der Gooten to come in next, Andy Gorvin, who's a young, promising all-rounder. Swepson, who surprised everybody with his 69 against Sussex, and Jim McElroy.
Rees is in and bowls another short delivery that's pulled to the same area, and he picks up 4 more.
Just too long.
Cook allowed to get off to a flyer. 8 off the first 3 deliveries he's faced. 388 for 5.
I wonder if Carlson is looking from the dressing room, see how he's missed out there.
Yeah, he's missed out on 8 runs there, hasn't he? And he made 57 off 69. 47 off 57 Root.
I suppose in defence of the captain deploy, his bowlers have not backed him up with his decision to field. You feel a bit of sympathy for him.
Although he did decide to bowl, they were probably thinking, what on earth are you doing?
Imagine the old diehards sitting around the ground who've been watching here for 50 years. What's he doing?
I was slightly surprised. In comes Rees and bowls. That's wide of the off stump, not signalled a wide by Neil Bainton, but it was a long way wide. 107 the partnership between Kieran Carlson and Billy Root for the 5th wicket. Came together with a score on 273 for 4.
The game is moving on. 5 wickets gone. Plenty of runs scored. So
it's going to be difficult for Derbyshire to win from here.
never know.
Glamorgan putting themselves in a very good position indeed at 388 for 5. Around the wicket comes Rees and bowls to Cook, who drives him out to the cover boundary for 4 more. So a wicket off the first ball and then 3 fours in the final 4 deliveries. 392 for 5 now. Cook has got 12 runs as he's been the beneficiary of some sloppy bowling from just 5 deliveries. Root has 47. We've got 5 overs left.
I suspect if Dominic Cork was still the bowling coach here, as he was for a while, he would be wringing his hands.
He wouldn't be happy. I can just imagine the interview that he'd give us that. Saw him at one of the T20s here, Dom, and I had a good chat with him out in the middle, particularly forthright in his views, of course.
Yes. As usual.
As usual.
5 overs left. Here's Zach Chappell. He's bowling to Billy Root, who's looking for a couple of runs and beats him. A couple of runs for his 50, beats him with a good delivery. He's beaten Root 3 times now in the last couple of overs. Just hitting that spot. I hope Glamorgan's bowlers take note. There's a little area there.
He's got a smile on his face, bless him.
In the dressing room now, what he should have is a good pint of beer washed down.
Only after he's spoken to us, Edward. I would encourage him to
Probably
leave
have
early.
energy drinks these days, don't they?
Yeah. Go home for a bowl of pasta and an early night.
Here he is. Comes in and bowls again to Root. Root drives through the infield and it's going up to the boundary, and that will be Billy Root's 50. 50 for Billy Root from 59 balls, and his second 50 in successive games. 396 for 5.
10-4. So half centuries today for Ul Hassan, for Carlson, and now for Root. A century for Colin Ingram.
I think, though, his deploys bowlers would have, they'd have had a chat, and I bet they've said, we fancy a bowl on this. I think I would if I was a quick county bowler and looked at that track.
No, we know what these pitches are like at Derby. They do not play green.
Yeah.
Yes, the ball's gone past the bat, especially with the second new ball, but not sufficiently.
In comes Chappell, bowls, and this has beaten him. It's rather wide, shouldn't have played it really, but did beat the outside edge through to the keeper. 4 runs needed now for the 4th batting point.
It's not hardly been a minefield, has it?
I think that Glamorgan will gallop on tomorrow morning, bat for what, 45 minutes, and then have a go. No, certainly hasn't been in my field. Here's Chappell coming, approaching the popping crease now and bowls. It's too wide again, and it's hammered down to third man, wideish third man. He's more point and gets a single. Brings Cook up, Chris Cook, to face at that end for the first time. He's been given 12 runs. You can say in Reese's first over, he's on 12. Rather nice to go in like that and not get 3 cracking deliveries with a new ball.
Just help yourself.
2 short balls he pulled, and then a nice half volley hit for 4. Fielder's asking, where do I go, waving his hands? And Chappell says, come over the leg side. 2 slips then for the new batsman. That's Chappell comes in, bowls to Cook. Cook pulls again. He's had a short delivery. There'll be a couple here. You'd have thought. No, there won't, because Dahl quick to the ball and good bit of fielding then, and hurls it in to Guest, who again will feel rather quite tired tonight. But he's a young man, Fletcher, aren't they, these boys?
He scored 196 against Durham.
I saw that. Yeah.
He came in.
I think he got 100 against Glamorgan last year.
Came in early on the first day. Batted pretty much all the way through. He was the last man out and then came out to keep wicket. I don't know how he does it, really.
Fitness. Chappell, last ball of the over, and this is pushed to mid-on. That is the end of the over. 398 for 5. And we have 4 overs of this day remaining.
It's the day that keeps on giving. Yeah, his 10th 4 got him to his 50. Remarkably.
That is a high proportion of boundaries.
40 of his 52 runs have come by way of boundaries.
Well, I think Lewis Rees will have to bowl better than he did that preceding over.
21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 70, Zach Chappell now. I think he's bowled all right.
Yes, he's perfectly all right. Beaten the bat.
Yeah. Lewis Rees, 9 overs, 1 for 59. Sam Connors, 19 overs for 85. Anuj Dahl, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 71. George Scrimshaw, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 55. As Lewis Rees begins a new over, bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Cook to go through to the keeper. And Alex Thompson, underused really, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29 for the off spinner.
I would have bowled Thompson far long. We had a chat about it in the afternoon where you can
He
bowl.
bowled okay,
But
didn't
just
he?
to push it in a
Yeah.
bit quicker, somebody to just keep the runs down if you're not getting wickets.
Yeah, I thought he bowled okay. And his Dahl's bowled nicely. And comes Rees around the wicket and bowls. What was edged in between the slip and the wicket keeper to the left of slip and away down to a very fine third man for 4. And the 400 is up for Glamorgan. 402 for 5. Cook moves on to 17. And if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. That was directly, for the second time in recent overs, the ball has gone directly through between the first slip and wicket keeper. So 400 up in the 93rd over, 92 overs and 2 balls.
And since Cook came on, remember it was only 2 overs ago, 20 runs have been added.
Well, that 50's come off 6 overs.
Was it really?
350 came up on 86.2. 400 comes up on 92.
I didn't think they'd get to 400, you know, even as well as they batted.
I got a 450 the way they're going. Here is Rees and bowls, and off the back foot, it's pushed by Cook up towards George Scrimshaw at mid-off.
Cook, another very fast scorer. That's an advantage for Glamorgan when you're in this position because you can gallop along then and get quick runs.
And we'll have another update fairly shortly.
They're after you, aren't they?
Dominic's just asked me, bless him, this next delivery is slapped into the offside by Cook for a single. Fielded coming in off the boundary by Thompson. 403 for 5. Cook moves on to 18. They like to get the money's worth out of me, Edward.
Absolutely. Such a fine broadcast,
No,
you see.
I don't think
You
it's-
must listen to that man.
I'm not sure about that. Anyone who's not fed up with my voice, tune in on Sunday between 2 and 6 for the 60s, 70s and 80s show. I'm doing that this week.
Oh,
Spinning some discs or
I
pressing,
could give you some good music for that.
pressing some buttons. There's Rees bowls to Root, who pushes it
would
out
do me.
into the offside. And there's no run. I like that programme, I must admit. So
Do you wear a funky T-shirt and
No,
a
no,
funny
no,
hat and
No,
throw your arms up in the air?
no, slightly.
60s, 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Brilliant music.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant music.
So it covers the decade I was born, the decade I was growing up, and the decade when I was at university.
Which one?
Should be good for fun.
Which university?
Liverpool. I'm just going to do an update, Edward. It's Rees bowls, and that's left alone. Don't get too excited, Dominic. Glamorgan are 403 for 5. There's still 3 overs left in the day. Kieran Carlson is out, though, caught by Sam Connors. Good low catch, actually, off the bowling of Lewis Rees. He made 57, the third half-centurion of the day. Billy Root is out there on 52, and earlier on today, Zain Ul Hassan made 69. A century as well from Colin Ingram. Root has been joined by Chris Cook. He's got 18. He hit 3 of his first 4 balls to the boundary, so got off to a flyer. And with 3 overs to go, Glamorgan, who were put into bat this morning remarkably, at 403 for 5.
Got to change the bowling at the commentary box end. Well, the racecourse end, as it's better known. Naraj Dal is to come on, and he will be bowling the 94th over. 3 overs left. And again, we've got men crowding in as much as 1 on the drive, a slip and a gully. 2 saving singles, so we've got 6 fielders on the offside. First ball beats Cook, lunges forward from outside the off stump. I think Dal has bowled pretty well. You know, I know he's been struck for some boundaries, but I thought he stuck at it. And he strides back purposefully. He's a bit quicker than Zach Chappell walking back.
That might help us finish just before 7 o'clock.
And he comes again, bowls to the right-handed Chris Cook, who hammers it backward of square for 4 runs. 407 for 6. Cook is dealing in boundaries here. 22 off 12 balls. Never, if you are a cricket commentator, make a date for dinner, as we well know. So many people say, okay, I'll meet you at the pub before we go over dinner. Say 7 o'clock?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. Cook then moves on to 22 as Dahl again comes in from this end.
Ooh.
Oh my word, he went absolutely flying. Not only his follow through, but he tripped up and Root goes and sees how he is. Didn't like the look of that.
No,
Fred.
I didn't. Was it his front foot or his back foot? It's his left.
Yeah, he's been called.
Yeah, here comes the physio, so we're going to have a slight delay here. That was horrible.
Oh, it
Horrible.
wasn't. You know, sometimes you see them in delivery side and then they go over and get up again. But he went flying before he got to the popping crease.
Yeah, his foot gave way, didn't it? That doesn't look good at all. They're frantically waving for the physio, who's jogging his way out now as quickly as he can. Will delay us further, of course. I've got the Burton starting lineup. I'm excited. Looks like a very strong side that Dino Marmari is putting out tonight, including Cole Stockton, the former Morecambe man who got a goal on Saturday against West Brom. John Brayford, Hughes, Sweeney, Powell, Harper, Stockton, Bennett, Chuke, Caprice and Hamer. So 2 former Tranmere players starting for Burton tonight. That makes them very strong indeed. Jamal Blackman in goal, and the game will go to penalties this evening if it is level at the end of 90 minutes, because it is for the Bass Vars. At the moment, they're just showing some concern for Anuj Dahl. Alex Thompson's been called to complete the over.
Yes, I noticed that as well.
Is this a medic from Glamorgan's backroom staff? There's somebody from Glamorgan coming out now just to see if they can lend a hand.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Which is always good to see.
Going up, you played Blackpool in the first league game.
Blackpool in the first league game. Leicester City on the Wednesday after that in the League Cup, and then Derby County at home.
Glamorgan. Swansea City have signed a chap by the name, I think it's John Lee or Jack Lee or somebody, who scored 15 goals for Blackpool last year. So it's not a bad effort when you're bottom club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you going up the Golden Mile, or is it at home?
No, it's in it's up on the Fylde coast, but it's only about 25-30 minutes away from my house, so it's a very useful opening game. And Dahl is back on his feet, but he's going to be helped from the field now.
Oh, it doesn't look at all good, and you worry for his batting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's leaning heavily on Leas Deploy.
He must have lost his footing or something.
He's actually trying to put some weight on that right foot. He's going to leave the field after 2 balls.
And that's all you want, Fletch, after 407 for 5, 3 overs to go, and one of your leading all-rounders. Well, he is walking off. Alex Thompson, meanwhile. You're not playing in Blackpool itself, then?
Yeah.
In the city, is it in the...
It's quite close to not far from the tower, Blackpool's ground.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Funny hats on in the knee.
Yeah, kiss me quick, all that business, yeah. A couple of sticks of rock.
And go up on the Big Dipper the night before. Anyways, back here to the cricket. Dahl is walking off, which is good to see. So he is limping, though. He might have twisted his ankle there, I think. As Alex Thompson, as we heard, is coming to complete the over. He has 4 balls to bowl. And he will be bowling at Billy Root. Not Billy Root, he'll be bowling Chris Cook. Two overs left after this.
Yes, we'll try and get an update on Anuj Dahl, but clearly right ankle.
There's Thompson that bowls, and that's hit straight, and and a very good bit of fielding there. The man, Zach Chappell, threw himself to his right after all that bowling he's done. It was destined for the boundary. There's the off spinner now, Thompson on, goes round the wicket and bowls to Cook, who pushes forward on the onside. There's no run.
Just the one more update to go, Edward.
You earned your cross today, sir.
I'll do another one for them.
407 for 5. As in comes the next ball, and that's played away. Did Lewis deploy? I think it is. No, yeah, it feels he was going one way, then had to change tracks. Then as the ball went to his left. One ball left of this over. Thompson in, bowls, treated respectfully by Cook, who pushes forward. 2 overs left of the day. 407 for 5. Cook is 22 and Billy Root is on 52.
Yeah, so one of the remaining 2 overs will be bowled by Lewis Rees, and you just wonder if Alex Thompson might bowl the final over of the day, just so that we can finish
Just
closer
wrap it up.
to...
Rees has gone at 6.4 and over, which is very expensive. I'd have heard a voice there. It was Zach Chappell shouting across the field.
He does have a very booming voice. Here's Lewis Rees then beginning the final over from the City end. That first ball is left alone by Billy Root, allowed to go through to wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. Here comes my final update. I think you're right this time. You're right this time, Dominic. 407 for 5 are Glamorgan with 11 balls of the game remaining. Anuj Dal has just been helped from the field, though. He went over on his ankle as he was about to come into bowl. He didn't look great, I have to say, so the medical staff were out to have a look at him, and he's left the field just to compound Derbyshire's misery. The last 4 balls of his over were bowled by Alex Thompson. At the moment, Lewis Rees is bowling the final over from the City end. He's got 1 for 64. 2 for 70, Zach Chappell. A wicket apiece for Dahl and Scrimshaw as well, but Derbyshire haven't bowled well today. Glamorgan have made the most of it. They were put into bat this morning, would you believe? And yet they are 407 for 5. A century for Colin Ingram as Rees comes in and bowls to Cook, and he leaves that one, Root rather, he leaves that one alone as well. Century for Colin Ingram, half centuries for Billy Root, who's out there on 52 not out, for Kieran Carlson, who made 57, and to 22-year-old Zain ul Hassan, who made 69 before he was caught and bowled by George Scrimshaw. It really does feel like they misread their own pitch here, Derbyshire, when the toss was made this morning. Glamorgan 407 for 5 with 9 balls to go. Next delivery, struck the pad, that's gone. Yeah, played no shot.
Yes.
And Billy Root goes. He played no shot. The ball just clipped the top of his pad, went over the stumps. A misjudgment from Billy Root. And Derbyshire have their 6th wicket. Glamorgan 407 for 6 with 8 balls to go.
Complete misjudgment there by Billy Root. And he will be kicking himself to be dismissed, as you say, with 8 balls left. And this will bring in somebody who's quite used to coming in at this stage. It's the night watchman, but he is batting at number 8, which will be Tim van de Gooten. Now, would it be a wonderful thing if they held him back because he's got so many runs this season, Van de Gooten, and shoved somebody else in? Andy Govin, perhaps.
To protect him. Yeah, that would be in there.
Never done before in the history of cricket. That's Tim van de Gooten. Oh, it's Govin coming in. Well.
So they're protecting Van der Hoogten. Love it. 10 fours for Billy Root in his 52. I've got one more update to do, and that's just after the 7 o'clock news.
Have you really?
Yeah, they want a conclusion. They're not going to go. They're not going to finish. They're not going to finish until I've finished. They're determined that I'm not going to see this game at Burton. I'll see the majority of it, I'm sure. Shouldn't be much traffic around if they're just about to kick off. That's one thing, isn't it? I can drive straight into the car park and straight into the ground.
Show your pass?
Yeah, I've got a
into
car
the press
park
box?
pass.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, they know I'm coming. So
Did they say he's here?
Yeah, wave him through. Fletcher's arrived. Wave him through.
Yeah.
So Andy Govin, number 11 on his back to face 2 deliveries potentially from Lewis Rees. I wonder if he'll try and take a single off the last one and protect Chris Cook, who's on 22.
If you can defend these two balls, then if a wicket does go, as we all know in the last over, they all swoop
Yes,
off.
that is true.
3 slips, would you believe?
Here is Rees bowling to Govin, who pushes the first delivery that he faces up to mid-off, where it's defended by, or picked up rather, by George Scrimshaw. 407 for 6 with 7 balls to go. It is remarkable that we're finishing the day with 3 slips. We probably started the day with 3 slips. It hasn't been a 3 slips kind of day from a Derbyshire perspective. Their bowling performance has been ordinary. 4 1/3 runs and over throughout the course of the day as Rees bowls, and Govin pushes that one up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. 1 to go. Who's going to bowl the final over of the day? It's going to be the off-spinner. That's good to see, because we're going to go beyond 7 o'clock here with 6 deliveries left. Can he get through his over before I have to do my last update just after 7 o'clock? I sincerely hope so. If not, you'll get a roundup of the day's play and then we'll finish.
Right. Chris Cook, well, I don't think he'll try anything flamboyant in this over. He is the last really respected, really the last designated batsman in the side. Deep extra cover has been sent to deep mid-wicket. He might well do it. Cook to face the last over as the first ball is played away on the onside. No run. So Glamorgan need 43 more runs to get maximum batting with 4 wickets in hand. It'll be up to Cook, basically, as he faces now and plays this round the corner. And
that's the single he wanted.
The single, he'll probably say to go, up to you, lad, I'm not moving. I'm 23 not out, I want to come on here in the morning.
They'll have 14 overs to get them, so that isn't going to be an issue.
Shouldn't be, should it, the way they've been going?
No.
I wonder if they get to 450, because against Gloucestershire, it was 450 for 6 declared. But they lost a lot of time for rain. Oh, no, then they're having a discussion.
Oh, no, we don't need this,
Come on now. With a couple of balls left. 4. You're not going to send out for a short leg and get some pads on.
Staggering.
It is.
It is.
You
It's
know,
a helmet.
4 balls
They're waiting
to go
for a
on.
helmet. Just crack on, boys, will you? This is more irritating than anybody at home could imagine. So the helmet has gone on to somebody. I thought it was going to be Tom Wood. But he's gone in at leg slip. Here we go then. 4 balls to go, Edward. Can we get there before the update? I don't think we can.
Here's the first of them, and Govin pushes forward. It's one of them gone.
It's going to be close, this.
Just give me the nod.
I
I
will.
can get out of the way. Leave you
Well, I'll
rambling
probably
on.
try and take it through to the end. It'll only be 2 balls to go, won't there?
In comes the next delivery. Forward there. Push. No run.
Still in the news. Stop polishing the ball, Sam. Give it to the bowler. There we go.
He's going over the wicket this time. So he's changing the field.
Yeah.
They've got someone against you.
There's a lot of faffing about going on here, isn't there? 2 balls to go. To the last story.
And it comes forward. Defensive. I think I can.
Here we go. Won't be far away, Edward. Come on, stop drying your hands. Let's crack on.
Last ball of the day. Barring a wide or a no ball. Govin pushes forward. And there
That's
is
it. 408 for 6. Thank you, Edward. I shall wrap up the day's play and then we'll sign off online as well. We have finally finished, Tom, with Glamorgan 408 for 6 in 96 overs. We had a brief delay for rain, but this day has gone on forever. Chris Cook unbeaten on 23 and Andy Gorvin on 0. He came in after Billy Root was dismissed. Leg before wicket by Lewis Rees for 52. Root didn't play a shot. Was tapped on the pad and the umpire raised his finger. A century earlier on for Colin Ingram and half centuries not only for Root but for Kieran Carlson and Zain ul Hassan. Derbyshire won the toss this morning and they may well be regretting putting Glamorgan into bat because they finished day one on 408 for 6. Thank you. And for those of you listening online and by the, I suppose the stream may already have left us, but if it hasn't, thank you for your company today. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2. 408 for 6 Glamorgan have finished on after being put into bat. They've got 4 bonus points, Derbyshire 2. The covers are being brought on now down below, as you can hear in the background. We will see you tomorrow morning.